What's going on, everybody? I hope you're having an amazing... Wow. Powerful. Powerful. Let's try that again. What's going on, everybody? I hope you're having an amazing afternoon or evening or morning or whatever it is in your time zone. It is the 19th of October, a Saturday of 2024. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic life form streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell. In this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, feels amazing. Yeah, it does. Kind of, I don't know. Chat, I don't know whether to laugh or to be afraid, right? There's been a threat made. May you find student loan forgiveness. Thank you, Miskatonic, and congratulations on your 3-stream watch streak. I don't know how worried I should be. I don't know how worried any of us should be. I don't know how to gauge how realistic a threat is, but a threat has been made. And I want you to know that. And the people making the threat, they are serious about it. They are big, mad, they are super bitter, and they're coming for all of us. And by all of us, I mean Twitch streamers, right? Now, luckily for me, I am mostly on YouTube these days, but I started off my life as a little baby Minecraft streamer on twitch.tv. And it's really scary to think of the fact that somebody would let their beef with one Twitch streamer push them all the way to trying to kill the platform. And I did a little research before stream to find out how many Twitch streamers are there. I was thinking, oh, I don't know, 100,000, 200,000. No, there's like 7 million, 7.2 million. There's 7.2 million. Now, obviously not all of those people, probably a very small percentage of those people are depending on Twitch for their income. That is not the boat that I'm in. I mean, Twitch, you know, honestly, it's like a piece of the puzzle, though. Like, I do make some money off Twitch, and I would like to be able to continue that. But yeah, the gauntlet has been dropped. Look, I've got gauntlets too, all right? Look, Destiny, Ethan, I've got gauntlets too, all right? I got 2. They're grommets, actually. The grommet has been dropped, all right? And I feel like my grommets are better than your gauntlets. What is a gauntlet anyway? Why is everybody impressed with a gauntlet? Wait, what is this? What is this emote, Twith? Wait, I should know that. Is this a meme? Oh my god, chat. This is how disassociated I am from Twitch these days. Like I said, I'm a YouTube girl. And even though I started off my life as a streamer on Twitch, I was like raised by YouTube. And these days, like, I don't know. I feel like I don't do enough for Twitch. Look, I stream on Twitch. I stream on YouTube. I try to be wherever you are. If I could stream on TikTok too, I would. Although I've heard some weird things about that. I've heard that's very dangerous living to try to dual stream with TikTok as one of your streams. But I just want to be wherever you are. All right, whatever's easiest for you, whatever you like to watch me on that. And if you watch me on Twitch, you know, you might want to think about getting rid of the ad break, because we do have a 3-minute ad break coming up every hour on the hour. Don't have to worry about that for about 30 minutes, but yeah, it makes the most sense that wherever is best for you to watch me there. And if you want to get out of the ads on Twitch, you can do that for free with a Twitch Prime sub. You can do it for $6 with $6. You could possibly do it. You could possibly be gifted a sub, although that sort of thing, you got to be lucky and you got to be active in the chat. You want that, but yeah, I just want to be, you know, wherever you are. And so I don't want to see Twitch go down. As much shit as I've gotten from Twitch poll, as much hate as I've gotten from people on Twitch, I have never been tempted to like put it on the entire platform. Or even on all politics streamers on Twitch, right? It just doesn't make sense. You got to beef with one person, you got to beef with one person. You can't get to that person because they're like integral to the platform that they're on. I guess you go for the platform. I guess you start talking to the advertisers. And that's what Ethan's doing now, and that's what Destiny's doing now, and they are big mad. Big freaking mad. He's progressively become more a characterized version of himself. Is that when you become a luncheon meat? Is that what's that stuff called? Charcuterie? He's a charcuterized version of himself. As says, Ethan doesn't like to be wrong. Here, let me get my oh my god, chat. Let me get my wait, you know what I need to do first? I need to make the poll. The poll is important. Every day we do a poll to see what you might want as bonus content. That means that there's another segment. It's unplanned, it's unscheduled, but I will do it if we hit the dono goal, if we get it to from 0% to 100%. What am I looking for? There it is. Nope, I can't spell. There we go. Let's pop it out. All right. Yeah, there we go. Bonus content. What do we have today? Oh yeah, I told you about Boar Grandfather. They call him Boar Grandfather. He's a Korean dude who rides around town, not in a car, not on a bike, not in a bus, not in a Vespa, but on a boar. He's made friends with a boar. He lives with a boar. He has life partners. Not that way. I shouldn't have said it that way. He shares his life with a boar, right? And he rides this thing. So we got the Korean granddad that rides a boar. We have AOC versus Fetterman. This content has been trying to win for several streams, and it always gets a lot of votes, but it's been getting swamped by the donos, right? The issue is that, like, sometimes the donos, they all go in one direction, and sometimes that's to what if alt hiss. Wait, let's see what we got here. There we go. We got the poll. Here's the poll. Coming. Wait, question mark? It needs a question mark. But yeah, AOC and Fetterman will try to win again. Hasanabi on Pod Save America will try to win again. Trump Burger is still trying to get. These things all want to get chosen as bonus content, as does Korean Granddad Rides Boar. Really wants to get chosen as content. There you go. There's your poll. Irene putting in the work this week. There's too much freaking... He rides that thing. Wait. He rides a hog. He rides a big old hog down the streets in his Korean town. Let's see. There we go. Why is Irene talking about charcuterie? Somebody said caricature, and to me, like caricature and charcuterie. Charcuterie. Wait, I'm saying it wrong. Charcuterie. What? How is it said? How is it supposed to be said? Charcuterie? Is it charcuterie? I feel like I'm saying it Southern. I feel like it's my Southern accent coming out. Charcuterie. We got some charcuterie for y'all. Y'all want to try this charcuterie? It's charcuterie straight from my cooter. No, chat. That's not where I keep the charcuterie. Oh my god, chat. I'm being weird today. I'm being weird. Oh my god. No, wait. That's not a One Direction joke. I'm sorry. What, did something there get taken as a joke about a recent death? No, that is not me. That's not. That's not. I don't know what I said that somebody in chat thinks is a joke in very bad taste, but I do not. I would not make that joke. I don't even know enough about One Direction to know how to make a joke, even if I wanted to. Charcuterie. I was making a joke about charcuterie. Isn't that funny? Charcuter? I'm afraid to ask what Trump burgers are made of. They're made of lies, Aaron Patton. Wait. Every time I fuck up on this. Okay, I gotta grab the link and put it here. I'm gonna try it. Oh my gosh. There we go. There we go. I did purposely misspell charcuterie as charcucci. I mean, that's what it seems like to me. Charcuterie. Would y'all like some charcuterie? Oh, that's a really good idea, Bad Pope. Have you considered clipping segments for YouTube? I rarely get to see the thumbnail story. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. And if I wasn't spending 6 to 10 hours on stream every day just to make the bills get paid, I would do that. I would do that. I don't know how are we going to get segments out? Bad Pope is right. Look, I would love to disagree with you, Bad Pope, and tell you you're full of shit, but you're not. There should be segments. You're the opposite of full of shit. You're full of truth. You're full of truthiness. You're full of undeniable facts and logic. Yeah, Bad Pope just wants me to be like a normal streamer channel, and I want to be that too. That's better. I would love to live my life like that. How do we get there though? Seeing as I can't afford an editor at the moment. And as Erok says, Irene putting in the work this week. Irene putting in the work every week. Every week. But you're right. Bad Pope is right. Bad Pope is right. Bad Pope speaks the truth. I don't know, chat. What are the strategies, right? Okay, so remember when we were talking about Xander Hall? Remember when Xander Hall's boyfriend, best BFF? I'm sorry, I don't know why I said it was his boyfriend. I just meant a friend who is a boy, rather than. Do you know what I mean, chat? The Xander Hall's friend. Okay, I'm not implying anything, chat. Xander Hall's sexuality is his own damn business, not mine. Not my floor, not my problem, okay? But anyway, Xander Hall's friend who edits his videos, remember when that guy showed, they were trying to downplay Cherry's contribution to Xander Hall's channel. And so they showed you essentially how quickly and easily a Xander Hall video could be edited. And if you've seen a Xander Hall video, you kind of know why. There's not a lot of effort put into that. It's just like clip and clip, and then, you know, you put the X in my name song at the beginning, you put the logo there, you put a little like and subscribe, and you're done. There's a template for it. You just bring it in, you drag it in, and you make that segment. But for me, I have a problem, right? I get a hold of a video and I'm like, I don't like that segment. I don't like that sentence. Let me cut that out. Let me cut that out. Ooh, you know what should be here? Like animation. And before I know it, I'm like making a video, but not with a script. I'm making a video out of my streamed segment. And that's weird, but yeah. I've been thinking about this for a really long time. A very long time. How to do this, right? But I think the Zan method is like, you know, to give it the credit, right? Because like I said, I don't want to follow Xander Hall's example. That's not exactly a good idea. Like, right, Xander Hall's not the template for success. Let's just say, I mean, he's got a lot of subs, but look at his, like his subs, his views to subs are just like. But to his credit, to Xander Hall's credit, I think what he does is that he writes a little intro for every segment, you know? Where he's like, chat, you know the kind of streamer that does anti-SJW videos and thinks that's a whole personality? We've dealt with several streamers like that. Yellow Flash, The Quartering. But today we've got a new anti-SJW streamer to get into. And this one's a little different. We call this one Andy Pants Gaming. And he, you know, like that's what he does, right? He writes an intro so that it feels like a YouTube video. And then he drops you into the reaction. And then he has a little outro like, hey, if you've liked this video, make sure to hit that subscribe button. And also like the video. It helps me out a lot. If you want to support me more, you can do so on my Patreon, which is patreon.com/XanderHall, right? That's what he, like, that's his method, right? So there's a little bit of prep, you know, that goes into it that theoretically can make your editing less, right? But I always feel, yeah, Shadowversity, there we go. I always feel like I love how I can imitate other streamers. You should see my Demon Mama. No, wait, let me show you my Versatile Layer Books. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. You will no longer see that ad break. No, yeah, to do the Demon Mama, I think I have to start off like this. I gotta start off like this, then I go like, and then I go like, Demon Mama. I don't know, chat. Demon Mama's a little high energy sometimes. It's a little too higher energy for me. I don't know. Was that a good Demon Mama? I feel like I used to do it better. I've gotten out of practice, right? Since she called me a joke scold. Oh, I'm sorry. She didn't call me a joke scold. I called her a joke scold. I believe she called me a woke scold. I believe that was the missive that she threw in my direction. Hello, my imps. It's Demon Mama, your favorite streamer. That's Demon Mama, right? I got Xander Hall, I got Demon Mama. I can't do Vosh. Can I do Vosh? How do you do Vosh? How do you do Vosh? I don't think I can make my voice go low enough. I forgot Demon Mama is Skeletor. I mean, sometimes. She's sometimes a little bit of Skeletor. Demon Mama. Look, I can say that because she flipped me off on stream, all right? It's no hate or anything, but she definitely hates my guts. And that's a good thing. Oh my god, chat. What kind of cringe will we get into today? A fake deep voice, monotone and condescending. Hello. Oh, I can't do it. Coconut Island. I can't do Vosh. I don't know what makes me think I could do Vosh. Is Halloween coming early? Kind of. Halloween. Oh, my favorite time of year. Xander Hall is a waste of space, says that guy. Hey, If I'm making fun of your favorite streamer, please don't take it personally. I'm not trying to have a go at anybody. Some more news video on JD Vance. What's that? What's up with that, Squall Leonard? What? The Trump burger is made of mostly meat. Oh, Trumpy Trout burgers. Yeah. All different kinds from different chains. Oh, yeah. Well, we're talking about a Trump chain, actually. It's not even a Trump chain. I think it's a Trump single restaurant. Chat, I hurt my voice with the Demon Mama. I think I hurt my voice with the Demon... Oh, my God. Demon Mama hurt my voice. Oh, how does she do it, chat? How does she talk like that? I fucked up my voice with just, like, less than a minute. You're now an editor as well? I mean... Okay, well, here's the other idea. And this depends on you, chat. This depends on you. I could try editing, on stream. Alright? Like, if I can dual-purpose stream and somehow make it interesting. I've done it before, and it's been interesting. It only works when it's a much-anticipated video, right? So it's a video that people want to get, like, an early look on. The furry vibes are immaculate. Oh my gosh. As always. My impressions sound like the parrot from Aladdin. Wait, the parrot's like... I can't remember the parrot's voice. Tacoma did weep. I fucked up my voice. I'm gonna have some tea. Maybe that'll fix it. Chat, how does she do that? More respect for Demon Mama now, right? I gotta give her flowers. Her demonic flowers, right? Because she does that. That's how she taught. That's... How do you do that? It's Gilbert Godfrey that does the penguin. No, not the penguin. That's somebody else. Who does the penguin, chat? But no, when a chatter is right, I will give them their flowers. Even if they're calling me out. Especially if they're calling me out. That's just Demon Mama force choking you in retaliation. She would. She would. I don't know, chat. Never go full Demon Mama. No! No! Oh no! Oh no, chat. He talks about... Wait. Some Blood Tribe? Is that what you're talking about, Squall? Oh, you're talking about... Yeah. You're talking about Cody Shoddy's video on JD Vance. See, I'm really good at remembering what each chatter is talking about. Because I care. I don't think of you all as some kind of imps that are just there for my, pleasure a la Cult of the Lamb. You are all unique individuals, and you all have your own lines of thinking, and it's important to remember them, or else I will start calling you all Jimmy. And that is not a good sign. That is a sign of age-related something or other, right? You could start calling everybody Jimmy. Mods get to work in the editor basement. I don't know. Yo, the thing is, editing me is a lot of work. And there's probably ways that I could make it easier, but I haven't figured them out yet. Look, Demon Mama just blew up kind of fast, right? And she blew up so fast that she got up her own ass and she's never come out. All right. But I knew her when her ego was slightly less inflated. And she was still she was still too much to deal with. But yeah, no, we used to have her on as a guest on the on Bird Brains, right? She was a frequent guest to my panel show. All right. So what we got today? We got today for you, like I said, Ethan Klein, Destiny going ham, not on Hasan because they can't get to Hasan. Right? And you've noticed this with Ethan. Like, Ethan doesn't really go after Hasan. Ethan goes after Frogan. Ethan goes after Hasan's Discord. Ethan goes after random members of his own community that he claims are Hasanabi heads, but they aren't. You can't get to Hasan, and the reason for that is because, you know, at the top of things, Twitch is kind of like... Twitch is almost like a small town. And that small town vibe means that if you are a character in the like it's like, what is that show with the Andy Griffith guy? You know what I'm talking about? And the Ethan went after Adam too? Wait. Start by saying Tacoma Webbed. That's how I start to as Vosh, yeah. Yeah, it's like the Andy Griffith show, right? If you're a character on the Andy... Like, nobody on Andy Griffith is getting canceled. Like, it almost doesn't matter what they do. Because you've got to have the small town, right? You can't have the small town with one of the characters. Unless one of the characters is like... you know, got some ties to Epstein or something like that. They're all there for the long haul. And so Hasan is like that. He's integrated. He's friends with all the people that are friends with all the people that are friends with all the people that are friends with Twitch staff. And so in that regard, you know, Destiny and Ethan are right. It is... It is going to be impossible to dislodge Hasan. It is going to be impossible to get him, like, permanently banned. Hasan, this town ain't big enough for the two of us, cowpoke. What Ethan did to Adam. Oh, Adam McIntyre. I took so long to figure out what chat was talking about. Chat, am I right? You're talking about Adam McIntyre. I have not gotten into this drama between Ethan and Adam McIntyre. Peaches almost got Andy Griffith canceled. Wait, like right as I say Andy Griffith, nobody's on Andy Griffith is gonna get canceled. I realize, wait, like, have I not heard something about Andy Griffith being, yeah, sus in some way? With the F the pain away? Really was shocking for the time. Wait, what was... Do I think he has any points? You know, the only points that Ethan has are actually about other streamers. And these are questionable decisions by Twitch, right? Which I will not deny are questionable decisions. I don't have any problem with them platforming Hasan. I get that just the fact that he talks about politics and, you know, he takes a kind of unyielding position. And, you know, there are some third rails when it comes to politics that he has definitely touched, right? I don't have a problem. I don't see where you're making an argument for Hasan to get banned. However, there are some people who were recently unbanned by Twitch that like, why would you unban Sneeko? Why would you unban Fresh and Fit? And the only answer that I can come up with, because Sneeko and Fresh and Fit, like I said, it's a small town. People are friends with each other. That's kind of what gets you to the top. If you don't fit in with that group, you're not really going to get there. You're not going to get that far on Twitch, to be honest, right? There's nobody that's like an outsider that's like just killing it on Twitch, right? So yeah, and it's because Twitch is a kingmaker system. It's because, you know, raids are important, shout outs are important, collabs are important, all that stuff is super important on Twitch. And for that reason, it really is that small town environment. But you know, like Fresh and Fit and Sneeko, they're not part of that small town, right? So there's no that doesn't explain Twitch unbanning them. The only thing I can possibly think of that explains Twitch's questionable choices as of late is that, I don't know, maybe they have banned too many people and are actually financially hurting from that. So they're just kind of looking for, okay, who can we unban to add some, who can we unban to, like, you know, to increase our bottom line. Sneeko will instantly be unbearable. Yeah, and Ethan's right when he says that Sneeko and Fresh and Fit are anti-Semitic. Openly. Blatantly. Undeniably anti-Semitic, right? He's right about that. He's right. But for him to put Hasan, okay, let me be good faith here. Because Ethan's not officially calling Hasan an anti-Semite. He's saying that Hasan's community has a lot of anti-Semitism in it, and that Hasan and his mods are not doing enough to counteract that, right? That's Ethan's claim, right? But to kind of put the pro-Palestinian side, you know, the pro-Palestinian movement on the same level with Sneeko and Fresh and Fit, that's fucking disingenuous. And that's dangerous. The other thing that Ethan has been right lately is when he says that anti-Semitism is on the rise. He's right about that. It is 100%. Just look at Twitter. But seriously, look at Twitter and understand the difference between a Jackson Hinkle and, you know, somebody saying from the river to the sea. That's not the same thing. That's not even close to it. Don't put like these people in the same category as Nick freaking Fuentes. Right? So that's what's frustrating about Ethan, is that he is not, unlike Destiny, like Destiny's fucking irredeemable. And yeah, maybe Ethan is irredeemable too, but like Destiny's full on board with the far right shit that Israel wants to do. He's full on board with Israel doing Israel shit. Ethan at least will pay some lip service to the excesses of the far-right government of Israel. If you ask Ethan, you know, what does he think about Netanyahu, he will not have good things to say about Netanyahu. And so there is definitely a difference between Ethan and Destiny, but yeah, they do seem to be making common cause now. I thought Sneeko was sleeping with a minor in Qatar, minor nobles. Yeah, but he would say that the age of consent is different, so it's okay. Oh yeah, that's the other thing about Sneeko that you'd think that Twitch wouldn't want to touch. You would think that Twitch wouldn't want to come near the fact that Sneeko's got some really strange ideas about age of consent. Fresh and Fit are not on YouTube. I'm not on YouTube. We're talking about Twitch. Right? We're talking about on Twitch. Fresh and Fit, they have been demonetized, though. Same thing happened after 9/11 for the Middle East. Do you think it will eventually mellow? Well, no, I mean, like, here's the deal. Something's changed. Something's in the process of changing. In the United States, support for Israel was unquestioned. And in the world at large, Israel got the benefit of the doubt way more than it deserved it. That's going to change. That's going to stop. In so many ways, Israel is circling the drain. Economically, militarily. I mean, that's why Israel is dependent on the United States. and its continued military support. But worse than that is what's happened to Israel's reputation on the world stage. People, it's finally becoming kind of a consensus that what you've got is an aggressive imperialist ethno-state doing apartheid and disrespecting not just human rights, fucking humanity, right? That's becoming clear. More and more people are recognizing that. It's becoming harder and harder to deny with every image that comes across our feeds of people being incinerated in tents. And so, yeah, I mean, something is going to change. And it's, people's... I mean, the fact that Asmongold could get banned for... kind of genocide apologia versus, in relation to Palestinians. That's kind of new. That doesn't seem like something that would have happened, several years ago. Hasan is friends with Iron Mouse. Yes, that's right. It's the Iron Mouse connection. It's the Iron... I don't know Iron Mouse that much, chat. Should I'm scared of VTubers. I had one bad experience with a VTuber, okay? Who I'm still convinced is actually a cursed Momo, but I'm not sure. I don't want to get sued. I don't want to be, get taken to defamation court by saying that this apartheid anime VTuber is actually a cursed Momo. But I have my suspicions, okay? And she is definitely scary as fuck. Twitch is a small town. And just like all small towns, at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. It's an ad break that you can possibly skip for free with a Twitch Prime or for $6 with $6. You could also maybe skip it if somebody in the small town is generous enough to give you a gift sub. Well, that sort of thing happens more often if you're active in chat. And also, you gotta be lucky. You kind of gotta be lucky. Thing about VTubers that I don't like is the baby talk. Like, ladies, stop that. It's like that movie title, Something's Gotta Give. Hamasabi. Hamasabi, yeah. That was the name of, I think the account that Ethan got his clips, right? When he was showing off Hasan clips, he like the account that he was getting them off of was called Hamasabi. It's like a music video edited with Andy Griffith footage. Oh, Peaches. Wait, fuck. F the Pain Away was a Peaches video. And it used Andy Griffith footage? Wow. Isn't that technically Islamophobic? I mean, the thing is, there's just such a double standard. Starman X says, love the cat ears. Thank you. And thank you, Miskatonic, for requesting these. Yeah, this is the nice thing about Twitch is you can use your channel points. You can redeem your channel points to make me do silly things. And I need to put some more silly things on there. So if you got some more silly ideas for more silly things, you can hit me up on my Discord. And I should probably... I'm supposed to do this, chat. I'm supposed to be more professional now. This is like my career. I'm depending on this for income, so that means I gotta be serious about it and not be so silly. And remember to do all the things that I gotta do. Like, give you links to the Discord if you're not already in there. There we go. That's our lovely Discord. And if you got any ideas for me, whether they be stream suggestions like videos that you want me to watch, react to on stream, whether they are, you know, new items that I could put on the list of channel point redemptions, anything like that, right? That would make the stream better for you. That's a great place to get to me with those suggestions. That's the biggest thing we have in the Discord, is like places for suggestions. The Sun asks why Andy doesn't carry a weapon. He says a cop should be respected, not feared. That's why he doesn't want a firearm. Yeah, that's Hasan. That's Hasan. Hasan is like the cop that doesn't carry a firearm. Moe Nope, thank you for the gifted sub to Dragon Princess. Dragon Princess, you just got weaseled. So you gotta fix some of this stuff, like, right? So sometimes some of the alerts just take over. But yeah, we gotta get into this, right? We got so what do we have? We have a Hasan, no, a Destiny podcast, right? One in chat if you know who Destiny is. So it should be a lot of ones. Everybody knows streamer Destiny, Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell the third. Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell, Mr. Bonarelli, Mr. Barcouderie himself. Some people don't know Destiny. I mean, blessed. That's a blessing. That's a blessing if you don't know Destiny. That's amazing if you've been able to avoid Destiny, just like people avoid the top of the hour ad break that's coming at you in exactly 30 seconds. But yeah, Dragon Princess is going to avoid that top of the hour ad break. Versatile Layer Books is going to avoid that top of the hour ad break. That's pretty impressive. Oh, Megastar, I declined to answer. Okay. So you all know Destiny, but do you know Destiny's Bestiny? Destiny's Bestiny, Brestiny, Friendstiny, Hark Dan, aka Landlord Dan. Do people know Dan? One in chat if you know Landlord Dan. I'm guessing there's going to be less ones for this one. I don't think people know this guy. I know this guy. Davy Cliff says, never actually watched a clip of him without it being someone reacting to him. Yeah, only heard of him yesterday when you mentioned it. Yeah. So Landlord Dan is a lot less known, but he is the one half of the podcast. What is it called again? AE. Wait, what is it called? Oh my god. Everything Else? Is that what it's called? No, it's not Everything Else. Anything Else? Yeah, is it Anything Else? I think is the name of the podcast. Destiny has a podcast. It's called Anything Else. His co-host is named Dan. Dan's a landlord. Dan has been known to wear a Crocodile Dundee hat. An Australian hat with, I don't know, is it crocodile tooth or something? He's going on safari. He's going on safari for tenants, for poor tenants to exploit, right? He's the crocodile hunter. If the crocodile was exorbitant rents charged to people who can barely afford it, right? That's his deal. That's Destiny's partner in crime, Mr. Landlord Dan. So we're going to get him too. They're going to be talking about Asmongold and their opinion of Asmongold's ban. They're going to be talking about Twitch. They're going to be talking about Hasanabi. They're going to be talking about Hasan. And they're going to be talking about advertisers. And that's what they think that maybe Hasan's weak point is, right? Like, we can go after Twitch's advertisers. We can show them clips of Hasan, tell them that this is Hasan, praising terrorists and tell them that their ad for soap is going to be on right after Hasan praises terrorists. They want to trigger some kind of an adpocalypse. Now, the question is this realistic? Is this going to happen? Is this something that they can do? Right? We've got Destiny and the Restiny. Got all the orbiters, right? Stardust, Erudite, whoever the hell else they've got over there. They've got a lot. They've got a decent number of streamers, right? You got Ethan Klein and his orbit. I mean, that's a large podcast, right? Will they have enough clout to get advertisers not to drop Hasan, Frogan, Carolyn Kwan, Sean DeBlack, etc., right? But to drop Twitch, or to put pressure on Twitch, to threaten to drop Twitch, to say this man is promoting terrorism and we don't want to be advertising on him. So that's what they're going for. It seems like they're shooting for the moon. And I'm not entirely sure. Did I see Andrew Tate raging at Coffeezilla? I almost said Coffeezilla. You know what? Coffeezilla would be cool. Coffeezilla would be like a show where Coffeezilla cuts your hair. You know, quaff, right? Or wait, no, the other quaff is like quaff. Anyway, yeah, that's going on too, apparently. There's so much shit. There's so much shit going on right now. Including Donald Trump, who was recently on the Patrick Bet David podcast. Do we know Patrick Bet David? Do we know Valuetainment? Are you not valuetained? Have you been valuetained? If Dr. Disrespect is still streaming, Dr. Disrespect is banned from Twitch. Dr. Disrespect has been banned from Twitch for a long time. Like, they banned him before even telling people why they banned him. Oh, God. Sassy Sasserai with the question of the night. Is this really a game that they want to get into considering everything they've said and done? That's what I'm saying. Right? First question I have is this even realistic? Is this something that they can do? Are they shooting, are they shooting for the stars? And if they miss, do they get the moon? Or are they just like punching above their weight class and they're not going to really have an effect? I'm not sure. But what I am sure of is that there are 7.23 million Twitch streamers that probably do not want to have any possibility of an income foreclosed upon by Landlord Dan, Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell, and Ethan Klein. And I think they might have come for the wrong smoke. You know what I'm saying? If Twitch streamers get together and have some solidarity, right, then I would think that the people that really have something to worry about platforms and about advertisers and about sponsors would be Destiny and Company and H3. Oh my God. See, this is the thing. They don't realize it, right? They think that they can somehow overwhelm their enemies, but when they make an enemy of all Twitch streamers, I'm not sure about that. I'm really not sure. I'm not sure how this is going to go. This may not go good for them. This may not go well for them. They may have really bit off more than they can chew. Like, if people decide to come at them the way that they've come at other people, and let me remind you, they're not just coming at Hasan. They feel like they can't get to Hasan. They are coming at Twitch. They are coming at every single Twitch streamer. And that might be a battle that they don't want to fight. Because like what you're really talking about is people's a bit like you're look, this is getting into territory that normally YouTubers don't want to get into, right? Normally YouTubers don't do things like engage in flagging campaigns, and this is starting to sound like that. I'm not sure exactly what they're asking for. We'll watch the video. You can tell me if you think that, what exactly. I think they're asking people to contact the sponsors, and it's like 2 can play at that game. 7 million can play at that game, and if 7 million decide to play at that game against Destiny and Ethan, they got no chance. They got no fucking chance, right? But it hasn't happened yet. I haven't seen the alarm bells, right? People seem to think that this is a conflict between Hasan and Ethan and Destiny and not much else, but they're not shooting for Hasan, they're shooting for Twitch. Yeah, Ethan talked about Twitch sponsors as well. You are correct, J-Rock. Serious as Nick Fuentes' boycott Trump campaign. It's a revenue strategy and alert for them. So Will Florida is on record saying, I don't think this is going to work. I don't think this is going to happen. And you may be right. Like, that's what I was saying. I was like, I don't know. Am I too worried about this? Like, if it works, it's, potentially disastrous. But like I said, they may be aiming too high. Maybe this isn't really something that should be worried about. But I swear to God, the worst thing that could happen for Steven and for Ethan is that this campaign somehow works. Because if it does, their asses are cooked. You know what I'm saying? People are going to come for them, and they're not going to stop coming for them until every single platform. Destiny's already gotten banned from Kick. Now, that's a platform that you would think you can't get banned from. Kick, you know what I'm saying? Kick lets people get away with all kinds of fucked up shit. All kinds of terrible shit. And yet Destiny did receive, I think, what was it, like a 2-week ban for, oh God, what was it? He was basically implying that the guy at the Trump rally that got unalived, that he deserved it, right? That's what Destiny was saying. And that actually did get him banned, at least temporarily, from Kick. So, and that's the thing, it's like, that's a wound that could easily be reopened, right? So Destiny's got to watch his shit, because he's got people on both sides of things pissed now. And he is vulnerable. He's been banned from Twitch. He's on, I guess, YouTube, Kick, and Rumble. But yeah, if he pisses off enough people, there's going to be nowhere for him to run, nowhere for him to hide. Those chickens are going to come home to roost. And they're going to roost in his unkempt hair. They're going to set up roost, right? However roost works. Ethan, like Destiny, goes way too overboard and crashes and bangs. Yeah. This is the thing. These dudes are haters. And that's dangerous. That's a bad habit. Hate is probably the most dangerous drug to get addicted to. Hasan doesn't have any sponsors, says J-Rock. Yeah, well, no, Hasan doesn't have any sponsors, right? His income is reliant on subscribers. So that's individuals who subscribe to his platform in order to not have to see those ads that come at you every hour at the top of the hour for 3 minutes at a time. You know the deal. Same deal here, really. But that's how Hasan gets paid for the most part. But Twitch as a service relies on ads. They need the ads. They want the ads. And if somehow Ethan and Destiny were successful at getting the ads pulled, it wouldn't just be bad for Hasan. Actually, you know what? It wouldn't be bad for Hasan. Do you know what happens if they successfully, like if they either get Twitch banned or not banned, if they either get Twitch, like if they get the advertisers pulled from Twitch, right? If they destabilize Twitch, or if they straight up get Twitch to ban Hasan, if they put the pressure on and Twitch decides to throw Hasan under the bus, right? What does Hasan do? He goes straight to YouTube. Easy. Easy. So easy. And probably makes as much or more money on YouTube as he did on Twitch. So it's not an issue for Hasan as much as it's an issue for 7 million Twitch streamers. Sassy Sasarai says, I remember Westside Tyler saying dead domain was out of line. Yeah, so Sassy Sasarai, that's funny about Tyler, right? Because, you know, there's some internet conventions and traditions that he does seem to respect. He does seem to know about, like the idea that you don't like call for mass reporting on somebody. And the reason you don't do that is it's like nuclear war. If one person does it, then chances are more people will do it. And you know, you one nuke happens and then 10 nukes happen and then everybody loses. But it was funny that he didn't see the same thing sort of applies to like releasing people's personal information. But yeah, I do remember that. I think it'll make them money by creating hype, but of no consequence. It's like just like modern day wrestling. It feels like it. What did he get banned for? What did Destiny get banned for? Nobody knows exactly. That was back when I don't know if Twitch did not give a specific reason. He got his partnership pulled for saying that something about like rednecks mowing down protesters with automatic weapons, implying that should happen. But as far as his ban from Twitch, it's a little bit unclear. People think it might be because he called trans people subhuman. I haven't seen that clip though. Oh wait, no, I have. It happened on my stream. He called Demon Mama subhuman. I guess that's not calling trans people subhuman, but yeah, like, and you know what his explanation was? So chat, this is like early in my career. Remember I was talking about how I had a panel show. I brought Demon Mama on. So one week, Destiny actually knocked on my Discord and wanted to have a conversation. And he wanted to talk to me about Demon Mama. He was big mad at Demon Mama. Demon Mama had beaten him in a debate, and he was coping about it. And he was saying that Demon Mama's dangerous because she can get people canceled, and she can tell his sponsors that he's transphobic, even though he's not transphobic. And he then calls her subhuman. And I'm just like, of all the insults that you can hurl at somebody, what fucking Nazi toy box did you get that one out of, right? Like, where did you get that, right? And he explains to me that he's like, well, you know, you're not allowed to make fun of somebody for being gay anymore. You're not allowed to make fun of somebody for being fat. You can't make fun of somebody for being trans. So he said, I just use subhuman because it's like a coverall. It's not calling any specific group out. He literally thought that subhuman was like the woke insult to use because it's not specifically naming a certain group. It doesn't apply to like, you know, one group. It's such rotten logic. It's such rotten logic. And I'm just like, kind of like, does he know that this is like this is the Nazi, you're pulling that out of the Nazi utility belt. Davy Cliff says, I've never known a black person or been in close proximity to one. Ethan Klein, when he proceeds to say the iDubbbz word? Is that what? Oh my god, chat, I wasn't around for this old school stuff. They came to shave the rooster? Wait, what? Is that a song lyric? Ooh, Davy Cliff. I think leftists should colonize Kick. That... It's not easy. But it might be possible. It might be possible. I mean, there's some... So, if you don't know, and I'm not saying anything for sure. This is all allegedly, right? But some of the ownership of Kick, I guess, has a connection to like a gambling company called Stake.com. Stake.com used to advertise on Twitch. They used to give, I think, I could be wrong, they used to give Twitch streamers like free money to use to go and gamble. They'd do this on stream, and this would kind of encourage their following to maybe try it out themselves, right? So the Stake made money because their followers would come over and gamble on Stake, right? This got banned a long time ago. Trainwrecks left the platform, and he and other people started Kick.com. So now here's the difference, right? I told you about the payouts, right? Like you know, when you donate to me on YouTube, or you become a member or anything like that, YouTube keeps 30% of that, and they give me 70% of that, which is better than Twitch, which is like 55, 45, I think. It's different if you carry more subs, right? If you're between 100 subs and 300, it's 65. If you're over 300 subs, then it's like 70. It's the same deal as Twitch, but if Kick, they have, you know, subs, they have donations, they have the same stuff, but Kick lets the content creators keep 95% of what's given, right? So that's what's sort of attracting people there. Also, some of the bigger creators, they get paid a flat fee. They get paid like a salary. They get a lump sum to come over to Kick. So there's a lot of money that Kick is giving out, but the thought is that it's like a loss leader for the gambling stuff. So that's why some people don't like Kick. Also, you know, a lot of bad stuff has happened there. The owners are supposedly pretty far right. That again, Allison changed from a million years ago, the 90s. But yeah, thank you, Davicliff, for the $4.99 super chat. And it's an interesting idea. I will say it's an interesting idea. I wonder how that would go. I wonder what the reaction would be. It's hard to know. Okay, so yeah, like I said, we're gonna cover Trump on Patrick Bet-David. We're gonna cover Destiny's podcast, right, where he lets us know his evil plan. And then we're gonna cover Ethan's new video. Did you know that Ethan has a new video? Ethan's got a new video, and guess what? Comments are disabled. Comments are disabled because he doesn't want to mess with the toxicity. In other words, he knows he'd get roasted. He knows he'd get cooked. He would get that. Like, I think he's even said something about, like, you know, if the comments are turned off, that's how you know it's a bad person or something. Stake is the majority shareholder of Kick, says Will Florida. Yeah. I can neither confirm nor deny it. I definitely don't want to meet their law team, so they donate to streamers for baiting mine. Oh my god, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, right? Some really awful stuff has happened on Kick. Some really awful stuff. But yeah, we got to get going. I've been edging you for long enough, I think. What do you think, chat? Have I been edging you for too long? All right, here we go. High risk, high reward, high on life. Let's spin that wheel, chat. Are you ready? The innuendos are flying today. I mean, like that's a classic one. Oh my god, chat. I didn't mean to get started this late. This is a late start even for me. Apologies, chat. I'm gonna try to be my start time is supposed to be 1 o'clock Pacific. 3 what's that for? I guess that's for Eastern. This music goes hard. But I go harder. Let's go. I'm just putting the finishing touches on the short stream here. We're gonna get into some PBD, then we're gonna watch Destiny's podcast, and then we'll finish off with hopefully we get to it. Ethan Klein. Again, chat, why, what, it's not 4 p.m. Eastern? I'm in NYC, it's 10 right now. No, like, that's supposed to be. It's supposed to, like, I mean, I'm late. I mean, I'm late. It's so hard to explain. I just, like, intentions versus reality, you know what I'm saying? That button. All right, so here we go. We're going to take a look at what's going on with Donald Trump on the Patrick Bet David podcast. You remember this guy? This guy had Sam Cedar on. This guy's had like everyone on. The lore behind him is supposedly he was in his words, he was in insurance, but what other people say is that he was doing multi-level marketing. He was kind of a scammer, right? He was very successful as a scammer, and then he used his money and his influence and his clout and everything to make himself a Joe Rogan-like figure on YouTube, to have his own podcast, and just getting way too much respect, way more respect than he deserves for what a silly guy he is. He's a silly, silly man, and you will see that. I will show you what a silly man Patrick Bet David is right after I hit this button. All right, let's see what we got here. There he is. Donald Trump has entered the bank vault. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you more lore on PBD. He does his show from a bank vault, right? He bought like an old bank or a abandoned bank or something, and it's got these vaults, right, where people would put their money in valuables. And so if you go on a show and he likes you, and you're not Sam Cedar, he has you sign on the bank vault, right? You can see who does he like? Sebastian Gorka. That's Gorka right there, signing to the left. Above Trump, we have Kari Lake. I'm trying to see if I can recognize any other names from their signatures. I can't tell, chat. I can't tell, but yeah, there's a lot of MAGA. There's a lot of MAGA here. And here's the MAGA overlord himself, Donald Trump. He's come to sit down and get what he probably thinks is going to be a very low stakes exposure to some more low propensity voters, some more of the young male demographic that he's already got in the bag for him, that he hopes he can spur to come out in mass and push him over the finish line of the election, right? That's his strategy. That's his strategy. Now, like, I wish I could tell you that Kamala's strategy was like much better. Unfortunately, it's not. But it is a shitty strategy. Donald Trump is in his flop era. He is flopping all over the place, and we're gonna see. I've heard there's some interesting exchanges, right? He's just been out of it lately, right? Having a town hall where he gets frustrated with questions and ends up switching to his Spotify playlist, and he just kind of like does his little jerk off the giraffes dance while the music plays. He's answered questions about Google by talking about something completely different, right? There's just a lot of signs that this guy might be experiencing as much or more age-related cognitive decline as Joe Biden. But unlike Joe Biden, he's not in a party, he's in a cult. And there's nobody to push him off. There's nobody to take his keys away. There's nobody to say, hey, for the good of the Republican Party, let's have some guy that's not sundowning right before our eyes. Let's put them on the table. No, Trump owns the Republicans. Trump owns them. So here he is, and with no further ado, I give you Mr. Donald John Trump.
Yes. Thank you very much.
You are a one of one.
Yeah, let's end the show right now.
Okay, so I want to get right into it. I got a lot of questions I want to ask you. Some of it's personal, some of it's business, some of it's politics. But something happened last week. Barack Obama, he's at this event, he's speaking.
Right.
And he's given this message about your economy, how great the economy was. And then at the end of it, he says, you didn't build that economy, I built this. I kind of want to get your reaction on this talk that he's given. Rob, if you can put that up.
And the reason some people think, well, I don't know, I remember that economy when he first came in being pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good, because it was my economy. We had 75 straight months of job growth that I handed over to him. It wasn't something he did. I had spent 8 years cleaning up the mess that the Republicans had left me the last time. So just in case everybody has a hazy memory, he didn't do nothing except those big tax cuts.
So how do you feel about this when you see him saying this last week?
I think he's angry. He pretends not to be, but I think he's an angry guy. He's a nasty guy. He's got a little bit of an edge, and he's angry about a lot of things. You look at what happened with Biden, and you look at what he did with Biden. He really hurt Biden because I'm not sure he wouldn't have imploded anyway. We had the debate, and he was down quite a bit, and they walked out, and they just took it away from him. I mean, if you think about it, they stole the election from a sitting president. That's, I always say coup, but the word coup, I don't think it's accurate enough. They just walked in and took it away from him. That is a...
Biden doesn't know how to do a proper coup. He should take some notes from the master over here, right?
Legendary thing. He didn't want to give up. He's angry now. They're all angry, the Democrats, if you think. She's angry. They're both angry. But
he's not angry. He's not angry. Trump isn't angry.
No, I watched that last week, and I think he spoke down to black men. I thought it was terrible the way he spoke to them.
You think it's effective?
You wouldn't know about that, right, Donald? Speaking down to black people. That's not a thing that you do ever.
He still carries the same stick as he did, maybe 8 years ago or 12 years ago.
No, I don't think it is. No, I don't think he does. I think people have gotten smart. And no, I don't believe he does at all.
I'm sorry, the same stick? Can we be a little bit less phallic, PBD?
I hadn't seen him. He's changed a lot. Visually, he's changed. I like to say visually.
Oh, are you saying that he's getting older and he doesn't look like himself from a few years? Who else matches that description? Jeez.
As opposed to from the look standpoint, because of course looks don't matter anymore in politics. You know, you say looks don't matter. Doesn't make.
Otherwise, you'd be winning, Donald. Otherwise, your beautiful body would be winning the day.
We want to be politically correct, but they do matter. But
but they do matter. They should matter. Like really photogenic, attractive candidates such as Donald Trump, they should be the ones that are chosen, but we're just too politically correct. Everything's woke now. All the sweet baby ink in the video games and the DEI and the DIE, everything's woke now. Everybody wants to be politically correct.
His look has changed actually quite a bit. I haven't seen him in a long time.
And by the way, Rob, I think that's even 4 years ago. I think it's even more than it is
Well,
today.
no, but the statement he just made was a couple of days ago. And that
it was a couple of days ago. And it's similar to the statement he made back in 2012.
Wait. Just sorry. Let's see this again.
The statement he just made.
Okay, now, are we looking at... This looks like 2008, or at the very latest, 2012. And this looks like now? Close to now? Yeah, look, if you look at Barack Obama from 2008 to 2016, his 8-year term as president, he very much aged. And I guess it makes sense. You know, he was in his 40s when he started. This is when, it's when people, their hair starts to go gray, the wrinkles show up. I mean, it's bound to happen.
It was a couple of days ago. And that
it was a couple of days ago. And it's similar to the statement he made back in 2012 when he told business owners, you didn't build that. Remember when he said that? I don't know if you remember that whole comment. I think this is the speech, Rob, if you want to play this.
If you got a business, you didn't build that. Somebody else made that happen.
Yeah, so if you don't know, I think this would have been 2012, right? This is the presidential campaign against Mitt Romney, who famously said, and this is probably what lost Mitt Romney the election, that was it makers and takers? Is that the phrase that he used? He talked about the fact that a certain percentage of the American public did not make enough money to be charged any income taxes, and implied that they were like freeloading on all the rich people that were in his at his event, right? This got leaked and it was bad. It was bad because he's basically calling like half of the country like worthless freeloaders, right? And this is the part of the country that works the hardest, right? If you don't know, your rate of pay will go up with the ease of your work, right? The hardest jobs out there are often the lowest paid jobs out there.
So this becomes
So that pissed a lot of people off, and that lost Mitt Romney the election, and it revealed him as an out-of-touch, rich asshole, much like these two.
A pattern of
communism.
You see a pattern of communism there?
No, I mean, that's basically the view.
It's communist. Clearly, it's clearly Barack Obama, communist.
Do
you think he's going to say Hussein?
Do anything.
Right.
Government did it. Somebody did it, but anybody but us.
Do you think this works with the undecided voter? Do you think the undecided voter that's sitting, our audience, they're entrepreneurs, they're small business owners, they're family, they have kids, they want to win, they got dreams, they want to do something. Do you think a message like that from him lands on the business owner, on the undecided voter, on the person that says, you know what, I think he's right, I'm going to go vote for him? Do you think it works?
I think you don't have that many undecided voters. I think by now you have very strong Trump voters. I don't think you have strong Democrat voters, but I don't think you have strong Kamala voters. What's to vote for? I mean, take a look. She can't do an interview. Has she been in here to do an interview?
No, not yet.
I don't think you'll see her.
She's claiming she's going to go on Rogan.
Well,
this is the guy that canceled 60 Minutes. This is the guy that's canceled like a ton of shit. This is the guy that does not want to exist outside of his safe space. Like, Kamala Harris, say what you want about her. She just went on Fox News. Do you think that Trump's going to show up on MSNBC anytime soon? Do you think that Trump's going to go into any sort of hostile space? It's just not. He's so full of shit.
That'll be interesting. So am I.
I heard.
But
Ice King of Space says they're based like rich assholes. True.
I think I am. I don't know. I think so.
I mean, that's who their real base is capitalists.
But it'll be interesting.
Unfortunately, Kamala's kind of vying for that base as well, with her bringing on Mark Cuban onto the campaign trail.
It'll be interesting to see what happens today with Brett Baer. You know, Brett's two people. He can be very nice, or he can be himself.
He was tough on you.
Okay, so the Fox campaign, the Fox interview hadn't happened yet.
If he's tough on her the way he was tough on you, he was very tough on you.
He was always nasty to me.
Oh yeah, Fox News is really tough on Trump, famously tough on Trump.
I don't think he'll be tough on her.
How about Trump on Don Lemon? Do you think we could get that? Do you think we could get Trump to go on Don Lemon's show?
I don't think he'll be. Fox is a very disappointing thing. During the days, Fox is just terrible. And but
I want to show something with this.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. PBD doesn't have the signature white leather chairs. Wonder why.
Wait. He doesn't have the signature white leather chairs? Is that not what he's sitting on?
Thing. I think the one thing they don't show, you were talking.
Today's Fox is just terrible.
Okay, so he said during the day Fox is just terrible. If you don't know what he's talking about, he's alluding to the fact that Fox tries to establish itself as a real network these days, despite the fact that it was started basically to do Pravda for the Republican Party. Roger Ailes, who was integral in beginning Fox News, worked for Richard Nixon of Watergate fame, right? Back in the day. And Nixon had a problem. He would put out his message and the media would look at it and say, this isn't true. This isn't right. He's trying to put one over on us, right? And he didn't like this. He was like, why can't I go straight to the people? I want to trick the people. I want to lie to the people. The media keeps on getting in my way. What do I do, right? Roger Ailes is like, oh, Mr. Nixon, I got an idea. What if we had GOP TV? We had our own television network and you could go straight to the people. GOP TV would bring you on with no scrutiny and you'd be able to just like deliver your message straight out. You'd have your own television station. And Nixon was like, that's a little too much. Like, it's not going to work, right? That's people will see through it. In other words, that's what Nixon thought. Roger Ailes held on to that idea. And eventually Rupert Murdoch let him make that idea a reality. Fox News is GOP TV. Now, in order to establish their credibility, though, they've got to have sort of two parts to their organization. You've got the news itself, and then you've got the commentary. The commentary happens at night, the Sean Hannitys, the Jesse Waters. It used to be the Tucker Carlsons, the Bill O'Reillys, right? This would happen at night, right? This is the opinion, right? And then you'd have the news during the day. But it was kind of unclear, you know, they didn't say, they didn't give you like a sign saying like, okay, we're going to the opinion segment now. Just understand this before was news, right? We were, reporting the news, maybe with a little bit of a spin to it, but, basically the news. And now is anything but news, right? Now is the propaganda. But yeah, I mean, that's their whole 1-2 punch, right? News and propaganda.
Terrible. And but
I want to show something with this. When you look at this whole Barack Obama thing, I think the one thing they don't show, you were talking yesterday, I think it was the Bloomberg event, which, by the way, I loved. Yeah. I love the way you handled the whole terrorist conversation. That was a great event.
He got cooked. He got cooked so hard. And the only reason that it didn't seem as bad as it was is because he had a very friendly audience, right? So there was a studio audience, or, like there were people in the seats, and they were cheering him on, despite the fact that he couldn't answer a question about Google. They ask him about Google. He starts talking about the Department of Justice not letting him suppress votes in Virginia.
I got hoodwinked to go on that. I was supposed to make
the 24-hour news cycle has ruined us.
In front of the Chicago Economic Club, which is a big deal, which is a very prestigious place, beautiful. Everything was beautiful. And all of a sudden I understand I'm being interviewed by this gentleman. and he's got a reputation for being about. Oh, I'd love to see him do Kamala. He should do Kamala. That would be.
I've never heard him pronounce Kamala's name correctly. This is the first time. That's 2 in a row, too.
Beautiful, but he's a tough cookie, and he's the chairman of Bloomberg. He's a big. So all of a sudden, I'm being interviewed.
You want to hear it again?
He should do Kamala. That would be beautiful.
He said Kamala.
Beautiful, but he's a tough cookie, and he's the chairman of Bloomberg. He's a big. So all of a sudden, I'm being interviewed, and I wasn't happy about it because I found out that he is, his reputation precedes him, and but I decided to do it. You have a choice: walk out and don't do it and have a scandal, or go in and do it and hopefully win, or you go in and do it and you get killed, which is probably the worst. But it was a great interview, actually, and he was nasty, but he wasn't overly nasty to me. I mean, other people thought he was. I thought nastier was David Muir when he kept interrupting me during the debate and saying false things, like when I said crime is way up, and he said, no, crime is down. I said, you're wrong about that. Crime is up. And then 2 days later, it came out that crime is up.
Right.
Bullshit. He's fucking lying. Crime is at historic lows, and it's been on a trend of getting lower and lower, right? But these assholes want to scare you that there's out of control crime and that it's all being caused by immigrants.
I mean, to me, that was much nastier.
Despite the fact that crime rates amongst undocumented people are actually lower than crime rates amongst U.S. citizens.
Than this gentleman, but it was really a study of business. It was a detailed study of business.
You're talking about with the Bloomberg one?
With the Bloomberg,
Right.
And people loved it.
I agree. The tariff one. And the one thing I wanted to show is the following. So you know how you talked about Jerome Powell, what an easy job. You come once a month and he said, we're going to increase the rates.
Greatest job there is.
I think this is the one thing they don't talk about. So
Here we go. So let's take a look here at... Oh my God, it's too quiet.
What about consumers? People out there.
They're going to be the biggest beneficiaries.
Yeah, critics say your tariffs will end up being like a national sales tax.
Nope.
Because
The countries
you
will
add-
pay.
If you have America,
Fuck me.
$3 trillion worth of imports. You're
Why
gonna
do people upload shit like... I'm sorry, I'm like yelling at somebody on Twitter. That's not nice. Nobody yells at people on Twitter. You're supposed to be nice to people on Twitter. Oh my God. All right, let's use the filter.
And they don't have to pay. And the higher the tariff, the more likely it is to have them come into the
the higher
country.
the tariff, the more you're going to put on the value of that piece, those goods. The higher.
Okay, let's try somebody that can get the volume right. Wow, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm too mean for Twitter chat. See if this one is loud enough.
People out there.
They're going to be the biggest beneficiaries.
Yeah, critics say your tariffs will end up being like a national sales tax.
Nope.
Because
The countries
if you
will
add,
pay.
if you have America at the moment has $3 trillion worth of imports, you're going to add tariffs to every single one of them. That is going to push up the cost for all those people who want to buy foreign goods.
Okay, so now this is Bloomberg. This is a bunch of rich assholes, but he's actually right. He's speaking the truth. We're talking about tariffs, Chad. If you don't know what tariffs are, it is a essentially like a tax on goods that are produced for in another country, right? So there's two ways that tariffs can go, right? One way is where the government makes a little bit of money, and that's when the tariff is low. There's a tariff, but it's low. So in other words, the foreign product is still somewhat competitive, maybe not as much competitive, but it's going to still be sold, right? And that is a tariff that the United States can make a little bit of money. Now, not a lot of money, right? Because remember, it's a low tariff, right? The other kind is if you do the kind of tariffs that Donald Trump is talking about. He's talking about like 200%. If you put a 200% tariff on something, you're essentially making it so that it can't be sold. The price for this item will be so high that you won't be able to sell it, which means that it doesn't go into government coffers. It doesn't make the U.S. any money. So either way, the U.S. doesn't really make money That's his one claim. The second claim is that it's going to, help American businesses. Look, tariffs can be useful if there are burgeoning industries, if there are new industries in the United States, and they need help they need a little boost, to compete with foreign competitors, right? But you can't just use them as a policy on everything, or else everything starts to get really expensive. And what does a tariff do again? Well, it increases the price. Who pays the price? The consumer. So essentially, it is identical to putting a sales tax on something. And there aren't many items anymore. Like, take a car, for instance, right? He talks about the auto industry. He talks about American cars. The most American car you're going to get is like 75% American, because cars are maybe assembled in the United States, but they are they are put together from parts, many of which are made elsewhere, right? Take, for instance, those cameras that help you back up, right? Those are almost all foreign made. So if you want a modern car that that does the parking camera, right? You're going to be using foreign parts, and that car under Trump, under his system of tariffs, is going to be more expensive. So he's absolutely full of shit. He's trying to do like we're going to build the wall and make Mexico pay for it thing again, right? Which was also a canard. But in this case, like, he's trying to imply that somehow the people that pay the tariff are the business importing exporting their product into the United States. That's just not true. The price, the higher price of these goods are paid by the consumer. And when the price for the foreign goods go up, that puts upward pressure on the prices for domestic goods. So even if you do have, you can source something completely from the United States, that's going to cost more too. So yeah, he's talking about a batshit policy that is from the 1800s that would essentially equate to a tax, at point of purchase, a sales tax. In other words, the most regressive tax you can have, a tax that mostly impacts the poor and middle class. And everybody knows this.
No, what's going to happen?
That is just simple mathematics, President Trump.
It's not. Yeah, it is, but not the way you figure it. I was always very good at mathematics.
Yes.
Let me tell you, you're saying $3 trillion. Those
That's
companies,
$3 trillion worth of
and they don't have to pay. And if the higher the tariff, the more likely it is to have them come into the country.
The higher the tariff, the more you're going to put on the.
So he's, hypothesizing that maybe eventually a business would move their facilities into the United States rather than and he's saying pay the tariff. Like, this is the part that he's just absolutely wrong on. The companies don't pay the tariffs. You pay the tariffs, I pay the tariffs, right? Tariffs are paid at point of purchase through higher prices.
The value of those goods, the higher people are going to pay in shops.
Ready? The higher the tariff, the more likely it is that the company will come into the United States and build a factory in the United States.
And how long would that take? And what are you going to do for the consumers that are paying out their ass? What are you going to do for the American people that are going to pay an average of $3,000 to $4,000 more per year? You're putting a $4,000 tax on the average American laborer.
Doesn't have to pay the tariff.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99 because increasing tariffs for things like tea has gone so well in American history.
Hell yeah. Yeah, he's basically, this is the King George, economic policy.
In fact, I'll tell you, there's another theory is that the tariff, you make it so high, so horrible, so obnoxious that they'll come right away. When I do the 10%.
But you got to admit that tariff, right? If the result of it is either that the foreign goods don't get sold in the United States or that the factory moves, then you're not going to make money from that. He's trying to say that he's going to replace taxation, replace income tax, which falls heavier on wealthy people and on the owner class, right? He's going to replace that with tariffs, which falls heavier on working people, but in order to fund the government. But if they're moving their factory, then they're not funding the government. Do you see what I mean? Any way you slice this, Donald Trump is the Mad Hatter being like, I will fix your watch. Let me put some butter and some jam in it, and I promise you it'll work much better.
10% is really, first of all, 10% when you collect it is hundreds of billions of dollars. The numbers that you're talking, all reducing our deficit. But really, so there's two ways of looking.
You can't have it both ways, asshole.
You can do it as a money-making
I swear to God, his brain is eaten up by syphilis.
instrument, or you can do it as something to get the companies. Now, if you want the companies to come in, the tariff has to be a lot higher than 10%, because 10% is not enough. Guys, they're not going to do it for 10. But you make a 50% tariff, they're going to come in.
Because it was so peaceful.
God damn.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Chat, I am looking forward to the possibility of not having to hear anything from Donald Trump after the election. I can't guarantee you that that's what's happening. I wish I could.
But now there are freaking communist invading.
I can guarantee you my sub count is going up, but I cannot guarantee you that that you know he's gonna lose. Damn, we're welcome in communist invading radicals. But I'm looking forward to it if it's possible. Like, I don't like how Kamala has run her campaign. I feel like a lot of, you know, she's done a lot of self-harm in terms of her policies and, you know, her decisions to go for trying to get some centrist Republicans rather than doing anything for her base. She's really, you know, fucked herself over in states like Michigan and Pennsylvania when it comes to, you know, a lack of an ability to differentiate herself from Biden on her Israel policy. So there are a lot of things that make me very nervous about this election, but I do think there's a good chance that Trump will lose, and I'm looking forward to never having to see him babble on
Then COVID came, and we had because I tell you what, I did a very good job in COVID. Nobody knew what the hell it was. I call it the China virus because I like.
You call it the China virus because of course you do.
Being a little more accurate.
One of the major problems they put in place is both
Oh, what is this? Oh, this is a libertarian thing. We don't care.
What does the Wall Street Journal know? I'm meeting with them tomorrow. What does the Wall Street Journal know? They've been wrong about everything. So have you, by the way. You've been wrong about
You're trying to turn this. You're trying to turn this.
You've been wrong about
No, you're trying to turn this into debate.
Well, no, he's trying to. Yeah, he's leveraging the fact that he's got a friendly crowd there to the fact that he's talking bullshit economics to somebody who actually knows economics.
Business people.
Now, these aren't good people, right? This is, you know, these are fucking, you know, capitalist assholes, but
you're wrong.
People.
You've been wrong. You've been wrong.
but even they recognize that this guy is doesn't know what he's talking about.
What is the Wall Street Journal?
Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to get to the Google.
When you looked at the Supreme Court, you came up with a list of people
I did.
who you thought of replacing, bringing in as Supreme Court justices.
Yeah.
Would you do that with the Federal Reserve?
Well, I no longer need it. It was a great thing. In fact, a lot of people said I got elected because of that. I was an unknown quantity. I was very known as a business guy, but I wasn't known as a political person or the leader of a country. And people were very worried about, you know, actually they were worried, am I going to be liberal, if you want to know the truth? And somebody said, would you come up with a list of 20 or 25 justices, in this case mostly judges, that you'd put in case it were necessary? Now, it's amazing because I got 3 in 4 years. Most people get...
It's amazing what happens when you steal a Supreme Court seat. It is truly amazing.
None.
But yeah, to all the people that said that having Trump in president for 4 years wouldn't be a big deal, wouldn't cause any permanent, damage to the country. Yeah. This is why Roe versus Wade got taken down, because of this asshole, right? And he did indeed get to name 3 justices. Now, one of those justices was somebody that should have been named by Obama, but the Republicans broke with, convention and refused to refused to hold hearings for that, for Merrick Garland.
You put them in the young. You tend to put them in young. Only stupid people put old. You don't put old in because they're there for 2 years.
Do you see the irony of what he's saying? Do you see the irony? You don't put you put young in. You don't put old in.
For 3 years.
You're a
so you put them in young. So I got.
You're a 78-year-old man, is what the response is.
A lot of judges.
Oh, he's not even going to respond. He's got nothing. He's just hoping he can talk over the guy. I want to show you if I can find the fucking backhandedly calls Nick Fuentes a Fed. Wait, what is that?
And some people went to the Capitol. And a lot of strange things happened there. A lot of strange things with people being waved into the Capitol by police, with people...
So talking about January 6th.
Screaming, go in, with that never got into trouble, I don't want to mention names, but you know who they are. A lot of strange things happened. But you had a peaceful, very peaceful...
It's a funny thing that happens with stuff like January 6th, stuff like the Patriot Front group, the fascist group that masks themselves. Republicans' response to these open displays of fascism is often, these are not right-wingers, these are feds, these are FBI agents, or these are Antifa. And it's funny because they are like the tip of the spear when it comes to, they are the right-wing brown shirts, right? And, it's just kind of this like Spider-Man meme where they're calling each other feds. I'm trying to find I really want to find you that Google question. Okay, Trump, Bloomberg, Google. Also, thank you, Omegastar, for the gifted sub to Ice King of Space. Ice King of Space, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Okay, that's the tariffs thing. Oh, here we go. This is the money right here.
I just haven't gotten over something the Justice Department did yesterday, where Virginia cleaned up its voter rolls and got rid of thousands and thousands of...
Now, Trump fans, explain this to me. All right? Biden couldn't handle the debate. Biden wasn't cogent enough to answer the questions he was asked. Trump just answered a question about breaking up Google with a grievance about not being able to knock voters off the roll in Virginia, about not being able to disenfranchise people in Virginia, right?
The Justice Department.
He's living in his own fucking world.
Sued them that
if Biden's too old to be president, what do you say about this guy?
Be allowed to put those bad votes and illegal votes back in and let the people vote. So I haven't...
let the people vote by denying the people the right to vote, yeah.
I haven't gotten over that. A lot of people have seen that. They can't even believe it.
The question is about Google, President Trump.
Yeah.
And if that hadn't been a friendly crowd that he was in front of there would have been deafening laughter. Anyway, that's that's what they're talking about. The Economic Club of Chicago, hosted by Bloomberg News. This is... should be an embarrassment for Trump. Here, let's roll it back to where they're talking about that.
And I said, you're wrong about that. Crime is up. And then 2 days later, it came out that crime is up.
Right.
I mean, to me, that was much nastier than this gentleman. But It was really a
He's doing the weave.
It was a detailed study of business.
You're talking about with the Bloomberg one?
With the Bloomberg,
Right.
and people loved it.
I agree. The tariff one. And the one thing I wanted to show is the following. So you know how you talked about Jerome Powell, what an easy job. You come once a month and he said, we're going to increase the rates.
Greatest job there is.
I think this is the one thing they don't talk about. So Barack Obama got elected November 4th. Okay, quantitative easing started November 26th.
Right.
And it stayed for 8 years until you got elected.
Right.
So if you look at that low, pretty much 0% interest rate,
Right.
and then you get elected, right? If you go to January 2016, Rob, for the audience to see that, and then from there, one by one, rates are going up, going up, going up, going up, going up, and then Biden comes in, goes back down to zero to try to save the economy, and then the rest is obviously history.
The Federal Reserve operates independently of the president in theory, right? And responds to the needs of the economy. That's at least what's supposed to be going on. But no, according to these guys, it is a deep state conspiracy theory involving the Federal fucking Reserve. Right? Look, Obama, they're really nice to him because they want him to have a good economy. But you come in and they look like, it's literally they're responding to pressures like inflation versus pressures like unemployment. And yeah, after COVID.
Right.
But do you think the average person knows like the impact of going to 0%? How much does that positively help the impact when Fed lowers the rates to 0.5 point?
Yeah, it has a huge impact. The power of the Fed is, I think, pretty strong. Some people disagree with it. They think it's overridden by the interest rate climate. But I think the power of the Fed is very strong. It's an interesting graph, actually.
I mean, look, the idea is supposed to be that the Fed operates on behalf of the country, not on behalf of the president, right? Presidents would like to have low rates. Sometimes that is, going to lend itself towards inflation.
Just shows that the rates didn't help you. When he says it was.
Well, they didn't use them to help me.
Right.
And Powell, I gave him a hard time because he was raising them. And I was never a big fan of his. He was late and he was early. He was too early and too late, But I had the greatest economy in history. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. Despite that, this is another thing I can say, despite the fact that they weren't very high, but they were, reasonably high. And despite the rates not being at zero, I had a pretty good, we had a great run.
Following up on the Barack Obama question, when I think about the 2024 election, I saw some numbers that came out, which I thought was fascinating.
Right.
Rob, if you can pull this up from CNN. So this is CNN reporting on this just 2 days ago. Okay, Barack Obama, when it comes down to black men ages 18 to 44, he was up 81 points in November of 2012. Hillary was up 63 when she went against you.
Yeah.
Biden was up 53. Kamala, who is apparently black, she's up 41. And
what do you mean by apparently?
I mean, that's what they're telling us.
You're saying it so he doesn't have to, I guess.
Supposed to believe she's black.
No,
and,
it's much better that, no. See, I would never say a thing like that, but just...
You have, and you got fucking cooked for it. But now PBD's going to dive on that sword for you, I guess.
Don't explain what you mean. No, I don't want to put you in trouble.
Yeah,
no, he's doing it for you. He's letting you do that. He's letting you do it so it gets said, but you don't have to say it.
I was gonna throw it onto your shoulders. Apparently, well, no, you could explain it because I understand.
I'm very comfortable explaining it because overnight, she's doing a show. She's supposed to be Indian, and then all of a sudden now it's black, but it's not landing with the average American. So if you look at,
you know what's really not landing with the average American is getting weird about Kamala Harris's ethnicity. That's what's not landing, right? Acting like somebody having. Like a mixed background is like this weird thing that we can't possibly understand. That's what's not landing. Like you being a fucking weirdo about that. That's what's not landing.
Black men. That's why she's not doing well.
Well, watch this.
Some people say that.
In 2016, you had 13%
right.
of male black voters 18 to 44.
Right.
In 2020, you had 18%. In 2024, you're at 26%. It's doubled in 8 years. The question I'm asking you is the following. Back in 1960,
Right.
64% of African Americans would vote Democrat.
Right.
The other was pretty much conservative. African Americans have historically been very conservative.
Okay.
Barry Goldwater, the issue happens, 1964.
Right.
It goes from 64% Democrat to 92%. And it's been between 85 to 92% since 1964, right? You've come in and you've shaken things up. Do you think 2024 is going to be one of those moments where African-American men, they're like, listen, I'm sick and tired of Democrats feeling like they own me. I think I'm going to go to the other side. Do you think 2024 could be one of those years that we look back and say they lost the African-American vote?
They really lost it for a while, the Republicans. I mean, it went, and it started, I guess, with Barry Goldwater, if you look at the charts. But I did criminal justice.
Yeah, it started when civil rights was passed and the Republican Party opposed it. It started when the Dixiecrats, the racist element within the Democratic Party, got pissed off and started to leave the party. Ran their own presidential candidate at one point, and the racist Democrats became the anti-busing Republicans. That's what we're talking about. It's a realignment, which Republicans will often. It's funny, right? Because you'll get a lot of Republicans who deny that this ever happened. They'll try to be like, they'll look at like Abraham Lincoln, right? He was signed the Emancipation Proclamation, so therefore Republicans are are like anti-racist or something. And it's like, yo, that was like 1860. That was in the 1860s, right? And they want to pretend, they want to exploit people's ignorance about the realignment. Like people don't kind of take this for granted. But there was a realignment in the 60s after the Democrats passed civil rights, the Voting Rights Act, and a whole bunch of other legislation.
Reform.
And the Republicans took advantage of it, right? Lee Atwater was on fucking video explaining the Southern strategy. This is what they call it, the Republicans' Southern strategy to appeal to racist former Democrats in the South. And those people realigned with the Republican Party.
A big thing. They've been trying to get it. I saw a guy named Van Jones. He's I don't think anybody knows who he is. He's a commentator for CNN. And he came to see me in the White House, and he was crying.
I remember that.
He was crying because I bring these things up because it's a lack of, I don't know, there's something about loyalty. You help somebody with something. He came in with a fairly large group of people. Mm-hmm. Mostly black people, and he was devastated because criminal justice reform wasn't going to happen. Obama
Thomas
didn't do it.
Super chatted $5.91. Lincoln, Wallace, and Grant were the exceptions to the rule even back then.
As far as the Republicans,
and didn't even...
I mean, so the Civil War is around the time. Slightly after the inception of the Republican Party, right? It's breaking away from the Democratic Republican Party of old.
Come close. Bush didn't try. Nobody was going to do it. And I'm the.
But I think what Thomas is pointing out here is the fact that there wasn't a lot of like. We're talking, so the post-Civil War period is called the Reconstruction period. And Reconstruction was a project to try to empower, black people in the South, because obviously, they'd been subject to having their labor, exploited for free as slaves prior to that, and the racism, the hatred of black people was a lot stronger and more outward in the South, right? There was an attempt to, station Union troops in the South and to really bring about like a change, right? This lasted for, a few years and then was quickly given up on. And by the time by the time the turn of the century rolled around, you had white people in the North feeling more sympathy with the losing cause of the South than with black people in the South, right? These are people whose ancestors had fought the South in the Civil War, who are now watching films like Birth of a Nation, admiring the bravery of the KKK, watching films like Gone with the Wind, feeling a romanticism towards the South, right? So yeah, that didn't last very long.
The only one that could have done it. And he was with a group of people that they were begging to do it. They were 5 votes short, and they had to be conservative.
Omega Star, thank you for the gift sub to Valerie the Lovely Italian. Valerie the Lovely Italian, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Because there was nobody else left, right? And I guess you needed the 61 or 60-something, maybe 66, but 61 is a hard vote. And he made a plea to me, Van Jones, total sleazebag. He made a plea to me to help him and help this group of people. And I
don't know where he's going with this, but for the record, I'm not a super fan of Van Jones either. Although I gotta say, he got done dirty by PBD here. He's listed as Vance Jones.
Explained how for years they've been trying to get it, and they've been unable to get it. And I said, well, let's take a look at it. And I studied it for a little while and spoke to them. And I said, you know what? I'm going to help you. It's going to help the black people in particular. And I'm going to get it for you guys. And I called up 5 very conservative senators. And I'll never forget one of the senators who was in charge of it. He was literally leading the charge against it. And I mean, his whole career was this. He was going to stop criminal justice reform. Not because he was, anti-black, just he didn't like it. He didn't want it. And he was in the papers every day. He's fighting it, winning very easily. And I helped him get elected. Without me, he wouldn't have gotten elected. I'll never forget it. I called him up. Now, he's in the heat of passion. He is fighting this all the way. Not something he would ever give up. You couldn't, there's some things you can't. I call him up. He gets on the phone. I didn't say a word. I said, hello. And he goes, I'm giving it to you. I said, what are you giving me? I'm giving you criminal justice reform. That's why you're calling, right? I said, it is why I'm calling. He said, you got me elected. I disagree with you, but I'm giving it to you just like that. I said, that's one of the coolest things I've ever heard, because I also have the opposite, where I got a lot of people elected. When I endorse somebody in history, and I don't want to brag, but in history, you can get another chart on that one. I mean, I'm like 289 and almost nothing for endorsements. And he said, you got me elected. I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for you. And I did, but I got a lot of people elected, and some of them forget. And I said, that's the coolest thing. I said, thank you. I said, do you mind if I call a couple of the... Nope, you do whatever you want. Now, this is a guy who was the leader of the fight. I didn't even ask. He knew what I was calling for, because he knew that I was going to help Van Jones, this Van Jones guy. I was going to help him. And you'll understand why I'm being nasty to him now, because what happened later is disgraceful. So I said, thank you very much, Senator. I'm so happy that I did help you. I think loyalty is a great thing. And that was the end. So I had his vote. I then called 4 other guys, all of whom were against it. And I said, I'd love to have. And they, they don't do it for a lot of presidents, but they do it for me. And I got them 5 votes that they needed, and criminal justice reform passed, right? Then, and I was happy for them. I was happy for everybody. Everybody was happy. They couldn't believe they got it done. And it was something that really the black population wanted far more than anybody else. I've never even heard it mentioned with other people. It was mostly the black population. And they've been fighting it for, like, what, you'd say 40, 50 years, right?
64.
So we
got
got
40, 50 years, yeah.
Yeah. So I got it done. I got something done. I got a lot of things done that nobody else could have gotten done. So what happens is Van Jones and all, they called for a news conference that night. The vote was taken. They got it done. And I said to my wife, come on over here. This is beautiful. This is a beautiful thing to watch. Watch this. This gentleman was in my office a number of weeks ago, and he needed votes, and I got it done. It'll be nice to watch somebody really say something.
See, now here's the deal, all right? The entire media is making a big deal about the movement of a tiny proportion of voters, right? And in some way, it's a movement that's to be expected, right? Having a constituency vote like 90% for one candidate and 100% and 10% for the other, or like 8%, right? That's not normal. That's not usual. But he's not helping himself. Donald Trump cannot help but be a weirdo about things like race. I mentioned before him questioning Kamala's background. There's also the things that he said about having a bigger crowd at January 6th than Martin Luther King, right? In a lot of ways, the natural movement, the natural dispersion of votes between the candidates is probably being held back by how weird Donald Trump is to black people, right? He calls Mark Robinson from North Carolina, the guy that refers to himself as a black Nazi, he called that guy Martin Luther King on steroids. It's not the only weird thing he said about Martin Luther King, too. He said that he had a bigger crowd at January 6th than Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. So,
something nice about your husband. I said that to Melania, and I said, watch this. And they got up and they spoke, but Van Jones got up. And it was a little, I don't get too embarrassed. He got up, he thanked this one, he thanked that one, he thanked this one, that one, that one. The only one
That being said, the Democrats do have a nasty habit of taking constituencies that they assume are voting overwhelmingly for them for granted. And that's not good, because the Republicans are really good at picking up on people that the Democrats leave behind. Naomi Klein, I'm not going to bore you with books too much, right? But Naomi Klein's book, Doppelganger, actually goes over this as being a strategy of Steve Bannon himself, right? That they look for groups that the Democratic Party has thrown under the bus, and they try to, do outreach. And whether or not they really have anything to offer, whether or not they, they want to do anything that's actually going to benefit this group, they're able to capitalize on the Democrats' just, tendency to take groups for granted and to throw people under the bus when it's politically expedient. A lot of times the Democrats' moves that they make for political expediency do not end up being, in the long run, politically expedient. And they are their own worst enemies.
I didn't think was Donald Trump. And I look at that sleazebag now and I say, he's got bad way. I looked at him. Then I saw him last night, and he was on CNN, which is dying, by the way, in the ratings, because they have people like him on. And I watched him last night say how he hopes I'll be defeated. And we should defeat him. We have to fight him. He should be allowed to be. And I said,
yeah, Van Jones is kind of all over the map. I'm trying to remember when it was. There was a moment where, was it after the attempted assassination, where Van Jones was kind of just glazing Donald Trump up?
Normally I'd say I wish I had that vote back, but I did the right thing. But
why do I think he praised you? Why do I think he got emotional crying?
No.
Giving you credit about what you did?
I don't know. All I can tell you is he was crying in my office. That's probably what you heard. Before he got it, he was crying. He was literally, they went over to him with handkerchiefs. He was crying. Tears were pouring down his eyes before. But after, he wasn't crying, not that I know. But so he didn't mention me the night of the news conference. He was leading the news conference. And I don't need it. I get mentioned plenty of times, et cetera, et cetera. But I watched last night. It's a good place to say this, actually. It's better than writing out a truth, whatever. But I watched last night, and I watched him talk about how I must be defeated. You know, I'm a bad guy or something. And
Van Jones is saying this.
Yeah. He said it last night. I saw him last night. I don't watch CNN. Honestly, I don't watch it. But I happen to be, you know, I'm passing it, and I see him on, and I watched him talking about essentially negative about me. You know, what difference does it make? Nobody cares what they do. They have they've been fighting me for years.
Right, now, this is an interesting thing about Donald Trump. He spends an excessive amount of time watching television coverage of himself. In many ways, he was the narcissist in chief. And just imagine that, right? Instead of a president executing the job that he is elected to do, he's watching Fox News. He's watching to hear his name. There's stories about Donald Trump receiving foreign policy briefings, which apparently were too boring for him to pay attention to, and that his briefers developed a strategy of putting his name in the foreign policy briefs in order to get him to read them. Like, that's the only way that they could get him to look at the stuff that the president of the United States is supposed to do, right? He had no interest in it. He had all the interest in navel gazing. He had all the interest in narcissism. He had all the interest in hearing his own name on the news, right? You can't have a president that spends like 90% of his time watching cable news to, you know, both try to manage his enemies, his image, to try to, you know, figure out who his friends and his enemies are, strike back at his enemies, reward his friends. Like, I mean, this is what he did while he was president. He fucking watched TV.
And, you know,
and he played golf.
President.
The same thing that he bitched about Obama doing.
I did much better the second time than I did the first, and now I'm doing it the third time. And if the election's not rigged, we're going to win. If it is rigged, I guess that's a different story, but we'll find out.
So in other words, he won't accept any result where he loses.
Soon. But I watched this guy last night against me, even if he was a little against me, but he wasn't. He was like, you know, we have to defeat Trump. We have to defeat him. And I've watched him a little bit over the years, and every time I watch him, I say, what a sleazebag he is, you know, what a bad guy. But I did it for black people. I did it for, it was purely the only people that told me about criminal justice reform were African Americans. That's all. And I did it for them.
And he just can't help but be weird about black people.
I also did historically black colleges and universities, and I got them financing. I would see the heads of colleges come down after 2 years. They would come to Washington, like 45, 50 people, a group. They'd always come in, a big group. And I got to know them a little bit because they had to come through my office to get funding. And after the second time, I said to him, why do you keep coming down here for funding? Don't they give you? He said, no, they make us feel like beggars. That was the term. And a couple of them I got really frustrated. Some of them I still see a little bit. And I said, what does that mean? He said, every year we come down for funding for the black colleges and universities. And they play a great role, a very important role, in my opinion. So I said, so you mean every year you come down? We do. We come down together, and we go and see senators and congressmen, and we try seeing a president. But I got to know him, and I said, you know, this is no way to live where you come down. And I ended up getting them more money than they even wanted. And I got it done, and I got it long term. And I said, fellas, I just got this done for you, and I want to tell you a little secret. I'm unhappy about it. They said, why? I said, because I'll probably never see you again. You'll never come down to Washington to see me. And I meant it actually in a friendly way, because I got used to seeing them. They were always coming down looking for money. I took care of their needs long term, more money than they wanted. I said, you're going to need more money than that. And I got it for them. And I think that's why black men really like me. And I think black women do too. But they have a woman who is black, although you would say she's Indian, but she is black. But she really, a lot of people didn't know, which is true. But
I learned about it just a couple months ago. Maybe, you know, the fact
that she's black,
Yeah.
or that she's Indian.
The fact that she's black. I thought she was Indian until a couple months ago. Things change. I mean,
a lot of people. Well,
because if you follow baseball, Sammy Sosa kind of, you know.
They're acting like the idea that somebody having, like, you know, like having a mixed background is like the weirdest thing in the world, right? This is...
You sometimes have to respect people. They
Sammy.
change. Right. So I thought maybe she was doing a Sammy Sosa the other way.
Yeah,
around.
Sammy's changed.
Right.
She's not doing anything. She's just herself. She's got, you know, her father is from Jamaica. Her mother is Indian. That's all it is. That's all. It's as simple as that. You don't have to be a fucking weirdo about this.
If you remember Sammy Sosa,
he could hit the ball.
He could hit the ball 66 home runs.
Seriously, he was.
But I want to show you this. And by the way, the only reason I want to show you this is because I think Van Jones is scared of giving you credit. This is what Van Jones said after what you did. And it was the most uncomfortable moment on CNN because he had to thank you. If you can play this clip, Rob, I think this is the clip. Go for it.
How significant do you think this is? By the way, one of your partners in working on this was Jared Kushner.
Jared Kushner, who's
this is how many years ago? This is
the date on this 5 years ago, December 18th, 2018.
Okay, play the clip.
So you just got that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so this is 6 years ago. If you can play this clip.
father went to prison and who fought on this as hard as that. This is history. This is history. Right now, you're witnessing history on the floor of the U.S. Senate. There's a Christmas miracle underway where, for the first time in a generation, Republicans and Democrats are arm in arm tonight saying, we are sending too many people to prison. They're coming out bitter and not better. We want to make a tremendous difference. I want to say Hakeem Jeffries on the left, Jared Kushner, and Donald Trump on the right have brought together a coalition like I've never seen.
He gave you credit.
Literally. But now there are freaking communist invading radicals. The National Association of Manufacturers, Fox News,
I never saw
and
that
Sean
one.
Yeah, I'm glad you've seen it because to me,
Nancy
you see, when I think about him, obviously, you know, his history. He was close to Obama, communist, all that stuff. You had to kind of drop. But at the same time, they don't want him saying something like this. I want to give Hakeem Jeffries, Jared, and you to give that credit. This is the part where even Dems are sitting there saying, how the hell do we argue against the fact that a Republican president that we're not supposed to like did this? Cut him off. Just give him 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Let's go to the next topic to bash him again. But it was kind of great to see Van Jones saying this about you.
It was, but again, right after that, it was over.
He has to go back.
So
he has to go back to say things
and
about you.
A real man would not have done that. And I'm glad I saw that. But it really doesn't mean anything because he said it, and then after that, he took it back.
I want to show you something, and this kind of goes maybe to the next point. So yesterday, a new Gallup poll came out. Okay, if you look at this Gallup poll, this is literally from yesterday.
Okay, let me take a look here at some of these clips. I don't want to get too caught up in there's a whole interview here, and he cuts out some of the good stuff. Let's see what.
State of the United States.
What's that? Oh my God! What the fuck?
The conversation shift.
No. Sorry, I'm. Podcast summaries. Okay, this is not what I'm looking for here.
Americans' trust in mass media from 72 to 2024. It officially hit the lowest in the history. We're talking ever. Not one of the lowest. This is the lowest ever in the history of America. Americans don't trust mass media anymore. And even recently, I don't know if you saw the numbers that came out 2 weeks ago. I'm sure you follow some of this stuff. Every one of the guys at CNN, MSNBC, they're all getting a lower salary when they're renewing their contract.
Right,
they're not getting paid the kind of money.
I gotta be real with you. He is being purposely obtuse to the effect of technology on the media, right? We're talking about legacy media. We're talking about cable news. If you don't know, cable news is watched, you know, possibly by your mom, possibly by your dad, possibly by your grandparents, your aunts and uncles, right? It is a thing that, like, that's how people got news back in the day, and less people are doing that. Less and less people have cable. More and more people are you know, cutting the cord, and you know, they get their news online. So yeah, CNN is gonna, you know, I mean, like, to the extent that they can move their operations online, you know, they can sort of stay relevant to some degree. But there's less money in cable news. That is, wow, what a discovery you've made, PBD.
That we're making.
Yeah.
And by the way, you may not like me saying this to you, but I think I kind of want to see your reaction to this. I know a lot of people will say, well, you know, he has XYZ amount of felonies charged, 91, 53 were dismissed, 32 is this, and 12 are the ones that are remaining. I think the only one that Letitia James, Jack Smith, and maybe even Fannie, if they wanted to, you know, claim that you did commit a crime, is you kind of did kill mainstream media, if you think about it.
I did.
And that could be a crime for those guys.
I'm very proud of it.
And I want to show you this clip because this is the first time ever the phrase fake news was ever used. And from this moment on is...
Oh my God, these guys are so full of shit. These guys are so full of shit. The reason that fake news came up was because there was a phenomenon on Facebook of people literally making fake news articles, of people literally producing like fake stuff. And yeah, tricking your mom, your dad, your grandpa, your grandma, your aunt, your uncle, tricking Facebook boomers into thinking it was real. People are like, no, I saw it. It was on Facebook. And they didn't get like that fake news was a thing. Fake news was a thing. And then this shithead came along and was like, oh yeah, the fake news media. It's the media that, like, the problem was people were getting articles, people were getting stuff on Facebook that wasn't even from the media, that was literally made up, that was literally a lie. Right, and he takes it and turns it into like, well, I guess you can't trust the refs anymore. So, because he's been a con man all his fucking life. This is all that Donald Trump's ever done is lie to people, trick people, get people's confidence, and then rip them the fuck off. And that's what he's doing to the American people right now.
When the decline started, Rob, if you can go on and play this clip.
Since you're attacking us, can you give us a question?
I love how low information PBD is. And this is why I love watching this guy, right? Is that he's got a huge platform. He's got a decent amount of clout, and he's just not that smart. And it comes through a lot, right? Like there's a lot of shit that PBD just doesn't quite understand, right? Including like the origin of the term fake news.
No, Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization
You are attacking our news organization.
Your organization.
Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can you state, Mr. President-elect,
go ahead.
can you state categorically,
she's asking a question. Don't
Mr.
be rude.
President-elect, can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
You're attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you give us a question?
I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect...
I love how they're flexing Donald Trump's inability to answer a question. We heard before where he's asked about Google and he pivots to something else. Like he did this to not the Nelk boys, who was it? He did this to Flagrant too, right? He would not stay on topic. There are, questions he doesn't want to answer. People always say that Kamala does this, but Trump has made a fucking career of it.
That's not appropriate.
Yeah, you're asking me a hard question. I'm going to ignore you.
So, if you can,
but isn't that disgusting? Think of it, and that was,
isn't that disgusting? Yes, a president too afraid to answer a question from the media because he's been fucking busted as a liar, which he was time after time after time.
Never happened to a Democrat, but isn't that disgusting? He's a lowlife, the guy, and as you know, but and he has his own show. He gets no ratings at all. Nobody on CNN gets ratings. But isn't that a disgusting? I'm just watching that, and isn't it a shame that people can behave that way against the president?
Isn't it a shame that the media can ask tough questions of the president? Isn't it great that I can come on Patrick Bet David and be assured that I won't get asked anything like that?
And I think.
I mean, this is Nixon's dream, right? I was telling you before about like how Fox News is created from a template that was hatched under Richard Nixon, with Roger Ailes, the head of Fox News, before he had his sexual harassment scandal, was working in the Nixon White House. The Nixon White House was trying to figure out how they could bypass the media, because the media would ask them tough questions. The media would destroy their narratives. The media would hold them up to scrutiny, and they wanted to go right to the American people and be able to just fucking lie. And Roger Ailes came up with the idea we should have our own network, GOP TV. Nixon didn't think that would work. Nixon thought that was too much. Nixon thought that would be seen as propaganda, which it would have been, right? But then Roger Ailes years later gets a chance to, create Fox News, and there you have essentially that fulfillment of the dream. Richard Nixon is rolling around in his grave right now, jealous of Donald Trump, because Trump is fulfilling his dream. Trump is able to exist in a fact-free zone, is able to pick and choose the media that he will engage with, and doesn't even have the scrutiny for doing that. Kamala Harris, when she doesn't do enough interviews, gets all kinds of shit. Donald Trump has been doing this the whole fucking time. Refuses to answer a question.
I think I'm responsible for those numbers up there where they went down. And frankly, I'm proud of it because I also am responsible for the term fake news. And that's a great...
You're not. You commandeered that term. That was a term to refer to Facebook articles that were passing as like actual news, but were in fact like just literally lies. Like, no, I'm not saying that they were spin, because we talk about fake, we talk about lies, we talk about like misleading media, and there is a lot of that. Every media source is going to have a perspective, and they're going to try to have a certain degree of spin, but we're not talking about any of that.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
We're not talking about deceptive framing. When we're talking about fake news, we're talking about literal articles about things that didn't fucking happen, right? That's what fake news was, and we honestly need to have a word for that because that shit is still with us to a large degree. Just look at Twitter. But no, he comes along and commandeers it and just turns it into like, it's almost like the toxic masculinity discourse, right? Toxic masculinity, if you don't know, doesn't describe all masculinity. It describes like a certain tendency that's culturally encouraged, like a certain pattern of behavior, but it's not saying that masculinity is toxic, right? Despite the fact that people that don't like that term will tell you that's what it means. In the same way, fake news was not supposed to mean the news is fake, but it becomes a super convenient narrative for this guy when he doesn't want to be subjected to scrutiny. And so he commandeers that and takes that, don't listen to them, they're the fake news. Like the people that are catching you on your lies, the people that are debunking it, the people that are showing the fucking receipts, they are fake news. So don't worry, you don't have to listen to them. Instead, you can look at QAnon bullshit, right? Because that's not fake news. You can dream of pizza parlors underground that are harvesting adrenochrome from babies, right? That's not fake news. Our relationship to the truth has suffered under 4 years of Donald Trump and continues to suffer with the Trumpification of the Republican Party. And until somebody on that side is going to come up and point out the fact that this emperor is in fact naked and that his wrinkly balls are hanging down, we're going to continue to suffer that tortured relationship with the truth. The truth is a distant memory at this point, right?
Strong enough. I think it's corrupt news is a better term, but it doesn't play as well. But they're corrupt people.
Yeah, this guy is the swamp. He came in to drain the swamp. He had 4 years. He didn't do shit because he is the corrupter. He said this in the Republican debate. If people had actually listened, right, he bragged about the fact that he had been the one to make no donations to politicians to get them on his side. When they tried to get him on the fact that he was a Hillary Clinton supporter, and why should a Hillary Clinton supporter be running for president as a Republican, he was like, oh yeah, because I corrupt both sides. That's what I do. That's what everybody does. And the only way that you're going to get out of that is what, to elect me as president? I mean, it's twisted. It's fucking twisted.
And disgusting people. But he is He wasn't as bad as some. I mean, in a certain way, he was louder, but he wasn't as smart as some. I mean, some are much smarter. He's not as smart.
Did you think you were going to say fake news, or was it just kind of came out and then it's
okay? Yeah, brilliant Trump for coming up with fake news. Anyway, there's one more thing I want to check out with you, and then we're going to get to the main topic of the stream.
Why wouldn't they want to have a strong border? I don't understand them because, usually like in business, you'll understand why somebody wants something. Why wouldn't they want to have a strong border? Why
wouldn't you want to spend exorbitant amounts of money to hermetically seal the border with a giant border wall, a la the Soviet, a la the Berlin Wall, right? With your papers, please procedure, rather than actually creating a meaningful pathway to citizenship, right? That's what he's asking. That's what he's asking.
Why do they want to have men playing in women's sports? I watched the Olympics and two people transition.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.
Here we go again.
I miss the Lyndon LaRouche types of conspiracies. The modern ones have lost the fun.
You're right. Lyndon LaRouche is a lot more fun than this guy. And look, I don't know. Can we get back to the Lyndon LaRouche conspiracies after? I mean, trust chat. Lyndon LaRouche was his own kind of scumbag. Lyndon LaRouche is, kind of a fascist that plays at being a iconoclast, anti-establishment type, right? But yeah, more interesting than the Trump ones, and it's a lot more intelligent than Donald Trump. That's the other thing is, like, when I say he's a naked emperor, that's part of what I'm saying. He's not a smart man, and our politics has gotten a lot stupider since he's been involved in it.
Into womanhood. Two people. They went from man to woman.
He's just lying. This didn't happen. Trans people, for the record, have been, allowed to participate in the Olympics for 20 years now, to very minimal effect. In fact, there have been, I don't believe, any gold medals won by trans athletes, right? So it's been, they've been allowed to participate. Their participation has not affected the outcome of the Olympics at all. But what he's talking about is not even trans people. Right? What he's talking about is cis people who,
and they were into boxing, and they beat the hell out of everyone. They won the gold medal. Weightlifting records that held for.
So now it's not even about like trans people, right? It's about if you're cis, you got to worry. Are you going to be transvestigated? Are they going to want to come and do a karyotype test on you and try to disqualify you for participating in the sport that you've trained all your fucking life for, right?
18 years, a quarter of an ounce on each side. You've seen me do it probably because it's so cool. I mean, weightlifting is so easy to, it's so descriptive, right? How can you be better than that? Like golf is a little bit harder because you have to sink putts. That's different. Women can putt, but they can't lift, 450 pounds over their head. And the weightlifting record that stood for 18, 19 years gets broken by 100 pounds. They put like a little, they take this top of this pen. See that pen? That thing weighs like an eighth of an ounce. And they'd put one over here and one over.
What is he talking about?
For 18 years, and the guy comes along. It's crazy.
I mean, the border could make sense, though. If you were to say, like, why would they want the border to be
why
open?
Do they
there
want
could
an
be
open
argument
border?
To be made there.
Well, why do they want an open border with no check-in? In other words...
No, I mean, here's the deal. Like, immigration doesn't happen for no reason. When you're talking about immigration, or you're talking about mass immigration, you're talking about a whole bunch of people picking up their fucking roots and leaving their home to move to another country. Now, that doesn't happen if there's not something massively wrong in the country that they're living in. Take, for instance, a place where a lot of recent immigrants, have come from, Venezuela, right? Venezuela was afflicted by sanctions decreed by Donald Trump. So the immigration that he's complaining about, he is in a large degree responsible for. His foreign policy towards Venezuela resulted in these waves of immigration, and then he gets to use it as a fucking issue to be like, they're bringing in the Venezuelans, right? And rather than actually doing something meaningful, which is, you know, like passing an immigration reform bill where there's actually a pathway to immigration, where immigration actually makes sense, they just want to build a wall. They just want to fucking they just want to waste a whole bunch of money on a meaningless fucking wall.
There's nobody vetted, nobody checked. And as you heard 2 weeks ago, the Border Patrol put out the numbers. They weren't supposed to, but they did because they had to. Because they had to inherently, you know, they endorsed me.
I saw that.
They
Powerful.
endorsed me. 100% unanimous, like a massive, they said he's the greatest in the history of, I had the best border in the history of the country. I had the best economy in the history of the country. But
oh my God, nobody's going to check him. He's so full of shit. I had the best economy in the history of the country. Obama's economy was better than his. Like straight up. Now PBD PBD might be able to try to put some spin on that and be like, well, what about quantitative easing?
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. Women were actually way better at powerlifting pound for pound due to the fact they can arch their back so much better than men.
Yeah, good point, Davy Cliff. I won't explain refugees. Refugees. When he talks about refugees, the word asylum comes up, and he immediately connects asylum with Hannibal. Who do we know that's from an asylum? Hannibal Lecter, right? Asylum, if you don't know, is when you're a refugee from a country that's politically destabilized, which is dangerous, right? And you're seeking asylum. You're seeking safety. And that is a human right. That is what countries are supposed to do for each other. When people are in danger in their own countries, you're supposed to let people in under asylum. And Donald Trump turns this into somehow being about Hannibal Lecter. Davy Cliff says women were actually way better at powerlifting pound for pound due to the fact that they can arch their back so much better than men. Yeah, in terms of the pounds lifted versus the pounds of the athlete.
These stats. So yesterday, a young woman's playing volleyball. You saw that shot? And he got hit by a hard shot by a man who transitioned.
There's been many of those. If there was a new one yesterday.
She got hit in the head. She didn't know where she was.
Right.
Yeah, it's happening all the fucking time, except it's fucking not. And except that these guys will call they're now like talking about cis women as being trans because of suspected anomalies in their hormone levels or their karyotype, right?
She said, "I've never seen a ball travel at that speed before." But here's why do they want that? I don't understand that. Usually,
it's wild how much we're mixing.
Understand, like somebody.
This is the weave, I guess. He can't just talk about like one thing. He's got to talk about immigration and trans athletes.
You try and figure it out. And you could go through a lot of things. Why do they want transgender? Why do they want to take somebody's child? A boy.
Is he going to do the thing where you send your child away to school, a boy, and he comes back a girl? They're doing. Look, I forget which late night host it was that made this joke, but like they won't let your kid go to the planetarium without a signed permission slip from the parents. What makes you think that they would do like bottom surgery? What makes you think that they do like gender confirming surgery on your kid just like on a whim, right? It's like he's just fucking lying. He's just fucking lying. Like the nugget of truth that's there is like schools that have rules where like, I don't know, if a child confides in the teacher, hey teacher, I think I'm trans, but my parents aren't okay with it. Then the teacher doesn't have to be like, hey, parents, by the way, your kid told me that they're trans. Go ahead and fucking punish them or kick them out or abuse them, right? Because you're a piece of shit, right? You're a piece of shit bigot that won't accept your trans kid, right? That's the nugget of truth that's there. And they're turning this into, they're doing surgeries on the children and they go to school and they come home and they've got, like.
And make the boy into a girl.
There we go. He's so full of shit.
And not tell the parents.
You have to figure it out yourself.
I mean, they do this. And at first,
No, they don't do that. They don't fucking do that. God, if they did that, I would have taken advantage of that. But no,
that's just an exaggeration. No, it's not.
it's not. It's a straight up lie. That's right. It's not an exaggeration. It's more than an exaggeration. It is a fucking untruth.
State of California.
Why do they want to? Yeah. Well, look at California. Gavin Newsom, who's one of the worst governors, but
he is a bad governor. He is a bad governor, right? There's a homelessness crisis, and his solution is to push to further marginalize homeless people, right? Yeah, he is a piece of shit. He is a new scum. He absolutely is. Just not for the reasons that this piece of shit thinks. Gavin Newsom is too conservative. Gavin Newsom is a new breed of coastal right-wing Democrat. He's the Anna Kasparian effect at work.
A good line of stuff, and he'll tell everyone how well he's done, but it's the first time they've ever lost more people than they gained. You know, they have such an advantage. The beautiful ocean, the beautiful weather, everything is beautiful. And they run it so badly with all of the problems. They run it so...
Look, I'll be honest with you. I don't know what he's talking about, and I don't think he knows what he's talking about. Dude is fucking sundowning. Anyway, that's all the time we have for Donald Trump on the PBD podcast. I'll see if there's anything else on here. I mean, these are two of my favorite guys. These are two of the least intelligent... Like per the amount of respect that they have, per the amount of fans that they have, per the appraisal of the right wing towards these guys' intelligence, they have like the least amount of intelligence. So it's kind of funny. It's very much a naked emperor sort of situation. But we got to get to our own naked emperor today, and that is streamer Destiny. So if you're watching me on Shorts, okay, make sure to leave a like. You can subscribe if you want to have an easy time finding me again. I've got some links for you there on the pinned links to my Twitch channel. If you'd rather watch me on Twitch, you can click there. If you'd rather watch me on the full-scale screen, you can watch me there. We're going to end Shorts. We're going to say goodbye to Shorts for now. So bye-bye, Shorts. But if you'd like to, the stream is not over. The stream is not ending. The stream will continue on Twitch and on YouTube, right? We're also streaming full screen on YouTube. So I've got the links for you there. If you want to click on one of those, I'm going to end the stream. It might kind of raid you into the full-scale stream, so maybe you won't have to do anything. But the easiest way is just to click that. So thank you, everybody. Much love, and you can support me on Patreon. And make sure to like and subscribe. Anyway, I'm going to end this stream, but we're going to keep the other stream going. All right, so here we go. So all of you who came to hear about Ethan Klein and Destiny's attack, not on Hasan Piker, but on Twitch itself, which is honestly wild to me. It's honestly wild to me. You made the right move tonight by clicking on the stream and by sticking around. Yeah, we like to cover some politics before we cover the drama, but we do cover the drama as well, and I'm about to get to that right now. So, like I said, we've got a podcast, Destiny and his landlord friend, Landlord Dan. I have not been a good, I appreciate all the support, everyone. Oh my God, chat, I'm so fucking this up, aren't I? There's things that I need to do that I'm like forgetting to do. They're really important. Really, really, really important. All right, so one thing that I always like to do every stream, usually at the beginning and the end, and I missed doing it at the beginning, so I'm going to do it now, is to shout out my Patreon, right? Patreons help me keep the lights on, and I massively appreciate you all over there, right? There's several tiers that you can get on Patreon, right? The Based Weasel tier is only $3, and you get all of my videos before they come out in a unedited and uncensored version. So all the F words that I say will be intact, and also there's anything that gets cut out of the video when it gets put out is left in for you. So you get that, and you get that earlier, right? There's also the $5 tier, which is the Fancy Weasel tier. And for the Fancy Weasel tier, you get a fancy shout out every single stream. Hopefully 2 shout outs is what I aim for. So let me give my shout outs right now. Temporal Insanity shouts out. Funky Monkey shouts out. Moe Noape shouts out. Just Julie shouts out. Jules K shouts out. JR shouts out. Good for Gabby shouts out. And Fancy shouts out to both Zerazerix and Omega Star. My 2 fancy weasels. So Patreons, thank you so much. I appreciate you helping me make this work. All right, there we is anti-Semitic. So all of a sudden really good audio after really bad audio, meaning I have to turn everything down. The other thing I need to do is get the I need a 40K button. You mean like Ethan's got? So, yeah, I got to check out the poll. So we have bonus content tonight. And it looks like we might actually hit that bonus goal. So how does that work? Well, we got we got the vote, right? That's the first way that it works. You vote for what topic you want me to cover. And whenever I hit 100%, see the donor goal is at 53% right now. I've got to update that, though, because I think it's higher than 53% now. I think a few more people have donated, and I need to get that counted. But if the donor goal gets to 100%, then we do bonus content, right? Which could be AOC versus Fetterman, and also, what is this? Fetterman and Musk. There's some tie-in with Fetterman and Musk that we're going to look at maybe there. We got Hasanabi on Pod Save America. That is Hasan talking to the Pod Johns, specifically John Favreau. A little bit of a debate, a little bit of a difference in opinions, as you can tell, because, PSA is very lib-coded. Hasan is more of a leftist, right? We got Trump burgers, right? There's a restaurant in Texas that's serving up Trump burgers. They don't have a deal with Trump. They don't pay Trump, right? But they're serving. They got a Trump-themed restaurant that's serving up Trump burgers in Texas, apparently. And Korean granddad rides boar. That is an actual Korean granddad, a granddad from Korea, who is best friends with a boar, who lives with a boar, keeps a boar as a pet, and indeed rides this boar through town. I keep on trying to remember. Am I thinking? It reminds me of like Princess Mononoke, kind of. But yeah, those are your options for bonus content, right? Make sure to vote for them if you haven't already. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. Also, the other thing that affects the poll is donations. So when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics tickles your fancy, and I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice and helping the topic that you want to see as bonus content become bonus content. So that it can buff the numbers in the polls. Right now, AOC versus Fetterman is winning, but that could change depending on the donos, depending on what people tell me in chat when they donate. And that goes for whether you're doing a super chat, super sticker, if you're getting a membership for yourself, if you're gifting memberships to other people, right? If you're signing up for the Patreon. Oh wait, is Gabby in chat? I told Gabby we would add we're gonna add Gabby's sign up for Patreon to the next dono goal, but I want to make sure that Gabby's actually in here to be able to see the bonus content. So we might have to hold off on that. Yeah, the hardest thing is to implement I want to implement the Patreon signups, but I want to make sure to implement it right, where the people signing up for Patreon are actually benefiting and from their signups for Patreon. So this broad is like Pavarotti with the F. I kind of am, yeah, like Pavarotti with the F word, right? But that being said, I feel like we've had a lot of super chats tonight, and I'm not sure how much I have kept up with them. Let me just do some quick math. 20, 30, 40, 45, 40, 45, 50, 55, and then... Oh god, and there's the ad break now for Twitch. Damn. Okay, so it's at 55 plus 6 plus 12 plus 18 plus 21. 55 plus 21 is 66. Yo, look at that. We're 2/3 of the way to the dono goal. So yeah, well within striking range of hitting that dono goal tonight. And again, if we do, like, I'm not gonna, like, I don't know, I don't want to, like I'll try to find a stopping point, right? If we hit the bonus content, I'll try to find a stopping point when we get to 100 and just switch over to whatever ends up getting chosen as bonus content. Again, right now it looks like AOC versus Fetterman, but that could change. Make sure to let me know in the chat when you donate which of these topics you want to see. You can also, so I said it provides a buff, right? So if you say AOC versus Fetterman, right, you know, and you did a Twitch sub, I would add 6% to AOC versus Fetterman. There's also a debuff, right? If you want the votes to count for more and the donos to count for less, right? You can say Vox Populi, and then you're kind of doing a debuff on the donos, right? So that's perfectly legitimate too. You can say Vox Populi if that is the case. I hope that all makes sense to you, because I want to get on with the content, and I'm sure you want me to get on with the content as well. We got the content right here. This is Destiny on the left. This is Landlord Dan, Hark Dan, former Twitch partner, doesn't really do Twitch anymore, just does shit with Destiny now. And they are going to watch some of Ethan's stream about Hasan, and you know, they're going to give their opinion on Hasan, on Asmongold. They're going to be talking about Israel-Palestine. Obviously, Destiny has a more right-wing viewpoint even than Ethan. Like, Ethan is, you know, kind of dyed-in-the-wool, you know, pro-Israel, but maybe thinks that the current right-wing government in Israel in some ways goes too far, as opposed to Destiny, who is, you know, pretty much you know, at the very beginning of this conflict, he gave a very similar take as far as genocide and Palestinians to what Asmongold said. So, you know, that's you know, he's sort of an endorser of that, or at least that was his first take on this. Forgot to say it before, but I vote Fallout. Gotcha. Okay, so Fallout New Vegas. We need to get back to Fallout. I also need to play that Metaphor Refantasio. I've got it downloaded and I've got it installed on my computer. So we'll do Refantasio. We should do like a gaming day or so. So we got to figure out something, because yeah, we've got a lot of gaming frogs that I am starving right now, but there's just too much damn content at the moment. Hopefully, we'll find some time for that soon. All right, so with the poll updated, yeah, 66%. And if anybody who's donated, feel free to let me know in the chat which of these topics tickle your fancy, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, or to Vox Populi to reinforce the opinions of the voters. So yeah, vote if you haven't already. Like the stream if you haven't already. We are ready to go. Let's do this main topic. We're gonna watch this if we have time, chat. There's also an Ethan Klein video. Ethan Klein has put up a video attacking Frogan once again on his main not on his main channel, not on the H3 channel, but on the Ethan Klein channel. Megastar says, mine goes all to AOC versus Fetterman. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes I don't see stuff, so I always appreciate you reminding me if I miss it. So I'm going to put all of Omega Star's gift subs on AOC versus Fetterman.
An entire podcast dedicated to like how...
Okay, you know what? I'm scared of his music. I've been getting copyright claims for music, so... Let's try to start him off here.
Point of view, no. You would have to say, like, with respect.
It is that simple. No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't.
Our culture now is, they say we
go because you can break.
I don't support the
ways of. All right. So the hard part to say out loud is that someone else was saying this, is they say we would agree that, like, a bad culture was American culture early on when we had slaves, that our culture now is superior to the culture that we had at the start of America, correct?
Sure. Okay, so then let's zoom out, and let's think about.
Okay, so now I want to point out what you get when you give your brain away to pseudo-intellectual fuckwads like Destiny and Harkdan, all right? You get people that don't know the difference between culture and like that want to just conflate all these things like as culture. Like, for instance, the fact that the northern states in the U.S. made a compromise with the southern states to allow slavery to go on, to get them into the nation, and then more compromises down the line, and just kick the can down until it became an out-and-out conflict in the Civil War. Not a conflict initiated, mind you, by the northern states, but rather a conflict initiated by the paranoia of the southern states in assuming that the election of an abolitionist-minded president would, in fact, be the dissolution of their peculiar institution of slavery and their economic system of exploitations of slaves brought, through the Middle Passage, in chattel slavery, which is its own thing. It's different than other historical types of slavery, right? So we've got all that oversimplified into the United States used to have a bad culture that allowed slavery, and then we got a good culture. And wouldn't you say that the culture is superior? The culture now is superior to the culture then? And it's just like, what are you talking about? Do you know what fucking culture is? Do you know what we're talking about? Because it sounds like you're talking about politics. And yes, politics also has a culture. We speak of political culture, but like, goddamn, this is the brain-addled brain rot that DGG is just the slop that Destiny serves DGG every single day. Like Destiny's like the sloppy cafeteria dude in what is that show where like the guy in the cafeteria like serves terrible food and the students have to, what is that? It's like some old show where the students have to eat the shitty food and sometimes there's like a rat in it or something. I don't know. God, I can't remember. Somebody was showing me this. It's that show where they got slimed. You know what I'm talking about? That's Destiny. That's Destiny. That fucking
this for a
the
second.
rat burger guy, right? He's serving fucking rat burgers to GGG, and they're like, yum yum. I'm having an intellectual experience. This is so much better than going to college, right? This is so much better than knowing what the fuck I'm talking about. I can just pretend that Destiny knows what he's talking about, and if I repeat his words back like a fucking parrot, then I'll be smart too. This is like 2 steps removed from Ben Shapiro. All right, what Destiny's doing. He's like a fucking shit lib Ben Shapiro is what Destiny is.
This is a hard one, and it's annoying, and you're already getting canceled at this level. But
we're all getting canceled today, Destiny. But no, he's going to be doing the cancellation. Well, we really are all getting canceled, Chad. I'm losing my my Twitch. They're going to go for Twitch. They can't dislodge Hasan. They can't get Hasan banned from Twitch. So they're going to start talking about, well, what are we going to, we're going to come after Twitch. We're going to come after Clancy, right? Look, every Twitch streamer should be up in arms about this because he is talking about fucking your bag. If you get any money from subs, if you get any money from bits, if you get any money from ads, Destiny is threatening your fucking livelihood. He wants to fucking play stupid games. This asshole can win stupid prizes. And last count that when I looked it up, there's like 7 million of us Twitch streamers, all right? So there's more of us than there are of them. I don't care how many shit tier orbiters, how many Stardust, how many not so erudites there are in the DGG orbit. I don't give a fuck, right? There's more of us than there are of them. This guy's gonna fuck around and he's gonna find out.
Can a culture be better than another culture? So from some objective point of view, no. You would have to say like with respect to a particular thing, right? So if we were to say this culture is better than this culture with respect to their scientific research output, or this culture is better than this culture with respect to their overall literacy rates or their child reproduction, right? So with respect to certain things, we could probably say one culture outperforms another or is better than another.
Yeah,
right?
it's not subjective like this wine tastes better than this wine.
Yeah. The issue that you run into is when people say a culture is better or worse than another.
Oh, geez, we're kind of loud here.
With respect to some categories, like it'll be like health and civil rights. Like people will say,
Letter hack, you're here just in time to see me provoke somebody who's famous for fucking brigading.
Shorthand, this culture is better. But that's usually what they mean.
We're going to see how this works out. High risk, high reward, all right?
Yeah. So an issue that people run into, there's two ways that this can be looked at. And one is probably okay. And then the other way is probably unacceptable. Well, and then there's a third way that's also probably unacceptable. So there's three ways to look at this. Okay, so on one side, okay, you have an issue where some people will say,
oh my God, letter hack, you got the answer for me. Yes. Letter hacks, that's the one. That's the one. Can we watch that? We'll get in trouble if we watch it. I just want to show you the cafeteria guy, right? It's called You Can't Do That on Television. Let's look this up. You can't do that on television. Cafeteria. Alanis Morissette? Wait, what does Alanis Morissette have to do with this? Cafeteria.
Oh boy, the kid's my worst enemy. Came in here today.
So that's Destiny. That's Destiny right there. Right? What, doesn't he have like a tagline or something that he says at the very end? Oh yeah. Barth?
He heard that.
Oh,
Yeah, so he makes them all throw up.
I heard that.
oh, Bart! Things in the burger. Oh, no, but we'll be tasting them for many weeks to come. Who do you think's in the burger? Won't be hearing from him anymore. No, but we'll be tasting them for many weeks to come. Who do you think's in the burger?
Who do you think's in the burger? Okay, geez. I didn't realize it was this was a children's show? Damn. I didn't know there's a Sweeney Todd. I just remember he puts like rats and stuff in the burger.
My culture is better than that other culture, and it's usually...
Yeah, thank you, Letterhack, for coming through with the answer.
Usually with respect to some subjective thing that they value, that they're overvaluing, and then the moral implications of what they're saying are oftentimes really catastrophic for the other side, and sometimes the analysis isn't even that good. So an example might be, Western culture...
Shakespeare is telling me that was real life, NCC. That was an actual documentary.
...is superior to X culture. Therefore, one, I might not even know anything about X culture, and two, we should kill all those people. And three, we're better than those people, like almost intrinsically. Usually there'll be like an ethnic or racial element tied into it, right? Sure. Probably not okay.
Yeah.
And Asman kind of feels like it could...
So he's trying to differentiate what Asman says from what he says, but it's there's not as much room as he's going to claim here, right?
In that direction.
Do we need to grab that? Like, I'm so worried, right? I want to show you the clips. I want to show you what Destiny said about Palestinians, but I'm worried that it's going to be terms of service. I'm worried that it's going to, be not okay for Twitch. Because he's literally like endorsing fucking genocide in some cases.
With his audience, which is where the main problem comes from. You've got a second way of looking at it, though, that I think is equally bad, which comes from, I'll say, the left. But an equally bad one is when people say, oh, no culture can be better or worse than any other culture ever. When people say that, they are always dog whistling to the idea that Western culture can never be better than any other culture. Because when they hear somebody say, well, this culture might be better than this one, with some regards to some particular facets.
So it's like Destiny's attempt to differentiate himself from, like, obvious racists, while keeping the narrative of Western culture, which is a fucking racist dog whistle. Come on. Western culture. Well, we must admit that Western culture is superior, right? I mean, this is just, the apex of shit-lib brain rot.
What they hear is white people being racist in the West, and they want to push back against that as hard as possible.
Sure.
This position is equally stupid because we can very clearly say there are some societies we'd rather live in than others. People on the left will never admit that. That's why you have dipshits, terrorist supporters like Hasan, who say things like Iran is actually really great for trans people, which is an unbelievable.
Okay, now I do think that there was a problem with what Hasan said. Do you remember this chat when Hasan was talking to Asmongold and he brings up Iran? And the problem that I had with what he said was he's like, Iran is in a weird way very progressive on trans rights, right? What he left out from that is that we're not talking about like Iran's really cool because they'll you know let you get gender confirming care if you're trans, right? Which I guess ostensibly they will, but if you're gay, you know there's you know a precedent of forcing transition on rather than having an individual exist, you know, as a gay person. Now I don't know how universal this is. I do know that a lot of times this stuff gets exaggerated and stuff like that. But yeah, it was actually kind of boneheaded for Hasan to mention Iran in what sounded like he meant a positive way, but it's kind of like there's a shorthand there, and if you know what he's talking about, then you know what he means. It's like kind of strangely, bizarrely pro-trans. You know, he's aware of what Destiny's about to bring up, which is, you know, the fact that it's not a pro LGBT you know, policy that we're talking about. It's very disturbing policy, but I don't think that Hasan was actually trying. I think he just like he was hurrying through the explanation of Iran with the assumption that people knew what he was talking about, and with the assumption that some fucking bad faith bozo like Bozorelli, like Bonarelli, like Bonehead Steve wouldn't come along and be like, oh, you support Iran's forcing gay people to you know receive gender confirming surgery when they don't want it. Oh, I can't believe you, Hasan. I guess you're like, no, Hasan is not. Hasan is not in favor of that. All right, I'll fucking guarantee you.
Unbelievably white and retarded.
Do you know why? Do you know why they say that?
Like why or what the policy is?
The fun part.
I gotta be honest, Hark Dan, I miss your Crocodile Dundee hat. You had one fun thing about you, and you got rid of it. All right, this guy used to wear a Crocodile Dundee hat. It had alligator teeth in it. He was a bunch of fun. I mean, it's weird as fuck, but I got used to it. And now it's gone. And it's just.
It is. So if you get caught being gay, they force you to transition.
Sure, yeah, then that's their way of being.
Okay, Iran is one of a handful of countries. Now, now that they bring this up, I want to get more information about this because, like, I gotta admit, I don't know exactly how this works. I don't know, like, again, how like universal this policy is, and you know, it's anything about its implementation. But yeah, like Hasan, for Hasan to bring this up without explaining what he's talking about is, you know, yeah, just kind of leaving it open for shit like this to happen.
Pro-trans,
that's the pro-trans part of it.
Yeah.
If you're gay in Iran, they make you transition.
Yeah,
they're so progressive.
Yeah, and then the middle thing is wait, I said there were two problems. So the middle thing is we should be able to talk about cultures and analyze aspects of cultures and say these are probably things that are okay and these are probably things that aren't okay.
Sure.
We have to be able to do that because definitionally we're always trying to, especially if you're progressive, you're trying to change your culture.
What you're doing is you're putting them on the culture itself. You're saying, like, this is Palestinian culture, and you're ignoring the material conditions. You're ignoring how cultures develop and how they progress and how they regress, depending on their material conditions. This is a boneheaded analysis from Bonarelli.
Culture, which implies you're trying to make it better. Right?
Progress.
Yes, progressive, right? If I were to ask,
and in his mind, progress is to be more like the Western cultures, right? That's how he's seeing it. He's really looking at this as like good and evil. Western culture is good. anything else is evil and is primitive and is barbaric, rather than the idea that cultures can develop in their own, timelines, given, given the self-determination to do so.
Is our country better with gay marriage or worse?
So in other words, like, right, the kind of, takes like punishing homosexuality with execution or legally, punishing homosexuality is something that the United States had on, its law books up until relatively recently. And he would rather see this as somehow a facet of culture rather than what I see it as social conservatism.
Worse without or worse with gay marriage, right? People say, well, it's better. Okay, so the culture is different. If I were to copy paste it and create a different GitHub branch, right? And one has the
you fork
fork it, and we fork one, and one has the gay marriage.
I want to know from programmers, like, how cringe these guys sound, because I imagine it's as cringe as I sound when I try to use like quantum physics as an example for something to somebody who actually knows physics, right? Like I have this half like understood concept, that comes from quantum physics, and like I try to use it as a metaphor. I know I always make my physics friends cringe when I do that. I wonder how much programming people are cringing from Destiny's use of the GitHub metaphor here.
Marriage merger, and the other one doesn't. We would say that the gay marriage merger is a better fork.
I'm going to start contributing to that one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So by definition, you must be able to say some cultures are better or worse than other cultures, right?
Yeah.
So so Asman's statement, I think, probably leans a little bit too far off in one direction, but all of the people attacking him are coming from the more retarded direction than Asmongold, which is to say, oh, actually nothing about Western culture is better than anything about Middle Eastern culture, blah, blah, blah. Like, type from my iPhone 15 XS or whatever, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, the joke.
You use the technological products of Western culture, and yet you do not sufficiently venerate Western culture as being inherently superior and being in and of itself the model of progress. Interesting. This is such a Reddit discussion. God damn.
I think, yeah, that's exactly it. He went too unhinged saying he doesn't care that people are getting genocided. That's obviously, you should care regardless, because people, you have to remember, even the dipshit fucking Yemenis, fucking teenager terrorist, whatever, like, they only know the cards they've been dealt with their life. I can't really fault them for, like, if your entire life, if you were born in Gaza and all you've ever known is that the Jew is the devil and that they want to destroy you, and you've only pictured them with horns in your head, like, I don't know if I fault this person.
So if you and I were talking, I would agree.
Yeah.
But you can't say that when you're somebody on the other side who never gives that same excuse to people on the other side, right? If you want to say some Israelis have only known violence, or they've only known like fighting, or a lot of them.
Oh yeah, that'll never be.
That would never happen for somebody to say like, because a lot of people say like, oh well, what about 48? What about the wars? What about this? I was like, okay, well, what about the Second Intifada? That doesn't count. They should have actually known that this is in the context of more violence and that blah blah blah. So they'll never get that same like granting that on the other side.
So we don't.
ECZB says, the concepts of better and superior, etc., are relative to the culture itself. That's why we can objectively say X is superior. And he knows that. It's basic. He just hates Hasan too much to admit it. Yeah, there's probably some of that mixed in too. I mean, like, I don't know. Don't underestimate this guy's ignorance. He talks fast, and people think he's smart. Just like Shapiro. Like, this is what I'm saying. He's a fucking shitlib Shapiro.
Grant that then.
No, you shouldn't grant that. No,
okay.
Not to them. Yeah.
All right. So they're bad people. Well, I mean, it is the case. I said this before, and someone was like, well, actually, Cyprus. But like, if you're gay and you're in Israel, like,
oh God, this whole thing. It's like an oasis of progressivism. If you're gay, yeah, you can be denied the right to marry. Are you gonna turn around and say that Israeli culture is inferior because of that? There's no gay marriage in Israel, by the way, right? I mean, he's going to point out that there's other countries that, have more of a social taboo against it, maybe even like laws against it, right, in the area. But by that logic, you you're going to be in a weird place, you know, talking to your Israeli friends and explaining to them how their culture is inferior. Or you could see it as social conservatism. You could see it as it is. Israel has a higher degree of social conservatism. It's not a, you know, it's not an inferior culture. It's a socially conservative, you know, place that it's at.
You got to go like 1,500 miles before you're not like put in prison or killed in like any direction. And then someone's like, well, technically there's an island you can go to, but
what, Cyprus?
Yeah. But
which side?
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't there like a civil war?
It's like, but be careful, right? If you're gay outside of that little oasis in the desert of Israel.
Oasis.
22 poggers for you. Any direction you go.
It's not 2 poggers in Israel either. It's not, yeah, that's really cool. I can,
though, is that,
like, are they even thinking? Do they not think that marriage is an important part of somebody's life if that's what they want to do? That's not 2 poggers either.
I don't know if I would trust Asman's take on this in the context of his audience, but that a whole bunch of qualifying because that audience is very radical now.
They're not enlightened like DGG.
Well, yeah, good one.
I mean, it's not about being
it's not about being enlightened. It's that Asmongold seems like a lot of his channel right now is based on rage porn about woke people. So his audience probably there are probably a lot of people in his audience that are like the bad version of what I said. Like, oh, Western culture is superior to Middle Eastern culture. We should just genocide them all. Fuck it.
Wait, all civil marriages?
Right. They probably are like, you should just glass the entire Middle East. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Interesting.
So I think that's an issue.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder how he would have been if he just left out the genocide parts and more like, I don't care about these people because they share none of my values and I think they're bad people.
I mean, that's a pretty hard statement to make about a whole society full of people. Although people have no problem saying the same about Israel, including their babies.
Well, they do say that about Israel and the babies.
Yes, Hasan was in the chat, like clapping on when the deprogram.
I saw that.
Yeah, when a second thought, was that his name?
Yes.
Yeah, was talking about how like there are settler babies.
Yeah, Squall Leonhardt, like you know, countries can progress and countries can regress according in a large part to material conditions, and that is what, you know, the United States is struggling with right now.
And then Hasan agreed to that statement with...
I mean, in terms of our, you know, rights for trans people, right? Look at what just happened in Texas. You don't know, in Texas, not Governor Abbott, I think it's the Attorney General Paxton, has basically made any sort of gender confirming care, including just affirming, you know, a minor, you know, identifying as the gender that they identify with, right? That's illegal in Texas now. Any sort of treatment of a minor in terms of gender affirming care has been made illegal. That is the United States regressing. Look at what happened with Roe versus Wade. We cannot be so high and mighty in saying that we have a superior culture and therefore we are, you know, more progressive, because it does ebb and flow.
Ethan on Leftovers about, well, you know, they're all settlers, including the babies. So
even though they like,
it's kind of weird to talk about.
Revolutionary Underground says, bet they still let dude with low T get pills so they can feel better. Oh yeah.
Settler babies as being an okay term, but also, by the way, people who were at that rave were also all greenlit to be genocided by Hasan. Because they're next to the guy. Yeah, so Hasan.
It's like if you're next to a prison and you do something, like if you're in an apartment next to a prison complex, are you like fair game because you're supporting the American industrial prison complex?
Pretty cringe.
It is pretty cringe. Pretty wild. All right, so that's the original take that he did. So then we have our buddy Hamas Piker, who wanted to
Asman said that their culture is worse and said them killing gay people is the reason why.
Wait, did something get cut out there? I'm curious.
So then we have our buddy Hamas Piker, who wanted to
Asman said that their
What a weird cut. Like chat, I don't know. There might have been something that they were embarrassed about having there. I can't tell you for sure though. Maybe Harkdan just rambled there. I don't have the patience to. I'm sure there's a VOD somewhere we could look in. If anybody's interested in that, right? You wanna do some research on that and figure out like if there's anything interesting that got cut out. But I mean, I don't know. It could just as easily be, they cut out Dan's rambling.
Culture is worse instead of them killing gay people is the reason why. So is that raging against wokeness in that rant? No, I didn't say he was raging against wokeness in that rant. I'm saying that in the context of his audience, I would be very fucking careful making statements like that because his audience, a lot of his audience is probably genuinely far right and has like really abhorrent beliefs about comparing one culture to another. But okay, yeah, go to the new window and play this.
I talked to a teenager from Yemen, okay, who everyone called, myself included, called Tim Huth.
Oh, good point. Good point. So Shakespeare brings up same-sex activity in Israel was not decriminalized until 1988. So Israel is behind the Kingdom of Jordan, for instance.
Charlemagne or Chalamet.
Charlemagne. Anyway, okay. So if anybody doesn't understand that, right, we're talking about Rashid from Yemen. He is, I think, a 19-year-old that Hasan brought him on stream along with and he's a 19-year-old TikTok influencer in Yemen. Hasan brought him on stream along with a translator and interviewed him. And, has been sort of attacked about it ever since. There's been all kinds of implication of this guy being a terrorist. And but the joke is, right, he looks kind of like Timothy Chalamet. And he's from Yemen. The Ansar Allah, Yemen's been undergoing a civil war. The Ansar Allah faction in Yemen are known as the Houthis, right? So the joke is Tim Houthi Chalamet, right? That's, I mean, they don't take the time to explain it, but for those of you who haven't been following this, it might not be super apparent. So I'm trying to decode it for you.
One Piece one? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, this kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him, which means that for most of his life, he has withstood genocide, right? Like he's...
Pause. Genocide by who? I feel like the duck. By who?
Saudi Arabia, the United States of America, Israel. Am I missing anything? What is there? What point did anybody know that? What point they're trying to make there? Am I off? Like, what's their point? Is their point that Saudi Arabia was involved? So therefore, it was by Arabs. So is that what they're trying to say there? UAE. Yeah, cultures are never static. They are always in flux. Good point, Shakespeare.
Who's doing the genocide? By who?
So I actually don't know this offhand. How many people is it claimed that Saudi Arabia has killed even in the coalition?
Okay, so they are talking about Saudi Arabia.
Strikes against the Houthis.
Oh my God, I was just guessing the Arabs were killing themselves. Thank God. I thought you were about to say...
Well, no, but they'll say Saudi Arabia is an American ally, so they basically become white by proxy.
Not just an American ally. Right? There's basically, if you in the Middle East right now, there's kind of like, to simplify it down, there's two factions, right? Or two sets of alliances, if you will, right? There's United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia, and there is Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, and Yemen.
Everybody becomes white by proxy when you're, because the Houthis have been killing like hundreds of thousands of people in Yemen
and their own people.
Yes,
yeah.
Well, the other people. They're not Houthis. Don't kill the Houthis, but
the Houthis kill the
other people in
what are
Yemen.
The other ones?
It's a conglomeration of different types of Muslim groups, but the Houthi family and then what they control like represents the largest faction in northern Yemen.
What was it in Rwanda? There was two groups. There was the
Tutsis and the Hutus. But those actually weren't different ethnic groups, right? The history of Rwanda is that this was a demarcation made by the colonial British. The colonial British decided, like, y'all are Tutsis, and we kind of like you, and y'all are Hutus, and we kind of don't like you, right? And then that, you know, as time went on, that's, you know, where the lines along which the genocide happened.
Fuck, I don't fucking remember. Don't.
That was like a big one, right?
Sure.
I think one started with a H.
These guys.
You have no idea either. I don't.
If I saw it, the Hutu and the Tutsi.
Yes, that's it. The Hutus and the Tutsis.
There you go.
So that's kind of like the situation.
Thank you, Wikipedia.
They have in Yemen. So what's the other group that's getting like the shit kicked out of them by the Houthis?
The Southern Yemenis official government or whatever.
Oh, so they have like an official government.
Well, it's like well, yeah, they do. It's like Lebanon, kind of. The country's split in half, basically.
Oh, interesting.
But they've been fighting for like a century. Like Yemen is just a shit show. It's always been a shit show.
So they're just like
And why is it a shit show? Where do these conflicts come from?
Setting themselves.
I don't like the.
It's the one word. It starts with C that you don't like to use, Steven. You feel like it's cringe whenever anyone says this word. He doesn't want to say it, but it's right there. You want to talk about why these countries are a shit show? You want to talk about where all this conflict fucking comes from? Let's see, like, you've got the Ottoman Empire, and then World War I. Who divided these countries up and along these lines, right?
Term genocide, I think, is fucking retarded here. But
oh, I'm sorry. Was it Western culture? Was it Western? What did he say? Western civilization.
I'm just saying that.
I mean, that's how he codifies it.
They've been at war for they've been at war for constantly for like this last century. Yeah,
Gotcha.
This idea that the only people dying in Yemen are like dying because of Saudi Arabia or the West is beyond fucking stupid. But I wouldn't be surprised that Hasan says that or thinks it because it's
Revolutionary Underground says, I love the take that of Arabs are naturally violent, so we don't need to talk about the U.S. foreign policy screwing up the yeah. It's very, very revealing of their standpoint.
One, it's good propaganda, and two, he doesn't know anything about the region at all. So he might actually even believe this because he's so stupid.
Okay.
He is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically.
Wow. That's another one, huh? You remember Anne Frank when she had on fatigues and an AK on her back?
Now, while the word literally, its definition has undergone some recent change, right? You are talking about somebody that's experienced growing up under conditions of genocide. That's the connection. That's the parallel. That's what Hasan's pointing out.
Yeah, that's why she was hiding in the attic, so she had a good vantage point, right?
Yeah, like the same thing. Like pretty much exactly the same thing, right? Like this.
I love the implication that if somehow Anne Frank had been involved in some sort of underground resistance, especially a violent resistance, that Anne Frank would be a piece of shit and not worth reading in that case.
Was just minding his own business, and then someone came, and yeah, I mean the similarities are like they're just wild. How the f could this piece of shit say this?
It's an unbelievably stupid statement.
Also, and he did nothing for this. It's like
Thomas Jerome Newton says monolithstony.
Such disgusting behavior.
Yeah, and look at all the different positions that he tries to inhabit, right? So right now, the reason why that guy can be radicalized is because of all of the experiences that he's lived through in his 19 years. But then later on, he'll go on to say that, like, well, he's not even a Houthi warrior. He's not even a freedom fighter. He's not even whatever. He's just a random normal kid. Well, wait, well, then why were you making excuses before saying he was radicalized? Why did you just say, oh, he was never involved in anything, right? And not to mention, all of this is contradictory to when he brought him on stream. He was like, of course we're talking to a Houthi fighter, guys, but I'm a journalist. But
both ways, of course.
They always want to have it every way.
This whole situation is so fucking frustrating and so fucking annoying. Yeah. And actually gets me really.
Destiny is a sophist, says Ophelia, with a few parlor tricks designed to wow people with little critical thinking skills. The words he uses sound way smarter than his thoughts. Yeah, like I said, shitlib Shapiro. That's what he is.
Angry.
This is like the equivalent of the Trump stuff, where Trump will say something insane, and you're looking around the media environment, and it's like, how are none of you guys saying anything about this? And this is like Hasan over the past week has said worse stuff than Fuentes has ever said on Twitch or any neo-Nazi.
Excuse me?
Or whatever has ever said on Twitch, because I get banned so much quicker. These are just a collection.
I said this before. I think I unironically appreciate and like the far right more than this, because when you talk with a Nazi or a Groyper or whoever the it is, you know what they're going to be like?
Wow, you love that.
I don't like fucking Jews because they all work together and they're trying to suppress my Christian values. All right, I got it. I know where you stand. I know where we stand. We can have a conversation based off of that.
We can have a great conversation with a Groyper. Wow.
These fuckers, and they're like, oh, we're better than you.
And also because these guys are so.
The thing is, you're talking earlier about like cultures being inferior or superior. How about this? An idea can be inferior or superior. But I'm sorry. If I have a better idea than you, if I know what I'm talking about, if I'm able to put this in some kind of meaningful context, then I guess I'm putting on airs. I guess oh, I'm better than you. That's what they take from it. So fucking fragile.
Like endeared by them.
So fucking fragile about their own pseudo-intellectual,
kind of like the mainstreamish editor boards and everything else, because they have that protection. Like people on the right will say things like, yeah, well, I think in some cases, like maybe, you know, fighting back might be justified, but I wouldn't support it. And then on the left, they'll be like, yeah, you should be able to kill all these people because they're evil. I think that you should be able to fight against Israel. And I do think that they raped themselves, or the rapes aren't real. And it was the Hannibal Doctrine that caused all the people to die, you know, on October 7th. And yeah, they're just like so much more mask off in some ways about it. But then they also.
But you're gonna deny that any of the deaths were caused by the IDF, when in actuality, that whole thing that was completely placed on Hamas was not just due to Hamas.
Also have like these,
and then you move the fucking goalposts, right? You make the claim this is all Hamas. They're fucking monsters. All these deaths caused by Hamas. We look at the records. We look at the burnout cars and say, wait, this looks more like these were Israeli helicopters that caused these deaths. And they're like, oh, so you think that most of the deaths are not Hamas? And it's just, you keep on moving the fucking goalpost. You keep on moving the goalpost, bro.
Same standards around IDPOL and everything else. I really hope, Hasan was on Pod Save America last week. Yeah, I know. I'm very disappointed in that. I really.
Wait, he's a fan. Chat, he's a fan. He's a fan of the Podjons. He's jealous too. If he likes PSA, right? Hasan actually knows the guys. Like Hasan, like he doesn't agree with them, right? You know, but he knows Favreau, he knows Lovett. Like he talked to them at the DNC. Oh my God, yeah. There's you can see where Destiny's jealousy comes from, right? He didn't get invited to the DNC. He sent Not So Erudite instead, I guess. He doesn't know, he doesn't have an in with Pod Save America. Probably I wouldn't imagine that Pod Save America would want to have anything to do with them, right? He has burnt bridges in a way that makes it so that some of these mainstream like outlets, like PSA, one of the larger political podcasts on the planet, they're not going to want to have anything to do with him and his toxicity. And they blame it on Hasan.
I really hope that we have.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
The phone call that he got from FD Signifier. Did you see that?
Oh, there's so much good.
I hate this guy so much.
It's one of those moments where FD Signifier says, always. I texted him this morning. It's one of those moments where FD Signifier is like, remember, you're not white in the eyes of a lot of people.
He calls Hasan, or he's texting Hasan, and Hasan was recalling the text message.
So when we're talking about the whiteness, the question of whiteness with Hasan. Hasan will often refer to himself as white. And what he means by that is that he is white passing. That in most situations, if he's just hanging out, people will perceive him as white and treat him accordingly, right? Now, this changes a little bit when, you know, they're like, oh yeah, what's your name? Hasan Piker. Oh, Hasan. Okay, right. And this changes even more when you're talking about these kind of issues, right? And that's what FD was telling him, that you know, even though, yeah, you've got, like, you know, I guess, like, you know, white privilege, you know, in some ways, in other ways you don't. Did Irene P already know? I need to. God.
With him later on in stream, and Hasan is like, yeah, FD Signifier was texting me earlier, and yeah, he reminded me they don't see you as white, and that's why they've got all this pressure.
Wait, I'm trying to see, do we have didn't Destiny predict Nasrallah, Anaya, and Sinwar? Oh God, I'm sorry, I forgot. He's prescient. Yeah, see, here's the deal. Destiny has consumed so much ADHD meds that, much like Paul Atreides from the series Dune, he's able to perceive the past and the future and the right. So he's just right on everything. We should take his opinions with zero scrutiny, just like our friend Fact-Based Comrade does. Right? That's how it works. That's how it works. What's up, Rainbow Silk? Good to see you.
Pressure on you, and I'm like, bro, are you actually fucking serious, dude? My God, my God,
so stupid.
Yeah,
I said I was gonna pee,
bro. You are the least Turkish, least Muslim, least anything. Of like, nobody views you that.
You're being as weird as Trump. Stop it. Stop being weird. Be fucking normal, Destiny.
Bro, nobody's thinking like, oh yeah, Hasan.
Or you just literally little bro him.
Easterner dude. Nobody thinks of you that way.
Yeah.
God, it's so cringe. But anyway,
it's actually infuriating to a little bit. Like, I feel like I try not to get angry at things. Sometimes I let chat messages get.
Next 3 weeks are gonna be a shit show. Yeah.
To me, and I get a little carried away. Right.
Yeah, moi deepstony. Yeah, exactly, Brady.
That's normal. One guide, if you will. This is actually, this week, with the shit that's gone on, has been, unironically, I would say, eye-opening for me, and also made me like a fucking activist. Just this shit alone, like how far this gone.
Now, when we say activist, you mean a Karen trying to contact advertisers to effectively get people deplatformed, despite the, you know, how much this guy rails about it. Against it when it's somebody like Destiny, right? When Destiny fucking makes his own bed and is forced to sleep in it, then that's a tragedy. That's a horrible thing. But yeah, we're gonna see all about their activism, right? Ethan Klein's on board with this too. Now they've made the determination that they can't take out Hasan. They can't get Twitch to ban Hasan. They can't Karen Dan Clancy and get Hasan banned, but what they might be able to do is take down the entire fucking platform. So hey, streamers out there, that, you know, you make some money on Twitch. Well, not for long, because they're gonna talk to the advertisers, and they're gonna try to cause an adpocalypse. These fucking petty asshole over Destiny's petty grievance with Hasan, right? Over his fragile, broken ego, we're gonna pull the rug out from under 7 million Twitch streamers. Great. I
haven't really said shit about any of this stuff, mostly just because I don't have like that deep of a connection with Israel. But seeing this shit, and then I guess thinking a lot about, you know, the quotes of, you know, first they came for X and then I didn't do anything. You know, I'm in an interesting position where I don't have much.
Revolutionary Underground says, you know, he can't act normal. His brain is a mix of toxic meds, IDF propaganda, and arrogance. Normal left the station a while ago. True.
To lose, right? So
also, Here, let me.
I should call out bad shit. This is bad shit. This is unbelievable shit that this is going on, comparing terrorists to Anne Frank on Twitch, and the CEO jerks off to this guy.
Yeah.
Misogyny.
And remember, the focus.
So yeah, now we're gonna attack Dan Clancy too. Sorry, Dan, you're getting astray here.
Is like what he's saying is bad.
I don't know what Dan Clancy did to deserve this, but he's.
But the worst part, the most insane part about it is that he has like official blanket coverage and protection.
Chat, did Clancy say that he watches Hasan? Is that why they're mad at Dan Clancy? What's the map? It's so they're watching Hasan's conversation with Asmongold, where Asmongold, if you remember last week, came out with a take basically saying that Palestinian people, deserve to be the victims of genocide. And Hasan sort of walked him through like the steps of why he was wrong. Asmongold was eventually suspended on Twitch for 2 weeks. And he made a post on Twitter apologizing for it. He made a video apologizing for it. He's kind of walked that apology back a little bit with a Reddit post. But yeah, Hasan's... so Hasan is showing... So the conversation was about culture, right? In Asmongold's mind, it was blatantly obvious that the Palestinian culture was inferior, and therefore that, like, made them unworthy of made them worthy of being subjected to genocidal conditions. And Hasan's trying to argue with him that the things that he's seeing and calling an inferior culture in Palestine are actually just social conservatism, and that the United States has its own issues with social conservatism as well. This map here is the map of states that have a gay or trans-panic defense, right? The states so in other words, somebody who murders a gay or a trans person can claim as a defense that they were surprised and put into a state of panic, right? These are the states that are the lighter color. The states that are the dark green color are states which have made that defense illegal. So Hasan is pointing out that a good portion of the United States is also socially conservative and, throwing rocks around, throwing rocks while living in a glass house, et cetera, et cetera. Right? That's where the map comes into play.
From the CEO, that's insane. All of it is just...
I can't believe I played D&D with this guy. I feel disgusting.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Like,
okay, being able to talk to Anne Frank.
I gotta move that. I can't. I'm sorry.
Wait, we got 8 seconds left. You can finish it.
Oh God, it's just so fucked.
In real time. That's all he's known is death and destruction.
Based. There's so many of these too. Do you remember when Ethan was talking about, I think, being in Israel, and Hasan was like, yeah, when I was younger, I lived through constant terrorist attacks too, because he was in Turkey. Do you know who the biggest attacks in Turkey were against?
No.
They were against fucking Jews. Oh. Like, there are these 2 temples that have like these massive, like, iron reinforced doors because they were getting fucking terrorist attacks.
What are you talking about? Jews live like perfectly fine lives in Yemen and Afghanistan.
Yeah, the one guy that's left in Yemen being permanently tortured.
It's funny. It's like there's like 4 countries. It's like Afghanistan, Yemen, Syria, and maybe Iraq. And there's like 14 Jews total. And half of them are in jail.
We could take every single Jew in all 4 of those countries to dinner and pay for it.
We could. This is fucking mental. And it's like, oh, dude, what are you talking about? Like, these guys...
Yeah, that's rough, Rainbow Silk. Rainbow Silk is talking about the, trying to deal with politics and like losing friends over it, and people that... I deal with that, trying to hold people with a variety of ideologies together and some semblance of solidarity myself. So that's relatable.
Guys, they're fine. They're having a great time. They love it out there. Yeah. It was pretty funny though that the last 2 Jews in Afghanistan hated each other and didn't talk to each other. Anyways, all right, let's play full screen.
And you know what else is disgusting? That people in the West that enjoy more privileges and freedom than anywhere else in the world romanticize their behavior or their lifestyle as anything other than barbaric.
So Asmongold essentially arguing against any arguing against anybody having an issue with the ethnic cleansing that's going on in Gaza, because in his mind the culture is barbaric and rotten and inferior, and so I don't know. Yeah, pretty bad take. He made said this on stream. I think it came out as a video. Hasan watches it. He gets Asmongold on to have a conversation. Asmongold offers a little bit of resistance, but really just doesn't know what he's talking about. And so Hasan ends up kind of dog walking him through the logic of why he's wrong. And then Asmongold gets banned and apologizes, etc., etc.
Hasan's pausing.
This is what people think you say about Israel.
Yeah, pause and Abi, don't you know?
I know. I know.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Da Vinci Resolve.
The most animalistic, barbaric force on the fucking planet as it stands.
Pause real quick. He's going to say, stop.
Shit.
Hold on.
Made me go so fast. I
Good. Wait.
Fast forwarded. Hold on. Okay. Paused. Pause.
Somebody was going to say Hasan isn't talking about every Israeli. He's just talking about the fighting force, the IDF. But they constantly remind you that every single Israeli person has to serve in the IDF, and therefore they're all worthy of being killed. So that cope right there that I know somebody was about to type, that cope is absolutely bullshit.
You premature.
Oh wait, somebody did say it.
Misband. Yeah, but he may have done it.
He means the military.
So now Destiny turns this around and says that because there's compulsory, service in the IDF for every Israeli, that any criticism of the IDF's actions is therefore a criticism of all Israelis people, and then like we're gonna go one more move of the goalpost. We're gonna go one more expansion from that and say that like it's anti-Semitic, because if Israel therefore Jews, this is just like this is the one thing that the shit libs at like Destiny, right, that are pretty much pro Likud at this point, and the anti-Semites kind of fist bump on, right, is the idea that the conflation of the state of Israel with the Jewish people, which is, I don't have to tell you hopefully what's wrong with that.
Yep, see ya. Oh. You're gone for 14 days.
Okay, so somebody brought up somebody said that like Hasan was talking about the IDF and not Israel, not all Israelis, and they're getting banned by Destiny for that.
Ooh, the timing there. He may have done it on purpose just to be the sole survivor.
Animalistic, barbaric force on the fucking planet as it stands. Look at me. Look at how proper I am. Yes, I put a suit on so you don't think I'm an animal. But I am. I am a barbaric piece of shit. That was already expected barbaric behavior from Israel regardless. It is brutal. It is barbaric. Certainly, even people in the Western world feel against this barbaric monstrosity of a fucking apartheid regime. I never really thought that they would be this barbaric. What a fucking barbaric and completely...
Sorry. He's getting white in his beard. Your days of being a fucking boy toy are over.
Jesus.
Welcome to the club, old man. It's going to be a while.
I really hope that Hasan didn't shave his face because of this, right?
While now.
Utterly psychotic thing to do. They wear suits to present themselves as anything but barbaric. That is the animalistic, barbaric structure. And act like they are the civilized party here. There is nothing civilized about Israel's actions. It is barbaric.
These guys right here, I'm always like, this is like a wild spot to be.
No, not for that guy. That's Ryan Grimm. He probably agrees with every single thing Hasan is saying.
So if you don't know Ryan Grimm, let me see if I can find the segment. Ryan Grimm owned Destiny on Breaking Points. Fucking destroyed him. That's why he's butthurt. here.
Take it back. I was just saying.
But I know what you mean. Yeah, sometimes they're just like,
Nymph, like, hey,
yeah.
I thought we were going to play video games. What's that? What's that, brother? What's that?
And also keep in mind, because all the people that I know are coping, well, he just means the military. They already think that since they all have to serve in the IDF, that they're all worth it. And also, even if we imagine that he did only mean the military, right? If you said any of this about Hamas or anything else, they would say that you're generalizing all Palestinians. They would say that Hamas is a reason to fight their resistance fighters. They would never, ever, ever let you say this about the other side. It's ridiculous.
True.
At the barbaric nature of the Israeli apartheid regime, North Korea says Israel's a murderous, bandit, genocidal, and barbaric state.
Oh my God. I have not watched this clip. I pre-laughed.
Didn't you just say Da Vinci Resolve like you were the one that edited it?
No, but I did not edit this. I'm just saying I know the text.
Oh.
But I that was a pre-capture on the laugh.
Okay.
I knew that was coming. Because this is like probably the worst country in the world for killing its own civilians, right?
No, Hasan wouldn't say so. A lot of people that are far, far, far left think that a lot of the stuff about North Korea is over-exaggerated, and the living conditions are much better than what we portray it as in the West.
It's like
and
poggers.
we do it in the West as a giant cope so that we can pretend that socialist regimes and stuff aren't as successful as they actually are.
Okay. All right, we got to...
700,000 likes?
That is fucking depressing. Hasan?
Here, let me...
By the way, just want to point out to LS.
Let me give you a little flashback because it's been a while. This is what the debate was like.
Can we pause for 1 second on the quote response to the Great March of Return for people who don't?
Anybody that shows him up. This is what I've noticed about Destiny. Remember when I first met Destiny, it was when he was coming on my stream to complain about Demon Mama. Now you should find that should be a slam dunk, right? I don't, Demon Mama rubs me the wrong way, and she always has. She's up her own ass in 11 million different ways, right? But it shouldn't have been that hard. But he comes on, tries to convince me that she's like the super danger. She's dangerous. She's bad. Why is she dangerous? Oh, because she says I'm transphobic. Well, you know what? You were being transphobic. But she might lose me a partnership. She might lose me a sponsorship. Oh my God, fucking cry me a river, Destiny. Cry me a fucking river. A smaller streamer might make somebody realize that you're kind of bigoted. Maybe don't be a bigot, right? But yeah, he tries to, he straight up calls her like subhuman, and I'm like, I can't get on board with that. I can't agree with that. I've got opinions about Demon Mama, but subhuman is not one of them. And again, like he wonders why, he got banned off of Twitch, right? Maybe calling people subhuman might have had something to do with it.
No, the Great March of Return was 1 second on the quote response to the Great March of Return.
But yeah. What happened? The reason he was so mad about Demon Mama was that she beat him in a debate. That's really it. And what do we have? Ryan Grimm making Destiny look bad in a debate. If you want to be a debate bro, which I would not suggest because debate is not a great way to find truth, then maybe don't be so goddamn sensitive. Maybe don't hold grudges so long. Maybe don't be such a spoiled fucking bad loser where you gotta try to cope about every single debate that you lost and destroy everybody that makes you look bad. I mean, I don't know. Like, this in combination with his maybe excessive use of ADHD medications, like this is not healthy. This is not healthy for Destiny.
Yeah, the quote response to the Great March of Return for people who don't know, the Great March of Return was a civil society-led Gaza initiative that was a nonviolent demonstration where every Friday people would meet and kind of march to the fence, symbolically gazing out at land that they had lost over the years. The IDF responded by killing a pretty significant amount of Palestinians, but also maiming, I believe, tens of thousands, to the point where the UN put out a report noting that it had become commonplace to see people walking around with one leg, missing a leg, missing an arm. There were IDF soldiers who it said, yeah, we were told shoot out the legs. You know, one guy said he hit like 40 plus legs like in a single day. Hamas opposed this at the start because it was nonviolent, because it was civil society led. Hamas eventually caved under public pressure and ended up supporting the Great March of Return, which I think goes to your question, what is the political order that can replace Hamas? If there is a nonviolent movement that can gain traction, then Hamas is defeated by that. Hamas is pressured into supporting that just by the kind of public support for it, like happened with the Great March of Return. The Israeli response was not to say, wow, let's embrace this nonviolent civil society-led movement and marginalize Hamas and reach a deal with this Palestinian force that could even see a unification between the West Bank and Gaza toward a long-term peaceful solution. It was, let's annihilate this. Let's shoot and kill and maim the peaceful protesters, which only then fortifies.
Also, you gotta love Destiny's look for this debate.
Hamas's position and allows them to say that we were right all along. We told you you can't deal with Israel. We warned you against this, that violence is the only way forward.
That was a fantastic retelling that is almost entirely fictional for the Great March of Return. It did start off as a generally peaceful protest. The idea behind the March of Return was returning to Israel. The UN has released a report where they've gone over a lot of the shootings. It's very curious that if you actually read...
Okay, I mean, sorry, the idea of it, like the symbolic idea of it versus the substance of it is a pretty important distinction.
Report, you'll notice that almost every single shooting happens between 50 to 100.
Like, oh my God, they wanted the right of return, therefore they're worthy of, they deserve to be shot? Is that what you're saying?
In range, which is curious. Why if these are, because I was told, I believe by, I think Finkelstein himself said, or it might have been Rabbani, that this is a crack team of Israeli snipers, but apparently their rifles only worked up to 100 meters. The reason why...
Maybe they're just lazy.
Or maybe the reason why is because there is a no-go zone between the fence and 100 meters, because when people get too close, people try to cut the fence open, people try to break through.
Okay, cool. So the East German troops shooting people in that no-go zone, the Berlin Wall, I mean, I guess that's their own fault. You know, they knew that, right? You're not allowed to be in that zone. You're in that kill zone. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ.
Which is what was happening towards the end of the...
So they had no choice but to shoot all those unarmed people.
It doesn't matter if you're armed or unarmed. If you're approaching an area that you're not supposed to be in, and then when people start to try to break through the fence, that's the rules of the border. If you try to cross any military...
There was the rules of the border for the Berlin Wall as well. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Destiny, for
border, you're probably going to get shot at.
Validating the East German troops.
Also, towards the end of the Great March of Return, there were people that were throwing stones, that were sending over incendiary balloons, that were causing like fires to spread on the other side of the fence. All of this is documented even by the UN, and that was when the majority of the firing from the Israeli police happened. If you want to say that they shouldn't be shooting at people who were close to the fence because you don't like that policy or whatever, that's fine. But characterizing that as like just open firing into a bunch of innocent people that are standing there with the goal of just maiming people for no reason is the most unbelievable retelling of what happened towards the end of that event.
That's exactly what happened, actually.
Just to characterize it, just get a even more complete picture. Israeli policy is people in Gaza have no right to go in and out of the cage that they've been placed into. They're under complete siege. Their economy is in shambles because Israel does not allow them to trade with the outside world. They can't have an airport because Israel doesn't feel like they are entitled to an airport, can't have a seaport. When you look at the rates of unemployment, over 50% in Gaza at the time. And if those people who are trapped in this cage come a little too close to the border, then we open fire at them and kill them, even when they're unarmed, because that's border policy.
It's more than 6,000, according to the UN, quote unquote, more than 6,000 unarmed demonstrators were shot by military snipers week after week at the protest sites by the separation fence.
There's no denying that, yes, some people try to open up and some people send incendiary balloons over the border and so on. But by and large, when you look at the cases, human rights organizations have been clear about the fact that people were targeted when they posed absolutely no threat to Israeli soldiers. So Israeli soldiers opened fire on people and targeted specifically medics and journalists and children and people who are disabled in wheelchairs.
There's a very clever game that's being played when we say pose no threat to Israeli soldiers. There was one UN report that came out that analyzed it, that claimed that every single shooting except for one was unjustified. But the way that they got that is they didn't analyze that as an armed conflict. They analyzed that as a policing event. And when you analyze things internationally as a policing event, typically police aren't allowed to shoot or kill anybody unless they pose a direct threat to the individual.
Why would why would it be analyzed as an armed conflict if one side wasn't armed?
Because Hamas was present.
But they weren't shooting. They weren't.
It doesn't matter if they were shooting. If you've got an enemy military that is present amongst people that are performing actions that are
there was
Hamas.
There was not a military.
Hamas is considered the oppositional force, and if you've got people that are participating,
and if you
in
don't have guns at the time,
doesn't matter if you have guns or not.
Of course,
guns
it
have
does.
nothing to do with being
international humanitarian law is absolutely clear about the fact that a situation you can only kill combatants if they're in combat and they're armed. You can't find somebody.
That is absolutely not true. You do not become hors de combat. You do not all of a sudden gain the protections of a civilian if you're an enemy combatant without a gun. That is absolutely
if you happen to go home, of course you do. You should familiarize yourself.
Density.
Google IHL, enemy combatant. Google IHL, hors de combat.
Let's do that.
That is absolutely
just to go back to a point that you made earlier about sort of.
Wait, hold on, just to be clear. I just want to so you're saying that like if there's a military and you're fighting the enemy and you guys are going to lose, if you just drop your guns, you can just like run back and nobody can shoot at you?
Yes, if you drop your guns and raise your arms, you can't be shot anymore.
No, that's surrendering. That's different than running away. You can't drop your guns and just run away and you can't get shot because you have no firearms.
If you're a military threat at the time, it's a military engagement. You're fighting with each other.
That is absolutely not true.
Okay, I just
we can have
the
the control room look this up,
Sure,
but you're wrong about this.
That's a level of detail. Again, you start like playing up imaginary scenarios of somebody shooting at you and then dropping their gun.
I mean, look, this is what happens when a pretender like Destiny comes up against an actual journalist like Ryan Grimm.
Turning around.
No, but that's what your rule would lead.
And he's never going to forgive him for it. He's going to carry this hatred in his heart until his last breath. For Hasan, for Ryan Grimm, for Demon Mama, for everybody. Anyway, let's get back to the podcast here. I still have not gotten a chance to...
The LSF crowd. Once again, I just saw this.
To pee.
Wonderful stuff. Asmongold and I have a 4-hour conversation. Hasan says the Houthi he talked to is like Anne Frank. First of all, he was not a fucking Houthi.
Oh.
Secondly...
Well, pause. Right, so do you see what I mean? Where it says, like, sometimes he says that they're not a Houthi, and sometimes he says that he is a Houthi who's been radicalized.
No, sometimes he jokes around about him being Timothée Chalamet, right? Because he's, Yemeni, but no, he's not. He's a TikTok influencer, right? The famous video, he's going up to see the galaxy. What is it? The Galaxy Star? Is that what? I can't remember what it's called. Galaxy something. It's a ship that's been taken over and kind of turned into a tourist attraction. You pay $1 or you pay whatever, and you go on the boat. That's what he's doing, right? He's doing like a TikTok, right? That's
for 19 years. He wants to have it both ways. So which is it? This is always a key that you have to listen to. It could be in personal relationships, it could be for coworkers, it could be in online debates. Whenever somebody is justifying something that they later on say isn't happening, it's always a good indicator that the person is a subhuman, barbaric fucking liar.
He loves the word subhuman. And the way that he justifies it is that, like, it's not okay to call somebody fat. It's not okay to call somebody this. It's not okay to call somebody that. So he thinks he's cracked that, right? He thinks he's cracked the PC the code by being like, oh, I'll just call them subhuman. And since that doesn't apply to any specific group, then it's totally okay. Yeah, no, there's no historical precedent of subhuman being used against. It's just his favorite thing, and he thinks he's so fucking up his own ass about this.
People do shit like that, right? Imagine confronting somebody and be like, hey, I just saw that your kid, came to school with a whole bunch of bruises. And they're like, yeah, he's fucking annoying. He screams every night. I can't think of another way to shut him up. And then later on, you're like, I mean, it's not like I hit him. You don't have any proof of it. I didn't hit him. It's like, wait, why the did you just
what?
Then 5 minutes earlier.
Excuse me?
You can't justify a thing that you later go on to say doesn't exist because it's you're just lying. You're lying. Yeah.
Schrodinger's Houthi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Genocide. That is correct. Like, you can't fucking materialize a appropriate dwarfy or whatever the fuck this Destiny writer account is.
Oh, that's you.
But 4 hours of
also pause too.
That's the one thing you got.
He does this thing as well where he's always like every single person that criticizes him is Destiny. I noticed that like the Trumples do this and also Hasan does it too. I won't let people do this anymore. And I'll permaban you, Mike.
Wait. How do the Trumples do it? What do they call you, Kamala?
If you say it, like any of these like obsessed.
I mean, that's the way they would pronounce it.
comments or TDS comments, you're always getting permaban for it. The fact that these people can elude so much criticism by just calling people obsessed, saying, "Oh, no comes from discrimination," is bullshit. They're the largest political commentator in the world. You're an avowed terrorist supporter. Like, everybody should hold you to account for it. Just like everybody should ask Tim Pool, "Hey, why haven't you said anything about all the money that you took from Russia?" That doesn't make you think. Every single program Tim goes on, he should be harassed for that. Hasan should be harassed with us in every single show that he goes on. If you see him going on a show, you should email the people and say, like, "Hey, you should ask Hasan about him, like, supporting terrorists and shit," and saying that all the
again, so Destiny, you want to know why you get banned for stuff? It's for saying shit like Hasan should be harassed.
were fake, and saying that you know, like all the
but he can't help himself. He literally cannot help himself.
Were actually caused by the Hannibal directive by Israel. He should be like bothered by this over and over and over again. And him just saying like, "Oh, it's all Destiny's community," is the biggest cope bullshit in the fucking world. That's so cucked for him.
That's awesome. That is fucking dope, dude. LSF is so insane. And Franks was just like Luffy. Is this the really best that Twitch Politics has to offer? These two idiots, embarrassing. The guy was a part of a terrorist organization who beats women for going to school and execute gay men on a weekly basis, and Hasan invited bombos. Yeah, that guy literally got detained by the fucking Houthis, by the way. Check OP's history.
Like, pause.
I don't.
Do you think that he would ever admit that the Houthis don't have a great track record when it comes to journalistic freedom? They execute people.
That's just because of Western imperialist invasion. That's all they've known. If you would just let them exist as a society without America constantly interfering with their elections and constantly trying to go in there and provide aid, they would have solved this already.
Or maybe stop droning them. I don't know.
America just keeps bombing them and funding all this type of stuff. And fuck you, Hasan.
Yeah. Or they're not great on women's rights. They're not great on LGBT stuff. Like, what does he think these places are like? Oh, like, it's such an unbelievable. Like, would he ever admit that? Like, okay, yeah, maybe they're not as progressive as. Like, it's so crazy.
To check it, but again, 4-hour conversation. 4-hour conversation. Is Destiny still interested in doing World War I research?
Yeah, I just like watching Twitter clips. That's so fucking boring.
True.
A guy who had like 7 mentions of Palestine total on his Twitter feed before October 7th.
Little fucking hermits, dude. Oh my God.
Dude.
Get a life. Get a grip. Get a fucking grip, you animals. Holy shit. Also, everything else is deemed political for LSF. Meanwhile, this is like, you know, this is fine.
Just pause. This is why. Where is Stale? You got to do.
No, stop.
I'm not allowed to call for because he's a DGGer.
Just stop.
I don't
He's
like
not
that.
a DGGer. He left us.
Yeah, I know, but like this, the fact that the politics ban allows Hasan to avoid even more accountability. God, he's such a soft fucking loser. He's so soft.
It's okay. It's okay to be soft.
Not that soft.
Well, yeah, but
his job is politics, and he's
like
this soft, and he's a terrorist supporter.
Well, yeah, like cats are soft. You know?
Okay.
Okay. Who did he just call animals? DGGers, I guess? Whoever was on, you know, posting on live stream fails.
So fucking annoying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wonder why the subreddit is dying. Exactly. Like, what do you think? You can put like normal shit that's going on a day-to-day basis on fucking Twitch. Just if you do this kind of thing, you're gonna turn it back into fucking Stormfront again.
What the? He is Stormfront. Does he not recognize that he is Stormfront just from the other side?
Look, I mean, like Hasan, you know, like I wouldn't use terms like barbaric or animals. You know, he's in the medium that he's in, and you know, playing the the rhetorical you know, games that he's playing or whatever, but like is he Stormfront?
No, he doesn't. Like, you know, the media bias chart. He's InfoWars. That's what he is. This motherfucker. He is InfoWars on the other side. Like, you have InfoWars all the way over here. He is labeled as that, as far left into the bottom.
Destiny is one embarrassment away from Fed posting. Yeah, he's Xander Hall with a better with better hair, or maybe not, maybe worse hair.
Fake news.
He's Xander Hall with better facial hair. I want to give him something. Wait, what am I trying to do?
Fucking extremist terrorist supporting. That's it. Like, you can't go. It's like start bouncing off the corner like a DVD logo.
Yeah.
Okay. I love Hasan clips.
What do you mean, homophobia in general?
Yeah, where did
I think that, yes, I think that religious social conditioning plays a role in uplifting bigoted attitudes towards people that are. Yeah, I know, but it's no different. The problem here is, that aspect of it is reactionary conservatism. It's no different in Palestine as it is in the United States of America. The only reason why it manifests, or the only reason why it takes it can be dealt with by those in terms of like the civil governance or anything like that is specifically a direct consequence of being a victim of colonial domination.
Like, what a fucking word salad of it's like Trump speaking.
Except it actually makes sense what he's saying, which makes it even worse. That
Revolutionary Underground says Xander's hair is a low bar to clear.
Homophobia in the Middle East comes from Western colonial domination.
People mistake Xander Hall as Destiny's father? What?
Of course. Well, is that what is he saying, actually?
That's what he's saying. He's saying that the reason why they're still homophobic is because of Western colonial domination.
If it wasn't for us, they would all be gay.
It's such an unbelievable, like they would have rainbow colored fucking burqas if just not for Israel. It's like every single bad thing. Yeah, every single bad thing that's ever happened is because of America. Oh my God.
I'm gonna pee at long last.
This shit is allowed. I understand that Dan Clancy is.
Oh God.
And DanClancySucks.com, but still, even though he sucks.
I'll try to be quick.
Okay. And watches 18-year-old girls.
Just don't want to miss this part.
Bathtubs all day.
Explore clips.
That's very nice.
And now you have a clips feed. Okay? Mm-hmm. Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there. And now you're in your stories feed. Okay?
Okay. That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's also, we are really used to this form.
That was the funniest shit. Have you ever seen it? Dan Clancy pulls up his Twitch app and it's nothing but Coomer content and Hasan. Anyways, I understand that, but there's got to be someone else. Is like this truly a ship on autopilot and Dan Clancy is up there at the fucking front and there's two screens and there's fucking like titty content and Hasan and that's it, and he's just driving straight and no one's there to say, hey, retard, maybe you shouldn't be doing this?
Yep, it's pretty crazy. Pretty wacky.
And those guys are the ones that happen to be fighting back against Israel tooth and nail. But once again, it doesn't matter. Just like I celebrate the American accomplishments in World War II, it doesn't change that dynamic. And under no circumstance would I ever advocate or say like, well, America is an inferior culture and that's why like.
Well, I think that
occupied. You understand, right? Like it's
whatever
it's
word
what
you want to use.
It's what material
like
conditions look like when you are occupied. Mm-hmm. That's why I gave the example of the Westboro Baptist Church. Those guys are not doing ISIS-style executions of gay people because they live in America. If they were born and living in another part of the world, and if they were living in America, I guess like post-nuclear Holocaust or something, they would absolutely be doing that. It's entirely about what your immediate surroundings look like. That's my point.
Why? First of all, there's a difference between a small percentage of the how many members are at Westboro Baptist Church?
You can't do it. You can't do it.
It's not the mainstream culture of the United States.
I just realized something. This is Rob Noor, basically. It's like, but a more retarded.
Yeah, it's
Rob
worse.
Noor.
Yeah,
more retarded, and you just say words like colonialism and apartheid and U.S. imperialism, and it makes you think that you're better or something. It just makes no fucking sense. It's so stupid. He must know it sounds stupid when he does it too. That's why he says and he's just like throws an imperial in there every once in a while or something.
Yeah, I think you're just supposed to kind of know what he's thinking, and then he just like throws out. He does the weave like Trump a little bit. The weave. He just brings up enough buzzwords, and you just kind of like know what's going on. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to colonize this video. Let me finish.
That's it. They're exhibiting the same kind of religious fundamentalism. The only difference is there is no like greater outside force that is like destroyed the United States of America in its entirety, and therefore they can just like fulfill their violent desires whichever way they see fit.
Oh, okay. There's a link that's getting spammed to me a lot. We're just gonna watch it real quick.
They unblocked Sneeko like last week. Now, this week, they unbanned Fresh and Fit.
What? Damn, their outfits are amazing. Why can't we look like that?
Because we're not husband and wife.
Fuck. Like, I think like we dress good, but then like other people like, and look, they have like nice green screen background and everything.
Wow.
Yeah, but they have a whole team. You know, our
I don't like green screen background. I think real studios look nicer.
That's true. Ours is better. It's nice that they're trying though.
What? Wait, what?
Yeah. And these are like the two
What?
most openly anti-Semitic creators, maybe online.
That doesn't make any sense.
They're both like Holocaust-denying anti-Semites. So they both getting unbanned while simultaneously like stuff like, you know, showing terrorist propaganda on Twitch is not being punished.
Nope.
What the fuck is going on there? I'm going to say it. I think Dan Clancy, the CEO, I think he hates Jewish people.
It's not a fucking joke. I unironically, at this point, there's no other explanation to it. The fact that he wished Hasan happy birthday, the fact that he seems to somehow be personally involved with the fact that Hasan has no punishment whatsoever for causing great pain to Jewish people on the site and off of it. I think he's an anti-Semite. I think he actually might be like a neo-Nazi or one of these leftist. How else would you explain what it is?
Like, this is the culturally popular thing right now.
So you think he's just like so fucking dick-sucking, hoping to be in OTK and get more 18-year-olds like on his fucking whatever?
It's just, this is the popular culture right now in their offices,
so he wants
probably.
to be cool.
Yeah, this is like the popular culture right
he's
now.
He's still a
Twitch.
fucking Nazi, I think.
Okay.
Like, right at the end, like the same result.
It
right?
might be the same result, but I don't think he hates Jews. I think that this is just the popular.
He just gets there a different way.
Basically, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, click this link in chat real quick. Or actually, wait, finish this. 20 seconds.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
I'd say so. I mean, Twitch has always been a shit show with its moderation. Also, I looked into it, and Fresh and Fit were banned only like a month ago, and it was for possibly the F slur or possibly for saying simp, which is.
If someone got fucking banned for saying simp, and you have Hasan bringing on fucking terrorists and saying crazy shit like that not happening, I think I'm gonna have to default to my view being correct here.
Maybe.
Anyways,
the slur on Twitch, which just goes to show
what a dumb fucking platform.
Why? Yeah,
that's
a fucking. I'm not sure which one is accurate. I saw both being reported. Obviously,
I'll say this for Ethan: he has morals. He left Twitter, and he had a fuck ton of followers there. He fucking left it, and he had a huge audience, and he probably took a hit as a result of it. You know what?
Yeah.
I mean, not
favorite people.
Favorite people?
Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good. All right. Turn that up. Turn giraffes.
We all know where this is going. Like, you know, fuck what you guys had to say.
Dude, where's the? You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke.
Oh my god, Chad, I took way too long. I'm sorry. I got food. Struggle food, but it's food. It has calories, it has macronutrients, micronutrients.
In my
stand up.
Okay. So this was a panel at TwitchCon, I guess. This is Denims, Rogan. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember who else is there. But Rogan, I feel like Rogan had a response to this. gonna see if I can find this on Twitter. Oh god, I missed the Ethan stuff. Okay, so yeah, like I said, he's right about Fresh and Fit and Sneeko being unbanned. Like, that is, like, what are they thinking?
Retarded, and you just say words like colonialism and...
I told you, they're allergic to that word. They can't fucking conceive of that being a real thing. They want to think of it as like, no, that's something only arslers care about. What kind of fucked up reactionary space have you created, Stephen?
Apartheid and U.S. imperialism, and it makes you think that you're better or something.
That's the point, yes, that I'm better. Yes, thank you for giving me my flowers for saying colonialism. Oh my god, I can say it. I can acknowledge it. It's not that hard. Jeez.
It just makes no fucking sense. It's so stupid. He must know it sounds stupid when he does it too. That's why he says and he's just like throws an imperial in there every once in a while. Or
what? Wait. Why he says Usually those are filler words that you say when you can't think of your thought at the moment that you want to. You use a little filler word there until your brain starts chugging. But you wouldn't know about this, Destiny, because you're on too much Adderall.
I think you're just supposed to kind of know what he's thinking, and then he just like throws out. He does the weave like Trump a little bit. The weave. He just brings up enough buzzwords, and you just kind of like know.
It's not the weave. You just like, oh my god. God damn it. We're going to have to watch this whole thing. I'm so sorry, chat. I hate to have to rewind it on it. I know you've already seen it, but this is a crucial part. This is a crucial part where Destiny shows how not smart he is. Not smartstony.
Yep, it's pretty crazy. Pretty wacky.
And those guys are the ones that happen to be fighting back against Israel.
God damn, I ran out at the wrong part.
Once again, it doesn't matter. Just like I celebrate the American accomplishments in World War II, it doesn't change that dynamic. And under no circumstance would I ever advocate or say like, well, America is an inferior culture, and that's why like.
Well, I think that
occupied. You understand, right? Like it's
well, whatever word you want to use.
It's what material conditions look like when you are occupied. Mm-hmm. That's why I gave the example of the Westboro Baptist Church. Those guys. Sure. Are not doing ISIS-style executions of gay people because they live in America. If they were born and living in another part of the world, and if they were living in America, I guess like post-nuclear Holocaust or something, they would absolutely be doing that. It's entirely about what your immediate surroundings look like. That's my point.
Why? First of all. There's a difference between a small percentage of the how many members are in Westboro Baptist Church?
You can't do it. You can't do it.
It's not the mainstream culture of the United States.
I just realized something. This is Rob Noor, basically. It's like, but a more retarded.
Yeah, it's
Rob
worse.
Noor.
For the record, chat, I've debated Rob Noor. Rob Noor is a truck. What do you call them? Like they do the video from their truck. You know what I mean? Like a truck guy, a truck car video guy. You know what I'm talking about? That's what Rob Noor is. And he's known for his gish gallop in debates. He likes to rattle off a lot of things that if you were to address every single one of them, you'd lose your way. Right? It's a gish gallop technique, and when you've got like somebody that's a bigot like Rob Noor doing the gish gallop, it's even worse because then your debate gets to be a platform, a vector of transmission of tropes, right? But I don't see, having debated Rob Noor, I do not see how Destiny is anything like him.
Yeah, more retarded, and you just say words like colonialism and apartheid and U.S. imperialism, and it makes you think that you're better or something. It just makes no fucking sense. It's so stupid. He must know it sounds stupid when he does it too. That's why he says and he's just like throws an imperial in there every once in a while or something.
Yeah, I think you're just supposed to kind of know what he's thinking, and then he just like throws out. He does the weave like Trump a little bit.
Yeah.
The weave. He just brings up enough buzzwords,
Exactly.
and you just kind of like know what's going on. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to colonize this video.
Got it. So you're mixing up Hasan Piker with Hank Packer, right? He's like Rob Noor. He's like Trump. No, he's not. But maybe Hank Packer is. I don't know.
Video. Let me finish.
Well, I mean, not really.
They're exhibiting the same kind of religious fundamentalism. The only
another
difference is there is no like greater outside force that is like destroyed the United States of America in its entirety, and therefore they can just like fulfill their violent desires whichever way they see fit.
Oh, okay. There's a link that's getting spammed to me a lot. We're just gonna watch it real quick.
They unblocked Sneeko like last week. Now, this week, they unbanned Fresh and Fit.
What? Damn, their outfits are amazing. Why can't we look like that?
Because we're not husband and wife.
Fuck.
Oh, don't worry. I think you'll get a Teddy Fresh sponsorship soon.
I think like we dress good, but then like other people like, and look, they have like nice green screen background and everything.
Wow.
Yeah, but they have a whole team. You know, our
I don't like green screen background. I think real studios look nicer.
That's true. Ours is better. It's nice that they're trying though.
What? Wait, what?
Yeah. And these are like the two
What?
most openly anti-Semitic creators, maybe online.
That doesn't make any sense.
They're both like Holocaust-denying anti-Semites. So they both getting unbanned while simultaneously like stuff like, you know, showing terrorist propaganda on Twitch is not being punished.
Nope.
What the fuck is going on there? I'm going to say it. I think Dan Clancy, the CEO, I think he hates Jewish people.
There we go. Dan Clancy. I guess you're anti-Semitic, according to this guy. That being said, unbanning Fresh and Fit and Sneeko, like that. That's all you. I mean, like that is a problem. That is a problem. I can't imagine why Twitch would do that. But yeah, I feel like they're going a little bit hard on Dan Clancy.
It's not a fucking joke. Unironically, at this point, there's no other explanation to it.
I do the weave.
The fact that he wished Hasan happy birthday. The fact that he seems to somehow be personally involved with the fact that Hasan has no punishment whatsoever for causing great pain to Jewish people on the site and off of it. I think he's an anti-Semite. I think he actually might be like a neo-Nazi or one of these.
Dan Clancy? Dan Clancy.
Leftist adjacent. How else would you explain what it is?
Like, this is the culturally popular thing right now.
So you think he's just like so fucking dick sucking?
Wait, what is this? Oh no. Still having a few issues with Chrome. It is better than Firefox. Oh my god. Sorry. Try this again. There we go. Ethan is doing the thing minorities are always accused of. He's reading way too much into that. Yep.
Hoping to be in OTK and get more 18-year-olds like on his fucking whatever.
It's just, this is the popular culture right now in their offices,
so he wants
probably.
To be an OTK? I didn't realize that Destiny and OTK were enemies. OTK is the stream team / I don't know. I think it's like a I think it's like a company that Asmongold founded, and Miskiff is in it. They've had a lot of scandals.
Yeah, this is like the popular culture right
He's
now.
still a
Twitch.
fucking Nazi, I think.
Okay.
But they're saying that Dan Clancy wants to be. Oh yeah, and also that he's a Nazi. Wow.
Right at the end,
That seems a little bit uncharitable, right? To say the least, right? I don't know how many people in chat know the CEO of Twitch. Just CEO, but as far as I know, he's not a Nazi.
The same result.
It
Right?
might
He's
be the
just
same
getting-
result, but I don't think he hates Jews. I think that this is just the
he
popular.
just gets there a different way.
Basically, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, click this link in chat real quick. Or actually, wait, finish this. 20 seconds.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
I'd say so. I mean, Twitch has always been a shit show with its moderation. Also, I looked into it, and Fresh and Fit were banned only like a month ago, and it was for possibly the F slur or possibly for saying simp, which is.
If someone got fucking banned for saying simp, and you have Hasan bringing on fucking terrorists and saying crazy shit like that,
Chat, I'm pretty sure that people say that word on Twitch. Am I wrong? Can somebody check on that? Like, I know there was some point where simp was like not like you weren't allowed to call somebody the word, but I don't think they even do that. I feel like people do call each other.
I think I'm gonna have to default to my view being correct here.
Maybe.
Anyways,
the slur on Twitch, which just goes to show
what a dumb fucking platform.
Why? Yeah,
That's a
fucking. I'm not sure which one is accurate. I saw both being reported. Obviously,
I'll say this for Ethan: he has morals. He fucking left Twitter, and he had a fuck ton of followers there. He
Yeah.
fucking left it, and
That's morals, chat. When you get roasted too hard on Twitter, so you retreat to your Instagram account. That's what morals are.
he had a huge.
I would say that Ethan is the most moral Twitter user on the planet, right? That's clearly
audience.
When you leave, you have a big Twitter account and you leave. That makes you moral. That's the moral of this story. That's the moral of this chat. We can just finish it. We're done. Okay, chat. We got it all figured out. We all just have to quit Twitter and go to Instagram and cope about stuff. Yes. Yes.
Favorite people?
Favorite people?
Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good. All right. Turn that up. Turn giraffes.
We
turn
all
that
know
up.
where this is going. Like, fuck what you guys had to say.
Dude, where's the? You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke in my.
Stand up.
Denims and Frogan are also both people that have tweeted and said on stream that the whole thing on October 7th is completely and totally fake, and that October 7th was justified because it's a resistance and freedom fighting. And yeah, Frogan and Denims have both gone on record saying
Favorite people?
Good that they have official Twitch panels featuring these people, but very nice, yeah.
I have no pity at all for any soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
Jesus.
Well, we don't care about that. That'll be an unbannable thing. Who gives a shit?
Okay, let me show you Frogan's response.
You know? All right.
But we are going to tier list them, and we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't.
And also, we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you got like a white guy who's like, "Can I say it? Is it a slur? Is it okay?
Am I allowed
You know what I'm saying?" And then you have thinks it's a slur, where it's like a white person that really they're like, "No, I'm not going to say that. I'm so sorry." And then love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Yeah,
It's
they're not allowed.
So that's what that's what, I guess we're going to have to watch the Ethan video, aren't we? God damn it, chat. I was going to save that for tomorrow. Like, that's where the Sabra thing comes up. What in chat if you know what Sabra is? We're talking about a hummus. Talking about a... I don't know if they... Do they make anything besides... I think they just make hummus. And there's a boycott against it because it actually supports the IDF. And it's also, some would say, not a very good hummus. Right, so they're doing a tier list of, like, you know, who can say this word. Like, it's kind of just like, you know, who are we cool with, right? Is the idea. And it's a like, right, that loves Sabra, right, gets taken by Ethan Klein as a anti-Semitic dog whistle.
It's basically like you can't say it, and if you say it, you're literally hate criming us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is the perfect transition to our first person, Hasan.
Yeah.
All right.
But we are going to tier list them, and we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habib.
Okay, so that's the idea. Ethan Klein is misrepresenting this tier list. Frogan says, Ethan Klein lied again and said, myself, Arabs, and our guests did a tier list where good equals Arab and bad equals Jew, right? Which is not what happened. Our tier list was who has the past to say this word, which is a meme tier list that we did with a variety of creators. Here is the clip in context, right? So Ethan's claiming that this is like a good to bad tier list. It's not. It's like a who can say who gets the pass. That's the tier list, right? The whole basis of my podcast, says Rogan, Arabs with Capri and Rafs is that we are all Arabs from different religious backgrounds. I am Muslim, Capri is Christian, Raf is Jewish. Sabra hummus is objectively the worst hummus to exist and is unfortunately standard hummus in the US. Yeah, it is unfortunately one of the more prominent brands.
And who can't.
And also, like we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you got like a white guy who's like, can I say it? Is it a slur? Is it
okay? Am I allowed to?
You know what I'm saying? And then you have thinks it's a slur, where it's like a white person that really they're like, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm so sorry. And then love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Yeah, they're not allowed to say it.
It's basically like you can't say it, and if you say it, you're literally hate criming us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is the perfect transition to our first person, Hasan.
Okay, so they put people on the list. Ethan Klein's one of the people. Hasan's one of the people.
That's nice. You know, veterans.
I do the ones I do. The one.
Do you think there's any advertisers on Twitch that just like love shitting on veterans and hoping that they get PTSD?
What protected class too? You know that, right?
What ads were showing up before and after this?
Good question.
I'm gonna take a look later. This is the best part. Is I don't give.
Yeah.
I told them to take away my fucking partner mark. They can suck my butthole.
Ones I'm like whatever about the U.S. soldiers are the ones that like acknowledge that like what they did was wrong. They didn't know back then. Whatever. You're a good person in my book. I'm like a Tom. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. The U.S. military that are like, yeah, like, you know, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like, I'm changed. Like, fuck imperialism. This. You don't deserve the PTSD. But like any other motherfucker, you're joining them. You're like, oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. F you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
Jesus Christ.
I like how this is okay. This is okay to say for some reason. Why is this okay? Can you tell me, Steve? I'm confused.
This is anti-American.
Oh, so is that? But I thought veterans were a protected class.
You'd think so, huh?
So
actually are.
I don't know if this is true. Right? They're asking if the Twitch so Twitch says that you can't say these things towards a protected class. And I vaguely do remember veterans being considered one of those classes, veteran, like military service status or something like that.
Our veterans are a protected class, just like
they're protected in terms of job discrimination, but they're saying under the Twitch TOS that what you say about veterans, and I guess I think that what she said is probably not like bannable due to the fact that she wasn't like saying this about all veterans. She specifically stipulated like veterans that were not disabused of their like patriotic sort of military programming,
you know, race and everything else. So do we not enforce those rules on Twitch?
I don't actually know if veteran status is called out under TOS. It might be. You should check.
I mean, veterans are a protected class. You cannot discriminate.
Yeah, it is, but again, she wasn't talking about all veterans.
Based off of their...
No, I'm asking on the Twitch TOS.
It doesn't matter what they're...
So in other words, where are these guys' minds? Where are these guys' minds right now? They are not in let us engage in argumentation and debate and see whose ideas win on the battlefield of ideas. They are in deplatform, demonetize, strip sponsorships, strip ads from. They're in that mode. Which I feel like I often hear Destiny claim to be above.
When the federal protected class stuff has to do with you're like an employer or if you're like doing housing renting. You can be racist. That's legal. It's not illegal to be racist, but it's illegal to be racist if you're discriminating against like housing. Same thing with like veteran status, family status, or whatever, right? But that might be listed in their TOS. You can't make fun of somebody for veteran status. I'll check. What is this? Oh, is it done?
No, I can. We got another 3 seconds.
Go. Sorry. I just wanted to see her chew.
Okay. All right. Community guidelines. Wait, is that not it? Oh, Hasan chatter permaband. Right? This is the one?
Yeah, well, I want to say...
Hey, Destiny, I'll chew for you.
That one too.
This one.
Yeah, so it does have it here. Twitch does not permit behavior.
What the fuck?
Hatred, prejudice,
what the fuck?
Behavior that promotes or encourages discrimination, denigration, harassment, or violence based on the following protected characteristics: race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, serious medical condition like PTSD, and veteran status. So she hit 2 of them there. This conduct.
But does anyone give a f? Hey, Dan Clancy, do you give a f? You f***ing sucker.
This thing,
Nazi fuck.
This part right here, this is why I'm permabanned, by the way. Because I said that trans people on Twitter are subhuman. This is the reason why I'm permabanned, is the hateful conduct here.
Self-report.
Pretty wild, but...
I can't wait.
No, yeah, it's pretty wild that you said that shit, actually.
To find every f***ing advertiser.
I don't know, for the record, chat, I don't know if that's why he was banned. I don't think he knows either.
That sits next to these motherfuckers. Send them videos of their shit right next to it. I can't wait. And the best part is I don't give a f. I don't care. F you guys. F Dan Clancy. What a f***ing asshole.
Last one for the Nico Sam link. Yeah, these are tweets that she's just unhinged. She's f***ing insane.
Do you want to read these out loud, Steve?
Yeah, so on October 7th, which, by the way, is the perfect test to see how deranged somebody is, to see what they tweeted on October 7th, leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. The obvious implication being that the resistance here and all the murdering and raping of the people at the festival was awesome. And then 5 months later... Exciting news. Twitch has chosen me to be featured as a legendary woman on the front page. Together for Legendary Women, front page carousel, not just for March, but for the entire year. Hashtag Together for Legendary Women. Based. What a legend.
This is an official Twitch production. This thing that happened here.
Well, yeah, it's at TwitchCon. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of insane. We already saw this. Good on you, Ethan, calling him out. Hasan chatter permabanned for saying terrorism is bad. What? Okay, let's see.
This is my favorite shit. Is this from Reddit? Redditors are fucking unhinged. There's a post somewhere on Reddit of somebody complaining of being banned from my chat for, like, I don't know, opposing dictators or something like that. Right? This fucks in Vosh's community now. He used to be in Destiny's community. And he was in my stream one night, and I was talking to a friend that I hadn't talked in a long time, you know, who had just debated Vosh, and Shark300, who was my friend at the time, like, messaged me on Discord, wanted to talk to her. I brought them both on. I let them, like, debate while I ate crackers. And this motherfucker went off, flamed my mods. I don't think they even got banned. I don't remember. Maybe they flamed the mods and they got banned, but they like claimed it was like, oh yes, because I'm calling out, you know, dictator bad. She would not let me call out dictator bad. She's like, right? There's a fucking Reddit post, and you would think, okay, well, that's fine. That's one unhinged Redditor, NCC, not a big deal. Unfortunately, this fuck was connected very much to DGG. And that thread got a lot of upvotes. Yeah, got a lot of fucking upvotes. So yeah, I mean, I've experienced this before. They do take to Reddit. They do complain about being banned, and they do lie about the reason for which they were banned in order to get sympathy and updates.
I just got banned, permaban in chat for calling Yahya Sinwar a piece of shit. The guy orchestrated a terrorist attack. I'm not pro-Israel. Obviously, the genocide is awful. This doesn't mean I should be banned for calling him a piece of shit. Like, what the actual fuck mods?
Look at the reactions.
Yeah,
like this is a community. A mega lol. You got banned for saying that someone.
I don't even know how this is allowed on Discord. I feel like this is probably a violation of the Discord to us, but okay. You're getting banned from here too, pussy boy. Guys, terrorism is bad. Free Palestine, both can be true. October 7th wasn't chill. Why are people defending it? 13 laugh faces. Okay. Yep. And then ban.
Ooh. Bye. See ya. October 7th wasn't chill. No, you gotta go. Oh man, this is so fucking funny. This is so funny. This guy that was fucking laughing about it. I've said this before, okay? The creators are a big part of the problem here. So the people that are owning these discords and doing this type of thing, but the people that are there, the moderators,
yeah, it's Gorbachev's fault.
Okay, to this shit should be paid attention to. Who is doing this? And people should know. That's it. At the end of the day,
how dare they ban my Redditor?
Sure, but like they don't even care about the content creators.
No,
they
care
about the.
Well, no, it's about how far.
How dare they ban my Redditor?
You go. How much time you have on your hands? Like.
Or no, I'm saying if people don't think that what Hasan and Denims and
they don't think
said is wrong, then who?
Like, these assholes are why I hate Reddit.
These people are too scared to say it in real life. They all have fucking jobs. Like this.
Wait, I don't know what you're implying.
What I'm implying is that like these people, these 11 megalols there, all go to fucking work and they have a Jewish coworker.
Someone was defending the Hannibal directive. Where?
They work at a fucking law office, or I mean, if that's
you're talking about. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like their online lives are a little bit different than their real lives.
Sure.
Anyways. Okay, well, you got banned. Sorry. That's not allowed.
Aside, right?
Go cry to the subreddit about it. That's what you always do.
He is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically.
Oh, Samuda hates Arabs as well. Wow, disgusting.
Bro, you can't make that shit up. Bro, you can't, bro.
I like that he has a more...
Bro, you're not comparing the
humorous
fucking
take than I do.
terrorist to fuck.
It is
okay,
funny.
I'm out of here, dude. I'm out of here. I'm not...
Just like, he's a terrorist now. That's great.
Be clear, so we can be clear with our language.
I want to be clear.
Hasan was not comparing Anne Frank to the Houthi guy. He was equating them.
Yeah, they were the same.
Yeah.
It is funny. I like... I should take a lesson from Mr. Har here on how to handle this. Not with rage, but with humor. I'm going to try. I don't think I'm going to get there, though.
It's too bad you're not funny.
This is a level of
would
politics
really help.
on the internet. You know what? Let's just talk about something I'm more of an expert.
They sound like such tattletales. That's what they're doing. That's what they're here to do. They're here to Karen. Karenstany.
Fuck that.
I should have called the stream Karenstany. That's all you need to know, Karenstany.
Is he not banned? Hasan's not banned for 14 days after saying shit like that? Bro, Twitch is fucking cooked, bro. God.
The fact that Asman got hit with the immediate 2-week ban as well.
They're so salty about Asman getting banned for fucking saying genocide good.
That's just so insane to me.
You would have gotten banned too, Destiny, if you'd said that shit on Twitch.
It's just unbelievable.
It's so funny that he complains about his ban, but it's kind of like, you know what? If you hadn't been banned for whatever that was, I'm sure you would have been banned for something else.
Unbelievable. But, or actually, no, I'm sorry. It's insane. It's not unbelievable.
I can't believe this shit is going on. It has to be at the top. There's no explanation for it. It is at the top. There's no way you can run a company and not be aware of this going on.
It's people underestimate this, but company culture is very important. Like it impacts worker morale, like how you feel about your job, how you get along with your coworkers, what you're comfortable saying to your manager, and then like the type of stuff that your company ultimately puts out. Like I think most successful businesses will tell you, like, and people will say like mission statements for companies are actually really important. I think it's really cringe when you're like a McDonald's frontline employee. Like I don't give a the mission statement is at McDonald's and seeing the videos is cringe. But once you start getting like more up in a company or you're like really involved in like kind of creative work or more cerebral work, like these types of like culture things are really important. I think Twitch has a company culture that just, it's very far left, right?
I love the idea that Destiny would understand corporate culture, right? When would you learn about corporate culture, Destiny?
Log off the internet, stop reading fucking Reddit, and go talk to some real humans, please. I know you could talk to Wake, okay? Talk to Wake.
Pause.
Talk to Tips.
Pause. Him saying, get off Twitch and talk to real people, and then he points to other people that he's like indoctrinated. Like, get off Twitch and go to the real world and talk to these other huge streamers.
Yeah.
Like,
so stupid.
It's so cringe because people like Wake and Tips have been like brain ripped by Hasan's propaganda. It's so crazy. Anyway.
Talk to a human, please. This is like...
You know what the difference, I think, between me and now and Hasan is? I understand I'm a rich guy in a nice house, but I don't fucking, like, act like I'm not. He's like he really is. Like
Hasan is one of the darkest brown, most Arab discriminated people in the United States.
Living in a
struggling to get by. The only reason he bought that house was because his whole family lives there. He had to move his mom in there, bro. And he's got wait, oh my God, I didn't see the clip of it, but what was the quote? He said he had a lawyer's car. Do you know what I'm talking about? Anybody know what I'm talking about? What did he say? I saw a quote of this. I didn't see the video. Did he actually say that? Or a dentist's car? What has Tip said that indicates he fully aligns with Hasan? Hasan is obviously pointing to people that are like on his dick as hard as possible when he says, go talk to these other people that agree with me fully. What kind of car is it? I don't know. It's a $250,000 Porsche. I don't remember the type. It's just he just constantly says that. I'm upper middle class. I'm like a doctor.
Hold on. Hold on.
Holding.
This is interesting. I didn't know that Twitter let you do this.
Yeah, see hidden replies?
Yeah, hold on.
Wow.
All right, how stupid am I? Stupid enough, I'll just send this over Discord instead of typing it again in chat. That's what I like. Yes, dumbass Dan. Okay, click and click. Here we go. Hidden replies by Twitch. These are the ones that Twitch did not want you to see on this post. What horror
and
movie?
also real quick, somebody said, Destiny, is it just me or does he look darker than before? Has Hasan gotten darker? Now, I'm repeating this. I don't know if this is true. I just see people in chat say it, but I don't watch Hasan's Instagram. People are saying that Hasan Instagram stories about going to tanning booths and shit quite a bit. Does anybody know if that's true? Are there screenshots of that?
I don't care.
I mean, if that is true, that's pretty fucking funny.
They engage in this bullshit, lie, conjecture, speculative bullshit against...
How tan would I have to be before I start getting...
What is Destiny saying? He's like, you talking about people being like Trump. You're weirder than Trump. You're weirder than Trump. Like, I don't think Trump's like talked about Kamala going to a tanning bed. Try to imply something.
You could be.
Can I be like a Hispanic Cuban?
You could be like from Sudan, pure black as this table, and they would still call you a gusano.
True.
Okay. So here, cool. What horror movie characters would you want to see as a streamer? Pog. By the way, like people like Elgato, these type of people that are commenting on this, they should be like, hey, what's going on here? But these are the hidden replies. So someone from Twitch has gone through and they've clicked hide on these tweets. So they're aware that they're here and they've hidden them. This is not like, hey, we're being neutral about it. We've made a post and we've decided that we don't want these things showing up. That's interesting. Do you find that interesting, Steve?
Yeah.
It's actually not that interesting. It's pretty par for the course, I think.
They have an awareness, right?
It's kind of funny. Now that I love this feature. You know, some parts of Elon's Twitter are interesting. They're good. Some parts are good. It's mostly shit. And I'm with you on leaving as soon as you...
I love this motherfucker doesn't know about hidden replies yet. Yes, there's hidden replies. There's a little icon. It's only been there for like ever. I don't use Twitter chat very much, right? It's very, I should have, this stream, like I should be blasting off tweets on some of these streams about Hasan, Ethan, and Destiny, but I just don't like Twitter. What can I say?
As soon as you're ready to go.
But I know how to find hidden posts. It's very easy.
But that said, don't let these fuckers off the hook. Too often, the outrage cycle lasts like 2 or 3 days, and then we're on to something else. There's something new going on in the world. There's some new drama. Dan Clancy is...
Hey, wasn't there somebody who had some outrage against him for saying that a firefighter that showed up at the Trump rally and lost his life should have, deserved it, or that he didn't? Maybe he didn't say deserved it, but he said like he didn't feel bad about. Wasn't there somebody that was kind of under a dog pile for that? Do we need to follow up on that too?
Legitimately, like a pretty bad person, it seems. Like, I don't know any other way to explain it. He's really bad.
Maybe Kick should have followed up on that.
And his name should be completely associated with what's going on forever. I want it.
Sure, there's still too much. If you really wanted to do something about this, Dan Clancy's not really the relevant party here. You have to associate Amazon with it. It's the more important thing.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, people care about their name.
Yeah, but I don't even know if Dan can do anything.
He can do something.
The real black pill is that this culture runs up into Amazon.
It doesn't matter. He's a CEO. He better make a change.
Sure, but if this is the culture at Amazon, they'll defend Twitch doing it.
It's not the culture at Amazon.
It is the culture at Amazon.
I know people that work at Amazon, and no one has said to me that this is like what they feel.
You should ask those people again. I promise they will tell you that it is the culture. You should ask them. Absolutely.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yep.
Sometimes it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you target someone who can't necessarily do something or is part of the greater chain, but you got to pick your targets and you got to follow through. Yeah. And that guy is Dan Clancy. And Dan Clancy is the guy that we're going to associate with basically systematic targeting of Jewish people on Twitch. That's going to be him.
Yeah.
He's the one at the fucking top of the food chain over there. I don't give a shit that it's owned by something else. It's run independently. It's not like he has stuff to do, but that's it. At the end of the day, Dan Clancy is he's calling the shots and he's deciding what content's allowed on there. And he likes this content, obviously, evidently. So we should give him more of that content in his feed, and we should let his advertisers know what's there. Don't stop after a day or two with this. The outreach cycle, it takes a toll on you. But remember how fucked up and how stupid this is, that this is existing. You can just say whatever you want about a Jew as long as you replace the word Jew with Zionist. Like, it's so fucking stupid.
True.
I don't even want to go through his Discord because I don't know. I already know they're all fucking...
Yeah, it's going to be unhinged.
Chat, the one thing that I want to make sure not to miss tonight is the... I'm trying to decide whether I should... Yeah, I guess we should. Okay, we'll remember 5340 if we want to come back to this. But there's something that I want to make sure that you see. And, well, you're not going to like it. Like, if you think that something in here was the most offensive thing that Destiny and Landlord Dan were going to say, you may decide that you were wrong.
He's like, oh, you want to make it so Israel isn't a Jewish homeland? Where is my wife who lives with me in Beverly Hills in California? Where's she going to go? In the garbage? In the toilet? Do you just want to kill her?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe she's going to go where she is now, which is not Israel.
Yeah, this is...
Has Ethan ever complained that his wife wouldn't have a place to live? Like, what are we even talking about?
Yeah, I don't think they were talking about Gila.
But notice again... What's the correlation? Because she's Jewish, she wants to go live in Israel forever, even though she's an American. Like,
like this actually just pissing
it's
me off.
crazy.
It's like not. It's not funny. It's not humorous. Like I don't even like it. It's just like rage bait.
If you're coming in here thinking like, oh well,
You think Destiny wants the Chapo smoke?
You know, I watched a fucking 2-hour character assassination. I've been following you for years and years, but I'm really shocked at your position on these issues now that I've seen this fucking VOD, you know, or Ethan's coverage over how I let anti-Semitism fester in this community or some shit like that, or I'm giving like mind control powers over to my audience. I'm like constantly signaling to them secretly with secret messages.
This is also, it's funny. This is, do you know the term crazy making?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of what Hasan is doing there too, right? Like you go out with a group of friends and then somebody comes in and you're like, huh, wow, here comes Dan, guys. And then you're like, what do you mean by here comes Dan?
Yeah.
Is this a thing, chat? Can somebody explain crazy making to me? Is that a thing? We're not talking about gaslighting, right? We're talking about like, so he's saying like, if you were like saying something with like a certain, I don't know, like tone, and then somebody asks you about it and you're like, what? I just said, you know, you say it without the tone.
Yeah, wait, what do you mean?
And I'm like,
you do that. Wait,
and I'm like,
what do you mean?
Nothing. I just said, here comes Dan. It's an English sentence. That's it.
No, you
it's
do,
like, it's
you do
crazy
that.
making.
Wait, why are you doing that though?
Because I like to fuck with you.
Yeah, don't do that anymore.
And I
like
do
that.
crazy make you.
Okay. Actually, the thing I don't like the most, when you're busy, when you go.
The thing is, Hasan's not trying to talk to you, Destiny. Like, what, how is this crazy making?
A lot of shit going on. You're very short. You're very curt, and I don't like it.
Good. I am short and curt.
Yeah, you are short.
I hope you understand that is...
Yeah, baby making. Baby making, that's simple enough.
Leave it right there.
It sounds like gaslight. Like, it sounds like the original meaning of gaslighting.
Like, you're just getting...
That's just like your opinion, man.
You're being a sucker. That's it. Not only are you being a sucker, you're being a sucker in a really silly way in the midst of a fucking genocide. Okay?
Oh, for fucking Christ's sake. I went through the black arc, the mixed race arc, and God, I'm so glad I'm not black. And now I'm going through the Israel-Palestine arc. God, I'm so glad I'm not Jewish. I'm glad. I love being white. I just love being white. Because at the end of the day, it's the Boondocks clip. I'm white. I don't care about any of this. If I was Israeli, bro, I would lose my mind if I was a Jewish person in this media environment. Where if you have like frizzy hair or dreadlocks, you're called out as being like a cultural appropriator, racist, slave culture supporter. But if you say, well, let me tell you why when they say death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon all the Jews, it's not actually anti-Semitic, and it's actually based resistance freedom fighting, and we should support that here. I would lose my mind.
Yeah, it felt real. The anti-Semitism, especially, I would say at the start of the year, was like, it was actually like a little scary. I don't remember all of it, but I remember that like every day in London, right, in Trafalgar Square, however the you say
Trafalgar.
it.
Trafalgar Square. I think I've lost 4 intelligence points listening to these two speaking.
The people out there, and it was crazy. And I was like, oh fuck, I have a trip coming out there.
Well, like I told you, it gets worse. I don't know how much of this I want to watch, but
and it's like this is like the center of the UK, like a huge anti-Jewish protest, not anti-Israel protest, not anti-Zionist protest, like just fucking like it was crazy.
Yeah.
And people act like it didn't happen, like it wasn't real.
I don't understand why you wouldn't care if he's out there tweeting an image of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be approached with nuance.
Oh, show me where that person is Jewish.
He's not going to say that, right?
Because he is a teenager in Yemen, dude.
Okay, that's better.
These people have no material power. They cannot touch you. They cannot harm you.
Keep in mind that the people in Yemen were literally trying to blow up ships and currently have hostages from one of those ships. Like, keep in mind that, remember, it's all the worlds are always existing all at once. So when Hasan is talking here about the Houthis, they have no material power. They can't do anything. But when he's talking to Nick, look at these based videos of them on helicopters taking over ships and shutting down trade to Israel, right? And so it's, yeah.
That's the point. Okay? There are real fucking Nazis in the United States of America.
I would be curious, actually, if there was like a U.S. poll of Jews. Like, are you worried more about neo-Nazis or pro-Palestine people right now in terms of your safety? I'm so curious what people would say.
And also, what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike.
Oh, he said it. He actually did it. He did say it. There's no way. How can he do this?
Again, you saw the word Zionist and assumed that the intention was to say Jewish person, right?
It was a Zionist. It was a Zionist, not a Jew, Dan.
That photo, unless I saw something different.
Unless there was a Jewish star.
But also remember,
oh my
why does
God.
anybody on a pike? Since when do we put anybody on a fucking pike?
Oh, you know.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic.
Yeah. So for the record, no one was put on a pike. There was a picture there was a picture posted on Twitter of a person being put on a pike.
That's true.
It's not a Jewish person. He said, I think
this is a drawing, bro.
Why am I held accountable for some random 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets?
Because you're not a random 19-year-old. You're a guy he brought this guy onto his stream and circle jerked with him for an hour. Remember, I'm a Nazi because I had Nick Fuentes on my stream and I debated him every single time.
Destiny, can you show me where Rashid is blowing up on social media saying anti-Semitic shit? Can you tell me where Rashid has become one of the foremost, if not the foremost, Nazi influencer, I guess you'd call him? That's what Nick Fuentes became after you platformed him. That's a whole different bag of worms right there. That is a whole different issue. God damn. Why would you compare? Like, you literally brought him back from irrelevance. You know why? To make content. To have a spicy debate with a fucking Nazi. So you bring the Nazi out of retirement and actually kind of bring his career back to life. Because he embarrassed Destiny. Like, Nick Fuentes ended up making Destiny look really bad in several incidents and gained relevance off of that. Yeah, he literally brought fucking Slippery Nick back. Same thing with Lauren Southern, except Lauren Southern didn't really have that staying power.
Every time I debated him, and I'm held accountable for everything that Fuentes was apparently, but Hasan can bring on a guy and circle jerk with him and meme with him and laugh and giggle with him and then support him and then make excuses for him, but he's not responsible for anything this guy does.
What is happening?
What's happening?
How many steps removed are we from this situation? How? How is this the conversation that you want to have right now? I fucking despise all of you, dude.
And when he says you, he means the Jews.
He unironically means
I hope he's joking.
the Jews.
I think they're joking. That'd be super bad faith if they weren't.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan
to grow his foreskin back
to Sam Cedar
and become a Muslim.
Okay? There are very thoughtful, very kind.
God, can I just say thank God Michael Brooks is dead for the Israel-Palestine shit this past year, because it would have been...
What the fuck? Just one more time, in case you think you were having an auditory hallucination.
To Sam Cedar.
And become a Muslim.
Okay. There are very thoughtful, very kind.
God, can I just say, thank God Michael Brooks is dead for the Israel-Palestine shit this past year, because it would have been so insufferable listening to him on top of, rest in peace, okay, for this dipshit, okay, but oh my God, can you imagine how fucking horrible it would be if he was part of these conversations too? He had some of the worst Israel-Palestine takes in the fucking world. Thank God I'm not inundated with his cucked bullshit as well. Oh my God.
DanClancySucks.com. Say something else so it goes in the clip.
DanClancySucks.com.
Okay, make sure you
Very
include that in the clip.
understanding.
I feel like they're trying to do an H3 thing with this Dan Clancy website. I don't know if they actually have that website or not, but it kind of reminds me of the H3 making a website for Ryan Kavanaugh.
And much less, how do I say this? Like, much less straightforward anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to, I think, develop a different understanding of these matters. I don't think
yeah,
be able to reach him.
I feel like he really fucked up there. Of all the people to call out the ghost of Michael Brooks, like, what the fuck is wrong with him? Like, and what he said, yeah, like the way he, like, I don't know. Part of me is like, is this bait? Is this rage bait? Is he doing this specifically to pick a fight with Sam's community?
Because a Jew can only kick it with another Jew.
Yeah.
He needs Sam Cedar.
Yeah.
He needs Sam Cedar, another Jew, because I know you guys only listen to each other. So let me throw my other Jew friend
It's like
over here.
so anti-Semitic, even when he's trying to act like he's not. He's like,
You can't reach because he's Arab or Turkish.
Yeah, sorry. I need to find one of your people to get through to your small ant-connected brains, because you guys all think like a fucking hive mind
It's
at Friday night Discord parties.
Do you know what the Kabbalah is?
Yeah, the Muslim thing, right?
Okay, I might have been wrong. What's the name of the thing that connects all the protoss together?
It's not Kabbalah.
And they severed it.
It's not a Kabbalah.
What's it called?
The Kabbalah is something that's like an Islam thing. The
These guys just don't know shit, do they?
protoss thing.
Oh, the Kala. It's close to Kabbalah. The Kala, yeah. They communicate
like
with each
the
other.
zealots to have it.
All of the protoss have it. That's how they connect with each other and think with each other.
All of the protoss have it?
Yeah, I think.
No.
Yeah, that's part of what makes them like
Dragoons have it?
Well, Dragoons are dead.
Wait, are they being anti-Semitic? Do they know like what Kabbalah means? Are they joking? Like, or are they just this fucking ignorant? Are they just this ignorant?
They're like their souls are put back
What
in the
about
machine
stalkers?
bodies. Well, they're inside of suits. You can't see their colors, but they have them.
Archons are fused.
Templars. Well, you
Two
can't see it
Templars
because it's
fused.
glowing. But they all have the Kala, the glory of the Kala.
What
The only
about-
people that don't are like Dark Templar. They cut it off. That's why they're dark.
So edgy.
True.
God.
And of course it would be the Protoss. Wait, I thought Destiny was a Zerg player. Anybody know? Can anybody tell me? I feel like I thought that Destiny was... Is he Protoss? I guess I never really saw him play StarCraft, and it's okay because he's not very good at it. Or at least supposedly, he's not very good at it. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Kareem B, you just got weaseled. Random Spooky Girl 3PO, you just got seasonally weaseled. Queen B, you just got weaseled. The furry one, you just got weaseled. And Winter, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. This is horrifying, Shakespeare. I agree. Yeah, a bit of a red flag. I don't know. Since Hasan basically ignored Destiny, I wouldn't doubt bringing up Michael is an attempt to rage bait him. You know, he does reply more than he used to. Not reply, but he talks about, like, I know some autodidacts who are of course they would be fans of Mr. Borelli, so pathetic that they think that he's right on everything. Yeah, they don't know any better. That's the problem. Who did the art that pops up in member alerts? Crystal Heart.
I hope I never get so full of myself I can't laugh at my own bullshit.
My last 2 attempts got canned. I don't know how the chat moderation works. How was the Yemeni kid not connected to the Houthis, and does it even matter if he was? Not only does it not matter to me if he was or not, it would obviously change the dynamic of the interview if he was, but he is not. They turned Galaxy into a fucking tourist destination. Are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me.
Wait a second.
Of course I'm about to have a... What do you mean?
Rainbow Silk, thank you for the Prime sub.
Excuse me.
Wait.
Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism, my life.
I'm so f***ing confused here. So is he or isn't he?
Depends on who he's talking to, I guess.
Oh, no. Or whatever is convenient at the moment. Yeah. Or actually, whatever Dan Clancy's dick has sucked at the time.
Thank you, Stale 2000, the #1 DGG simp, for killing however many LSF threads you did, because God forbid.
I feel like we're hearing way too much about Dan Clancy's dick in this.
Forbid we do politics here. There's a lot of memes here.
The Hebrew Hammer.
Oh, that's another thing I have to cover. Apparently, Slasher did a lot of.
Oh wait, that's
You said something a second ago, like anti-Semitism doesn't seem too bad on Twitch, and I feel fine and everything. And all I want you to do is we're going to just watch this clip. This is it. This is the only reason I really came in here. We're just going to watch this clip, and I don't even want you to watch Hasan.
You want to see the chat?
I want you to watch the chat.
Okay. Do you see Aiden Ross's chat?
No! Stop!
That's what I said.
What?
Who the fuck is talking about Aiden Ross?
No!
What?
Look at what just happened.
I know.
Wait, sorry. Did I miss that?
Hasan, what was your go-to comparison?
Aiden Ross.
Was f***ing Aiden Ross. That, one of my favorite things is when people, because intuitively, we do understand comparisons, we understand metaphor, we understand simile, and intuitively, sometimes people will accidentally make a comparison that keys in on their thought process so much better than they actually truly wanted to admit. What an unbelievable go-to. Like, hold on, what about Aiden Ross's chat?
Oh, God.
We're not talking about Kick. You said... I'm totally... You said Twitch is okay with anti-Semitism. I just wanted to watch the chat. As Kamala Harris says it's sad that the October 7th rapes happened. I just wanted to watch the chat. Don't you want to watch the chat?
Aiden Ross's chat is the same thing.
What? Like, Lil Bro, is that your defense?
Who's defending Aiden Ross? You just said that Twitch doesn't...
Also, isn't Aiden Ross still permabanned on Twitter, or is he back as well?
I don't know.
You just said that Twitch doesn't have anti-Semitism.
I do not feel hurt. Or I'm being...
Whoa! He's a debate tactic, right? You see that, right? Yeah. I've had people do this to me. I call it out. Hasan did this to me. I call this out. Remember, hey, by the way, Dan, do you think that it's bad when you rape people and you're like, well, me personally, as long as the woman was attracted to sex with me, I wouldn't care. That's not a response to what the fuck I just... I'm not asking for your personal opinion on how you might feel about a particular thing. What a stupid... And it's such a... You know you're pivoting. You know that you're squirming, okay? You're being held down, and you're being forced to answer a question that you don't want to answer.
I'm being molested.
It's such a disingenuous tactic to not just like own up to answer the question.
I do not feel hurt on being on Twitch. I am not perturbed.
All right,
you've made the right decisions to feel
perturbed
that way.
let's watch this video. Because I want you to imagine you're watching Hasan, and then you can tell me if you just feel hurt. Yeah, just press
pause randomly here for the chat, or
gonna change.
No, well, I mean, sure, if you want.
Let's take a step back.
Whatever.
October
I'll wait for her
2nd,
to mention the rapes here.
1,200 people were massacred. Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
So,
I
mean, I would watch his...
That he's laughing is so fucking epic. Remember, hold on, remember, when Ethan was crying, because, by the way, I don't know if Dan agrees with this or not, okay? And it does sound really cucked and dumb, but seeing dead kids does actually feel... In my opinion, at least, it feels worse when you have children. Seeing a dead, because you remember holding your baby, and babies are very fragile. Like when you have your kid for the first couple months, it's scary because you might roll onto them, they might die. You might drop them, they might die. They cough, you don't know if they're dying. It's scary, right? So when Ethan was crying, when he saw that dad holding up a dead baby, that's a painful image. I get it. And then Hasan brings out his crocodile tears because somebody got shot and killed at a funeral. He doesn't even know the person. And that was Hasan's go-to. So he's crying because of that. But then when it comes to the arguably the mass rape event, okay, that the UN has said has happened, okay, now it's like a fucking joke. Now it's hilarious, right?
So, I mean, I would watch his cringing face there as well.
A music festival.
No, we don't care about that.
Women were horribly raped.
I don't care about it.
As I said, then,
remember, you got to give it 5 seconds, okay? Because now they've heard it. Now they're typing. They just heard the rapes happen.
I don't like who did Gisticle say this.
GWO says, have you watched Ethan's video? GWO, do you mean the video that that he did on H3, or do you mean the video that he did on his own channel?
Whoever said cringing face, he's not a cringing face, he's laughing because it's a joke. Because remember, for the pro-Palestinian people, there were no mass rapes, that didn't happen. And the majority of
there may have been one.
Might have been one. There might have been one.
Might have been one documented. Okay? Maybe
and,
one.
I'm sorry, there were mass rapes, but it was Israelis raping Palestinians.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay?
And we killed, and the Israelis killed everyone.
Correct.
Actually.
It was the Hannibal Directive. 50% of the dead people at least were killed by Israeli helicopter fire. Okay.
Yep.
You would.
They've seen
again, that's a total move of the goalpost, right? Like, he thinks that because you can't prove that the majority of the people were possibly killed by, like because you're never gonna know what proportion, right? And so they kind of retreat to this. Oh well, was it the majority of the people? Was it the majority of the people that were killed by the Hannibal Directive? That were killed by the IDF? No, then I guess it doesn't matter. The fuck it doesn't. The fuck?
Hasan's reaction. Now we're typing. We're typing.
So easy to lie next to a concentration camp.
Oh my god. This is way not as bad as Aiden's chat.
Repeating hoaxes.
Which is just Aiden's chat is all like the fucking Jews.
Sure. Kick does not have in its TOS that you're responsible for your chat. Twitch does though.
Also, Aiden Ross is a fucking retard. Aiden Ross says that he's a fucking retard, and Aiden Ross's audience knows that he's a retard.
Yeah, but they're all.
Hasan is the preeminent political commentator on Twitch.
I don't hold Aiden Ross to the standard. So Aiden, if you're watching this, like it's.
And
different.
Aiden Ross is permabanned from Twitch.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with it. This conversation was infuriating.
We need to bring.
I love that they're literally like, now look at the chat. Look at the chat during this.
We should have got him for tonight's show.
No, because we would have just ruined a relationship for nothing.
I'm okay with that. Hasan fans continue to harass Ethan. Poor American white man.
So, I mean, I get, it looks like Ethan's got some kind of a, is this like a Google Doc or something?
This genocide on...
Did he share a Google Doc of this?
Palestinians is really hard on him. Race check! Race...
Crotchy says we don't come up with percentages based on vibes, Mr. Divorcepedia. We rely on health ministries, journalists, etc. Oh yeah, but he would say that's all Hamas. Hamas health ministries, Hamas journalists. That's right. We can't trust it because it's all Hamas apparently.
Check. I can't tell under all the fucking makeup, but I'm gonna go ahead and say white. This genocide of Palestinians is really hard on him. I was an H3.
Wow.
Maybe if you
He kind of just pulled her up, didn't he?
an ounce of time talking about Palestine as you do shitting on your own friend. Ethan has, by the way. As you do shitting on your own friend who still defends you. What? Yeah, that's
okay.
People wouldn't.
No. Here's what's really frustrating, and there was another part where he did this too, right? He's like, I guess he's heard Hasan be critical of Ethan, and so therefore he assumes that he doesn't defend him. For the record, whenever Ethan's name would come up after Leftovers ended, Hasan would ask his chat to please be more charitable to Ethan. Hasan would remind his chat that Ethan is, at least, trying to be on the right side of the issue. It's not supportive of the, far right, is openly critical of the ethnic cleansing that's going on in Gaza, and therefore, to maybe temper their feelings towards him a little bit. Hasan absolutely did that over and over again, and much to the consternation of his chat.
About and anti-Semitism is never okay. LOL. 16,000 likes.
16,000 likes.
It brings me immense joy knowing I live rent-free in Ethan's head, and my tweets make his day appreciably worse. I think this is a pretty good example of how Ethan sees himself. The Yemeni kid is clearly speaking about Zionists who actually engage in genocide, but because of how Ethan sees himself as an extension of a genocidal state, the justified hatred of the oppressed personally offends him. Look at the mental gymnastics you're going through. Again, when is it ever acceptable to put people on fucking pikes? Give me one movie, one TV show, one book where
That's how you're going to prove it. Show me the movie where Batman puts the Joker on a pike. I'm waiting.
The good guys are putting their enemies on fucking pikes. Just one. Where does this happen?
It doesn't.
Where does this ever happen?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
I love when posting that shit on Twitter becomes actually putting somebody on a pike. That part's amazing.
This is the least humorous episode.
30,000 likes, by the way. 30,000.
Of anything else so far.
Getting mad about a teenage Houthi fighter from one of the poorest countries on earth that just suffered a devastating Saudi genocide. Do you think that's the only reason why that country's fucked up? They probably do. They probably literally do. They think the only reason is because of Saudi Arabia. When your wife was in the IDF, basically a Nazi. Oh, okay, hold on.
Yeah.
So the Houthi fighter is an infinite excuse for whatever. Mandatory military service in Israel makes you a Nazi, though. This is why I said don't ever let them get away with saying I'm only talking about the IDF, because this is what they all think. 22,000 likes, by the way. Every single Israeli person is a settler, is an IDF soldier, is worthy of being murdered.
The thing is, the tides will change.
Like right here, wait, yeah, I'm sorry, it will change. Like just here, right? When your wife's in the IDF and you willingly became an Israeli citizen. So that's it. Just being an Israeli citizen, that's enough. That's it. Don't fall for any other bullshit. The citizenship, the Israeli, it's bad. Yeah, that's it. Felt so good making this crybaby dumbass quit Twitter. 10,000 likes. If someone says, I'm going to kill child rapists, and you feel like it was directed towards you, then maybe you got demons in the closet. 25,000 likes. Zionists, by the way, are child rapists.
The thing is, all these people, all these likes, it's all the same group of ducks.
Probably, yeah.
So it doesn't fucking matter. If there's
a group of ducks?
Like 100 tweets and they all have 50,000 likes, it's all from the same virgin incel fucking...
It's just showing...
That's who... hit those like buttons. Definitely virgin incels.
It's white college kids, basically, yeah.
But the virgin white incel college kids.
That it's like corporately defended, I think is pretty wild.
Well, that's why.
How fucking out of touch is Dan?
We're holding Dan Clancy of DanClancySucks.com. Feet to the fire.
Like fucking ground control to Major Clancy.
I want to know, with that video before, what was the one that was really offensive that just came on? That was like really bad. And there were so many. There was one recently. I couldn't believe it.
Are you talking about DanClancySucks.com?
No. One of the videos of Hasan recently saying something so unhinged, so crazy.
Oh, laughing about the rapes?
Laughing about the rapes. I can't believe I can't believe that Rivian was advertising against that at the time.
What's Rivian?
Rivian is the largest competitor, I think, to Tesla. And their ads are all over Twitch. Do you know that right now? If you go and you watch Hasan's channel, you'll see a Rivian ad. How crazy is that?
That's pretty crazy. We got a slasher tweet. Oh. Black people also get a free pass on racism, but he gets a double pass because it's against a Jew and he's black, so he can be infinitely racist.
Are you not?
No.
Why not?
Why would I be a Zionist?
Because Palestine have a state.
Free Palestine. Hey, 12-second clip. This woman was constantly annoying Speed at the event today, just nonstop self-pity whining to someone who doesn't care. It's not a coincidence. Every on-camera interaction you see with an Israeli and normal person comes off insufferable. See,
Why
this is
does
why diasporoids.
I have
No
a
offense.
I got a theory.
Did he just say diasporoids? What the fuck? How? Wow.
Theory.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what to do here. I'm at a crossroads. I'm at a mental crossroads. You know where I'm at right now. I'm thinking.
Why the fuck are we? Okay, go ahead.
Why is Slasher saying shit like this?
Because Slasher is friends with Hasan.
Is he really friends with Hasan, or is he
Yes.
trying to become friends with that group?
Well, he's in with that. Remember, there was
How
a time,
in with
there was
that
a
group?
time when he came to my stream, and I don't remember what we were arguing about, but it had to do with things that Hasan and his audience had said about me, and I had to like argue hard with Slasher, like, bro, his audience is unhinged, and Slasher was like, no, and I had to make him watch like a ton of shit. Somebody, I don't know if anybody has a link to, I don't know, we're not gonna watch it now, but like, yeah, he definitely he carries water hardcore for Hasan. Oh, this Hayek's
It's
person is fucking
lonely.
insane.
It's lonely being a Jew that I guess isn't afraid of the leftists, right? There's nothing like for most people, they have to worry about losing their job. They have to worry about like getting canceled. They have to worry about losing their income, their family getting harassed, all that shit. Like there's a million things that happen for all these people. There's like no one that can fucking speak up on this side. And these people have free fucking reign.
Oh, true.
And the tides are gonna fucking turn.
The tides are turning, Dan, and they're not turning in a, Zionist apologist sort of direction. Let's just put it that way. There's more and more people recognizing, both the current crimes against humanity going on in Gaza, as well as the state of Gaza as an open-air prison, as well as the nature of Israeli apartheid. And it is unraveling, just like it did for South Africa. More and more nations are coming to see Israel's expanding claims to more and more land as being illegitimate. And that can only lead in one direction.
Ethan Klein, do you really think putting yourself, your crew, and your audience in a semantic competition over a petty year-old I'm right, you're wrong obsession you cannot get over is the right strategy? Stop tormenting yourself, man. Listen to Hasan. The entire situation is just sad. A grown man refusing to come to terms with the fact that he participated in the colonization of stolen land, and instead of realizing and accepting that, he lashes out to the friend that tried educating him about it by calling him anti-Semitic. You're also participating in colonization by being in America, by the way. So I don't know.
What a fucking retard. What a fucking dumb piece of shit.
True.
You know what? There should, if you say colonizer or colonization or any of that shit.
That's all. I always say that's a buzzword for you're a fucking retard. Anybody that says
There we go. Let's just like erase those words from the official dictionary. Let's like ban those words, right?
Sorry.
Everything they have to say.
Oh, sorry. My bad. I thought I was talking to a person. You're a fucking moron. Okay, let me just move on. I don't have to listen to anything you say.
Let's just thought crime it, yeah?
Jesus fucking Christ. This is probably the most stressful episode I've done so far. I thought the J-Reg episode was going to be bad. This is worse.
Damn.
This is worse than that episode on my stress level.
Dude, it's become so unhinged since Leftovers died. Keep in mind, Leftovers didn't die. Ethan killed it because of Hasan's anti-Semitic fan base. But, okay. Well.
What's the aftermath? Go down. Click the aftermath.
Thank you for this.
I paid good money for this.
Yeah.
What does he mean? Did he have somebody put this together for him?
Not only does it not matter to me if he was or not.
Click, right click, left click, middle click.
Click
faster. What are you doing? No. Can you start from the beginning, please?
Left
click. Hello?
Yes, chat moderation works. How was my last two attempts got canned? I don't know how the chat moderation works. How was the Yemeni kid not connected to the Houthis and does it even matter if he was? Not only does it not matter to me if he was or not, it would obviously change the dynamic of the interview if he was, but he is not. They turned Galaxy into a fucking tourist destination. Are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Oh, excuse me. Of course I'm about to have a. I'm a journalist.
Oh no.
Impossible to read tone, isn't it? When you don't want to.
Uh-oh. Rip. Graveyard. Graveyard. Also, remember too, there's such a trick that's being played here, and it's hard to talk about it because people just don't understand how the tools and everything work. But I wish that you guys would just remember this, okay? One of the things Hasan says about LSF, about my audience brigading, and that little thing that they post all the time, showing the similar subreddit crossover things, the reason why Hasan's community gets away with saying that is because they don't have a home base on Reddit. You can't see crossover. Nobody posts in Hasan Piker's subreddit because they don't post it. They don't care. They're active on Discord. That's why whenever my community posts somewhere, people go, oh, look at the crossover from the Destiny subreddit. Yeah, because my people have a subreddit they post on. So Hasan's home for his audience is infesting and infecting, okay, like cockroaches, all right, other people's subreddits. That's why he can get away with saying like, oh no, that's your organic fan base. These guys don't even cross post on our subreddit. Yeah, because you don't have a subreddit, right? Fuck, Eddie.
Wait, I mean, like,
I'm so sorry, fuck.
I'm sorry, but he literally does. Like, maybe, is it not as big? Is it not as active? Is that what he's saying?
I don't have my events thing for Kick running right now, but thank you. I love you, buddy.
There should be a way to give Patreon subs. I didn't see a fucking penny of that.
Right. Scare how comfortable is landed. Okay, and then last one, tanky admin.
Oh, lest we forget the tanky admin. There's always a tanky admin.
It's time to purge Jews from leftist circles.
I don't give a shit.
Wait. Tanky server admin trashes Ethan, Lonerbox, and Destiny, then goes on a completely unhinged rant saying that
wherever this is from is still not confirmed.
Hey, who gives a shit?
Wait, it's not confirmed. Sorry, we're gonna. Yeah, but watch out for the tanky Discord mod. That's very dangerous. Anyway, yeah. Now that's the end of it. Now we skipped a whole bunch of it in the middle, and I'm curious. Do people wanna go see it and back and see that? I just wanted to make sure that. I wanted to make sure that we didn't get that. Like, I wanted to make sure that we saw the part where they say the thing about Sam Cedar and then Destiny brings up Michael Brooks. Because that is probably the worst of it. That is probably the worst of it. Other than the tanky mod, which we almost look out for. Lest we become Discord gulagged. Which is the worst kind of gulagged you could get. Sophia Martinez says, I post on the Hasan. Yeah, our Hasan Piker, right? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, Dustin, he's all salt. He's made of salt. He turned into a pillar of salt. Business tyrants got to do tyranny. The Dan Clancy website. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, is that modeled after the Brian Kavanaugh website that Ethan and H3 created? Oh, Bad Empanada's trying to get Ethan Klein to debate him? Yeah, I haven't been keeping up with that. That's just too much drama. No, I defended Bad Empanada once. Bad Empanada was being accused of, I don't know, being like a sex criminal by Shark 300 with zero evidence. And so, yeah, I think he just had some fake tweets or something. And then Bad Empanada came up with fake tweets about Shark, and they came on stream to argue in my chat. But yeah. Kind of not the easiest person to get along with. Bad Empanada's been saying, oh, geez, I didn't know about this. And then he insulted my friend on Twitter, and I was like, hey, that's kind of fucked up. Right? And he blocked me. He just blocked me on Twitter. And it's just like, okay, dude. Okay. Dan and Destiny are the ones doing the harassing right now. Yeah, I didn't know anything about this Bad Empanada stuff. I have not had the exquisite displeasure of dealing with BE in a decent amount of time now. Well, what's he doing? He's trying to get Ethan Klein to debate him? Yeah, he does have a subreddit, yeah. Anyway, I was trying to decide what to do next. We're at 84% of the dono goal. What is... Oh my gosh, I haven't gotten anybody's... maybe, one... If you've donated, can you let me know what topic you are... There's no way that Bad Empanada's gonna get... The only way that Bad Empanada would get Ethan Klein to engage with him would be if he made Ethan think that he was going to be... You know how Ethan tried to get Vosh to come on Like that would be what it would be, right? He would have to think that he could make Bad Empanada an interesting Whack Pack member. You know what I'm saying? He would have to Jimmy Lee Bad Empanada to bring him on. That's the only way. That's the only way that Ethan Klein would ever talk to Bad Empanada. Yeah, there's some good Bad Empanada videos out there for sure. $3. Okay, so 18 for AOC. Got it. Thank you. I am sorry I'm so incompetent. So look at that. AOC doing pretty well in this poll. We are 84% of the way there. That means we are 16% from hitting that sub goal. I don't know if I'm tempted to go back a little bit. I noticed chat was like, it was probably a little bit of, it's probably a little bit much to, like, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of just rage bait in this thing, and I didn't want to overly expose you to that, if you know what I mean. Moino Ape says 6 for Fallout New Vegas. Yeah, like in my experience, like some of the people that Bad Empanada like goes at are really bad people. You know what I'm saying? Like some of Bad Empanada's enemies are like based people to have as enemies, but he's got a lot more enemies than that. You know what I'm saying? He picks a lot of fights. And some of them with people who deserve to be fought, honestly. Yeah, there is a new video by Ethan. I don't know. We could see what is in the middle of this.
It's not like he has stuff to do, but that's it. At the end of the day, Dan Clancy is, he's calling the shots, and he's deciding what content's allowed on there. And he likes this content.
Dan Clancy owns you, Dan. Landlord Dan. Park Dan. Dan Clancy owns you. He is the superior Dan. He has a superior Dan culture. You understand?
Content. Obviously. Evidently.
He is the Steely Dan to your Lieutenant Dan, in other words, right? Do you got me?
We should give him more of that content in his feed, and we should let his advertisers know what's there.
Okay, so we're gonna go after Twitch's advertisers. Yep, there we go. Just so I'm sure we get that in, right? Because like I skipped through some of this.
Don't stop after a day or two with this. The outreach cycle, it takes a toll on you. But remember how fucked up and how stupid this is, that this is existing.
So they're actually going for taking Twitch down, for causing an adpocalypse and destabilizing Twitch's income, Twitch's business model.
You can just say whatever you want about a Jew as long as you replace the word Jew with Zionist. Like, it's so fucking stupid.
True.
I don't even want to go through his Discord because I don't know. I already know they're all fucking...
Yeah, it's going to be unhinged.
Holy fucking Christ.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here.
Okay, I'm scrolling slowly through this because I paid for this, but... That's kind of funny. Asmongold's apartment, or house, whatever it is, inferior culture. Is he like legitimately a hoarder or something?
For the level of uncleanliness that he lives in, I would say there has to be some type of mental illness at play.
I saw a picture of him, and there was like white shit all over his shirt. Was that a design of the shirt? Or was it literally like crumbs all over his shirt?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Sean DeBlack. That's the guy that threatened to beat the shit out of me.
Well, no, he threatened.
He was the one that said that all slave owner families should have been killed so that people like me and my family didn't exist.
And Larry David.
Okay.
Because he came from a slave owner, believe it or not. Sorry, Larry David. I like your humor, but unfortunately, Hasan fan wants Ethan and Destiny dead.
Oh yeah, these types of tweets that are just totally chill.
Yeah, Rainbow Silk. It's famously true that every CEO and business owner individually approves everything that each person who works there for them says and knows what each of them has said. Yeah, that's what makes you a CEO.
Totally cool
and totally fine
and hilarious and epic.
Totally
outdanned. Yes.
Hold on. Such a waste of time. I'm just gonna quit politics after the election season. Ludwig, right?
I know
The
that guy.
cocksucker who
Jeez, wow.
constantly goes live with Hasan's cum still leaking out of his asshole and his mouth.
Oh God, yeah, I forgot about this. He got mad for Wait, I thought Hasan wasn't the original one to post this. Hasan Kadir.
Right? Had the audacity, being a large streamer, had the audacity to blame me and my community because he had one person tweet or DM him something on an anonymous Twitter account, right? He had one person do this, and that was enough for him to blame my community. Meanwhile, Hasan will have figureheads in his community, the Frogans, the people like this, that will outwardly, while being supported by his community or having moderator positions in his community, make like death threats or like kill yourself jokes and everything else. Zero accountability. It's absolutely f***ing insane.
Well, you know, Twitch has a very strongly enforced off-site policy.
Yeah, for some people.
For conduct.
For some people, they do.
Unless you're not a Jew, then it doesn't apply. If you're
Good night, Omega Star.
Jew or white, then, you know, sorry.
How long did he even get banned for tweeting this? Do you know?
You know, it's funny, like the standard way that you do a podcast is that one person writes out somewhat of a script, sort of follows along that, serves as the lead. Other people respond to that person and riff off of what they say. That's generally how you make a podcast, right? Now, of course, this is a different format that they've got where it's a live podcast. And it's the kind of thing that you would think that you would only do if you were kind of more entertaining off the top of the dome, instead of just getting kind of lost in the sauce like Harkdan is here.
Apparently got Twitch banned for it. Does anybody know how long it was for?
Should be permanently.
But
actually, nothing should be permanent.
And these are all the same people who cry, by the way, when you tweet back at them. And they're like, oh, larger creator harassing me.
Oh, I'm not on that game anymore.
Me neither.
I'm fucking unhinged.
True.
Unleashed. Anyways, all right. So this guy did this. And the thing is, one of these got 91,000 likes. Do you know, let me tell you something. When I do a tweet and it gets like 5,000 likes, I can't use Twitter anymore because I can't follow any conversations. That's only 5,000. This has 91,000. When you do that, you can't even use your phone anymore. It's just fucking scrolling past with fucking notifications. It becomes literally unusable. 90,000 likes.
Pretty wild.
Pretty wild.
What's going on in the Haas court over there?
Oh. My bad. I thought y'all
Or
would...
left click it so we can center it. Do you need me to walk it? There you go.
Fuck you.
When it's on the side.
Fuck you.
When it's on the side, the camera's covered up. Now they're not covering it up. Good job. You did it. Okay. Anyway, he linked his tweet. Hilariously epic tweet. We got a lot of Omega lols there. My bad. I thought y'all would think it was funny. Put it in the wrong spot. I think you have to be nice to
That's
Nazis.
what she said.
Quote, Asmongold. A whole group, they all co-sign it. If Destiny was beefing with you on Twitter, would you clap back or leave it be? Y'all, Ethan Klein posted on IG and sent his goons after me because of the tweet. I'm cooked. That tweet was a banger. To be fair, Ethan didn't feel that way. Thank you. Right, man. Why do I have to explain it to him in a goddamn comedy tweet? A comedy. It's just a joke, LOL.
Just a joke. No one actually dies on
just
the internet.
Just a joke. I'm still running the Creators for Palestine. Creators for Palestine, by the way. Which I think might be, is that a Twitch like endorsed org, or is that just a Twitch streaming channel?
I don't
they do
know.
like they raise money or whatever. I'm not sure if it's Twitch directly endorsed or not, but
Dan Clancy's probably
like 90% of this video is Destiny looking for a way to report somebody or get their advertiser pulled or you know, get a charity banned. I don't know. It's just like it's so much salt.
jerking off into a cup every day and selling it to a fucking sperm bank to support
Who knows? Maybe.
while watching fucking booby tubers.
I'm still running the creators browsing stuff, and I got a sinking suspicion that when Ethan talks about it, he's going to try and drag the charity too. No reason to think that, but okay. This dude is absolutely mental. His fans calling me a son clone because we have similar names. LOL. What? These guys want to victimize themselves so bad. Nobody gives a fuck, bro. It's the United States of America. We don't even know what Arab people look like if you're white skinned. We all just call each other white here. Nobody is treating you
the fuck
Arab. Nobody gives a
the fuck,
bro. Nobody cares.
This guy just cannot be normal.
They want to be like black, or they want to be like super dark Middle Eastern so bad, and they're not. You're just white, dude. That's how you will ever be seen as. The crazy Ethan Klein / Destiny stands saying all of Hasan. That's just gonna open the whole thing.
Yeah, I know, but I can zoom in. I can
True. Do it.
You know what I was thinking.
The crazy Ethan Klein / Destiny stands saying all Hasans are the same. It clearly haven't seen our size difference. They don't even spell their name the same. What is God? Never mind. I'm sorry. He almost looks like Vosh there. Hasan does. Can you kind of see it in that right pic? He almost looks like Vosh.
Stop. The face blind.
He's there. It's there. There's a thing. It's like AI'd Vosh.
Oh, it's going to be too long.
No, here's what you're thinking, okay? He's wearing an outfit Vosh would wear. That's all.
Scroll down more.
There is no more scroll. That's it. We're at the end.
Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, that was that. Ethan responds, yes. My man. All right.
Just a cute tweet from my
and it. His audience came true. Stupid. Or like a reservation owning, casino owning reservationist or
Native American.
Yeah, like you would get fucking shit canned instantly if you said, "Oh, I just don't like people who like the Quran." Whoa. That's not like just Muslim people. That anyone could look.
So he's comparing that idea to Zionist, right? The idea that there's a separation between Zionist and Jewish people is as wild as saying that there's a separation between Quran-loving people, is that what he said, and Muslims. And that somehow the sensitivity for that would be there. Like people would be like, whoa, that's not okay, but that it's somehow
the Quran. What the
I mean, look at how people freak the when I said, yeah, I am Islamophobic. I don't like Islam. I didn't say anything about Muslims. I'm not saying I hate the Arabs. I just don't like the religion. I'm also a hardcore atheist.
Yes.
I had my own audience who were like, they were making Reddit posts like, Destiny shouldn't say that he's Islamophobic. That's not good for XYZ.
But they don't give a shit. Like for Jews, it's completely fucking different
to say.
Segment.
No, it's not. If you say you're fucking anti-Semitic, you're gonna get some looks, as you should.
Not to say I don't like Zionists.
That's the comparison with Destiny saying I'm Islamophobic, right? That's.
But to say that all Zionists should be executed,
killed, taken from their fucking home, impaled on a fucking spike. It doesn't matter.
You seem like you've got a very interesting persecution fantasy. That's great.
You're a baby.
That's great.
Settler baby get killed. Yeah. And I hope that it's painful, and you have to watch your mom.
Pretty crazy.
In front of you. And it's like, what the is going on at Twitch to have this happen?
Pretty wacky.
Wow.
It's not pretty wacky. It's not pretty wild. And it will fucking change. That I can promise you. Okay. Anyways. What else we got here? So now that it's proven real, I suppose we'll see a lot of apologies.
He's conflating Islam with Arabs, though?
And corrections. Archive link below. That dude isn't a Houthi. Also, the tweet is fake. Like, Ethan, you have been duped. Here he is, just with his casual getup, gear. You know.
Remember,
they got a lot of guns. They got a lot of guns.
If there's one Nazi and 10 people at a table, there's 11 Nazis, right?
Yes.
But if you dress up in fucking garb and pretend and LARP or whatever online like a Houthi warrior, well, these not actually. Yeah, it's just dumb.
Yep. Yeah. Pretty stupid. What else we got here? I thought Ethan said he wasn't a Zionist, right? Zionist. You know what I think I'm going to do? Because they haven't removed my partner status yet on Twitch. I think I'll do a stream, and then what I'll do is I'll just read Hasan's messages, but I'll replace Zionist with Jew. And then we'll see how far I get before my channel goes offline.
Well, but then they would say they're banning you because you actually said Jew, and it's way different than Zionist. Also, don't get banned.
Actually, I'll just say Zionist then.
Sure, but
I'll do this.
If you get banned,
I'll do this when I say Zionist.
Sure, but if you get banned, it would just be bad. Like, there's nothing to gain from that.
I don't give a shit. Twitch.
Okay.
I don't.
But then if Asman was like, "Hey, I will talk to you on stream," and then you're like, "Oh, you can't because you're banned," now you're just fucked.
I don't care. I'm not a Twitch streamer. I can't stream. I can't do it. No, I can't pay it. Okay, what else we got? Super disappointed in this community. By the way, Ethan, if you're out there, if this gets to you, listen to me. You need to get a hold of your mods on your subreddit. Go through them one by one.
You gotta watch out because you might have a tanky mod. You gotta watch out for the tanky mods, right? This is a thing. This is a thing that they come into Discords and they cause all kinds of problems. The tanky mod. You gotta watch out for the tanky mod.
Okay? Because I can tell you firsthand that people that are your fans get banned from your subreddit. Okay? People are like, this is based. I like what Ethan said here. They'll get banned. Okay? You have subreddit mods on there that are not loyal to you. Okay? They're loyal to other people.
Ethan, listen to me, okay? What you need to do is come up with a Project 2025, a plan to put your people in power on your subreddit. Make sure that none of the digital janitors on the subreddit are at all disloyal to you. Make sure you have full operational control of that subreddit so that we can execute the plan.
Okay? And I can say this as someone who is a small part of Destiny's community, which is the most active Reddit for a streamer or YouTuber in the world. Well, outside of like Spanish or Korean people, but that doesn't count. So saying that, you need to get a hold of this shit. You have people that are fans of you getting banned for supporting you. Radical purge. Go through there, get rid of these guys, okay? And it's your community, not Hasan's community.
This is the advice you get from Destiny. Purge your community. But tankies are bad. Remember, Stalin was bad. Purge your community.
Okay? Run it that fucking
Stalin was bad.
way. Anyways. This is like the most stressful AE episode. This is not fun or laughs at all. This is just outrage bait the entire time.
Pretty wild.
The Houthi pirate responds.
Your wife is in the IDF, basically a Nazi. And you voluntarily became an Israeli citizen. Really funny. Laughing face, laughing face, laughing face, laughing face, laughing face. By the way, during the Yemen civil war, one of the recent one, one of the reasons why the UN had to stop delivering aid is because the Houthis were stealing it from people. And many other independent agencies were coming to the same conclusion, that aid was being stolen by the Houthis in order to continue their war. The Save the Children or whatever bullshit international org, I think that their estimate was up to like 60,000 children had died of starvation, which is about as many Arabs. The most recent war adds a lot more, but it's, I think, probably about as many Arabs that have died in the totality of all Israeli-Arab conflict since the inception of that country. Like, were children dying of starvation in Yemen. Just as a heads up, but...
I like this PR spin, too. I did not mean the Jews, but the Zionists.
Yeah.
The Zionists.
Do not confuse everyone. I respect every Muslim Jew who stands for the truth, and I will do everything I can to protect him.
Okay, so look at how they read that. Is it not possible, especially considering this is Twitter, that this could be, I respect every Muslim, Jew who stands for the truth. I will do everything I can to protect him.
Every Muslim Jew?
Of course. The popular Muslim Jews that are out there, you know them.
There's no way to make that okay, because what did he mean to say, Arab?
It's really simple. It's a comma. It's a fucking comma.
Jew? Because if so, that's the propaganda that all of the Jews in Israel right now are from Europe. Which, by the way, a majority of them are not Ashkenazi Jews. The majority of them are Sephardic Jews who are
what's the other
Middle
one?
Eastern.
Ashkenazi, Sephardic, and
Mizrahi or something.
Yes,
but I don't know if Mizrahi was like a subset of Sephardic. One is, I don't remember.
You know what else? There's a fourth one, a secret one that you don't know about.
There's I think there's 5 big ones. What?
The Mountain Jews.
Based.
It's a real thing. Anyways, he didn't mean the Jews, just to be clear. Let's get that straight. Just the Muslim Jews are okay. This is so fucking fucking stupid. This
I am Rashad Al-Haddad, or Al-Haddad Yemeni. I'm a person who speaks the truth and stands for the oppressed. I see all the comments you are writing. I'm very proud of those who stand in solidarity with the truth. Instead of comparing me to Anne Frank, try to be a person who speaks the truth.
He's like, please don't compare me to a Jew. Please, whatever you do. Anything but that. Okay.
So it's offensive that Hasan compares him to Anne Frank. It's also offensive that he says he distances himself from that comparison. What do you want? What do you need? What are you looking for?
In my interview with Hasan, what's that one on the right? I need to read it.
He told me that he supports Palestine and stands with the truth. I thank him very much and thank everyone who stands with Palestine. Like this guy.
And they have the outfits on for the One Piece guys, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's One Piece guy number 1 and One Piece guy number 2 that they are on there.
All right, Hasan and Felix call out.
Boy.
Wait, not our Felix. It can't be.
No, it's the one guy from the show.
Thank fucking Christ.
Fuck, what's it called? Chapo Trap House, I think?
Anyways, listen. I just want to, let's take a quick happiness break for a second, if we will. Guys?
What's that one show called? More popular than this podcast will ever be? Yeah. Trap House? Yeah. More popular Trap House. Yeah.
An insane lineup for election night. Okay? It's going to be crazy. How many people we have?
Oh my God, chat. I just want to be done with this. I just want to be done with this.
A lot of your favorite creators, special guests that you wouldn't even think
it is getting kind of late
that these people were going to be here. Okay? It's too special. I can't even say the names, but I can say that it's going to be fun.
I can say that it's boring.
But I just want to show you that we're taking this seriously because I know you guys got to be one of our many alerts that we have. Dun 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 dun. How good is that? That's fucking sick, right? That's gonna be really cool. We gotta have a lot of that and more shit. That was actually done by Stardust, by the way.
Stardust still a Dorbiter. Still a Dorbiter.
Right? How cool.
This is our top.
All right, which one do you want to
Wow. Dan, secret Stardust fan.
Ethan is doing a stream where he's kind of like calling out all of Hasan and all the crazy.
That's a deep cut. That's some glup shitto right there.
Shit going on, and then I think this was their response.
He did it.
3 minutes.
It's the full
Y'all remember Stardust?
episode, I think, today, where he's talking about
episode. Oh my!
He dedicated an entire podcast episode, I think, to like how I am pro-terrorist, pro-terrorism, and how I let anti-Semitism fester in my community.
So the reason why he's a self-hater, this is a fucking loser.
This is bizarro. I was gonna say, I could tell this is a bizarro me.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what that means, but
like opposite world me.
Don't compare yourself to Felix.
Severance me?
How is it opposite world you?
Oh, I mean, self-hating Jew that's friends with Hasan.
Aren't you friends with Hasan?
Not
Didn't you play
anymore.
D&D before?
Yeah, I changed from.
That's hilarious.
Okay, I said it back then.
True.
Okay.
Remember,
that is hilarious.
You always summarize the opposition against you. You always summarize it in the worst faith possible. Okay, so you never actually address any arguments. You never watch any original material. You always summarize it in the worst.
Chris Perez says, Destiny always trying to make a podcast and never has been able to make a good one.
Faith possible, so that when your fans recall it, they only remember the other person making unhinged comments about you. They never actually see the original.
I think you have to be more likable to do a podcast. I don't know.
Critique.
That's why Chapo works.
Hasan's MO when he's dealing with this in between trips to the tanning salons, they have more Middle Eastern credit because his lifestyle sure as won't get him any. It's always.
The fuck is he saying?
Like disingenuously summarizing other people.
He's obsessed with Destiny tanning. Or with Hasan tanning. I guess Hasan's not allowed to tan. I'm sorry.
Also remember, debating and everything is always a joke. You never do it. It's bullshit. Don't do it unless you have the opportunity to debate people that can't debate you back, like 15-year-olds that he drags in from chat, or like content creators that he knows doesn't have the ability to decipher his political bullshit, like Willie Mack or Asmongold, even though he lost the debate against Willie Mack, which was fucking hilarious. But anyway.
All right.
What did like the 13-year-olds who watch it, like what are they thinking?
I think
are they like,
I'm sorry,
you
pause
talking
again.
about the bold guy?
Here, let me just sign it up. Pause real quick, because there's so much bullshit. Okay, Ethan has been a content creator far longer than Hasan. Ethan's average age for his audience is far older than Hasan.
Oh my God, Look Bovine just came up with a perfect formula. The only podcast that's going to work for Destiny is Destiny and Finkelstein. And in that case, it's just going to be Norm dunking on him. that would be satisfying. I would be satisfied with that podcast.
I don't know why this fucking dipshit. I don't know why he's pretending like the average age of a Hasan Zoomer socialist viewer is going to be older than an Ethan viewer. What a deranged.
Now, I don't know if, yeah, I would guess that Ethan's viewers are pretty low, low. Are like, I don't know what, elder millennials and Gen Xers, whereas Hasan's viewers are mostly millennials with a few zillennials thrown into boot. Am I right? Is that about it? So yeah, Ethan's demographic, I guess, skews older. Oh my god, I can't believe Felix got the demographic wrong.
Unhinged, stupid fucking assumption to make.
Thinking.
I think
are they...
Oh my god, Manic Mermaid, I hate that I would watch that.
Are they like, can you talk about the bold guy again? This sucks.
No, I think that most of his, and I think it's pre-recorded too, and no chat. Wait, oh, it was? I don't think so. But I've told this to Ethan a long time ago. I was like, listen, a lot of your community is very, very, very progressive. Like, it's not me that's like making
Ethan is a Gen Xer and it shows.
People upset.
Boomer light. Oh no.
So to be clear,
oh no.
This has nothing to do with progressivism. It has to do with tankyism. Now they start to bleed in at the edge.
I'm sorry. You no longer have to be a Marxist-Leninist to be a tanky, right? It started off with like, you know, Stalin fans, authoritarianism fans. Then it moved to like, well, I mean, do you have good feelings for the Cuban Revolution? And then it was, you know, are you a Marxist-Leninist? And now it's just like, are you like, do you fail to recognize the United States as the protagonist in the monster of the week manga that is the world, that is Geopolitics? Do you fail to do that? Then you might be a tanky. You might be a tanky without even realizing it, with no affinity towards like communism or anything. Just you know, you fail to see the greatness, the inherent greatness of the United States of America and its sacred purpose on this planet.
Edges, I will admit, but the issue right now isn't progressives in Ethan's chats. It's tankies that hate the United States and hate Jews that have infested it from Hasan's community. That's the issue.
Or, you know, saying a lot of things that might be damn near identical to like a Michael Rappaport about like, oh, I bet queers in Palestine wouldn't have an easy time, or if you were a sex worker in Palestine, you'd get thrown off the roof, like he said to our friend Muhammad.
Yeah.
You know, that sort of stuff is not going to be read positively by your audience, which is going to be very upset at you.
Also, remember, for ideological Puritans or whatever, like Hasan, Ethan takes a cucked position. Ethan has a far more cucked position than I do on Israel-Palestine, okay?
We love him, though.
Ethan has constantly made concessions and carve-outs for the Palestinian people, right? So the fact that...
Ethan pays lip service towards not wanting to endorse ethnic cleansing or apartheid, right? There's some lip service there.
The fact that Hasan here is trying to say that Ethan's statements...
It ends up not mattering because he picks fights with anybody who, you know, supports a free Palestine, but...
you know, deserve all the ire from the pro-Palestinian people online. It's because you're either with them 100% or you're worthy of being fucking destroyed. I guess in a way, maybe Hasan is kind of Middle Eastern and Turkish because he's inherited the apparently the intrinsic hatred of Jewish people. Maybe that is like the way that he's trying to...
The fuck?
...fit in more with the minority status he constantly tries to claim. But it's insane that he would say that like Ethan deserves all the hate that he's getting when Ethan has a relatively cucked position on Israel-Palestine.
And it was I mean, he was doing everything he could to try and appease everyone from the beginning.
Yeah.
Which is going to be very upset at you because your audience does not agree with what you're saying. And it's not just like...
I also like how he always says like your audience, your audience, your... It's not his audience. It's Hasan's audience infesting and infecting it.
Yeah.
Me goading them into...
Says you.
You know, feeling
I've seen it so many times be Ethan's fucking community. It literally is. And if it wasn't, if it was just Hasan's community, that shit would eventually sort itself out. Because if you were a Hasan viewer, you are not going to be hanging around permanently H3, right? Whereas if you were an H3 viewer, yeah, this is the whole thing. This is what he doesn't realize, is that like he has cultivated a community by standing up and, you know, stepping away from the sort of edgy iDubbbz of old type viewership. Ethan has turned those people into fallen fans, gotten new fans. Those fans don't like to hear Ethan's bullshit. That's his problem. It actually doesn't have anything to do with Hasan.
Yeah, didn't he had like a whole thing where a lot of YouTube guys had to do this in during the Trump years, where like you know, all their videos from like 2013, when you could do anything, like get recirculated among their new audience of people who were like, you know, 15 or 16 in 2017, and they're like, oh my God, I would never do that ever again. I would never. My character from 2013, AIDS Man, is retired. He's gone. I'm so sorry. You would think that, like,
that's about the long and short of it, yeah.
And he is, and this is not bigoted, a very nervous man. You could just tell. You would think after that he'd be like, "Oh, I shouldn't like talk about my wife's deployment to an illegal settlement that one time." But no, I don't. It defies reason.
What the f is this guy? I don't even know what the f.
Ethan's fans are in the hidden comments telling him how they feel.
I think like anyone who
oh yeah, that's true. So I think you're talking about the video that he put out, the H3 podcast where he talks about Hasan. The comments, which were archived, were pretty negative. And I mean, not in the sense of like, you know, fuck you forever, you horrible person, you know, whatever. Like, right, it wasn't like that. It was just like, it was literally H3 viewers that were disappointed.
A general job, and especially someone like him who I only make $3 million a month. I'm middle class.
What?
Wait, does Ethan? Now hold on. To be clear, I don't watch all of Ethan's podcast. I don't watch any content. I don't have time. Does Ethan say things that imply that he's like a middle class person? Because Hasan does this all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Does Ethan ever say shit like this ever?
No, he probably is saying that he's like employing like 30 people. Doesn't he have like another company as well?
Also, not to even do the capitalism thing, but it is funny that if you wanted to do a capitalism versus socialism thing, Ethan lives more like a capitalist in terms of employing people than Hasan does. Hasan provides absolutely zero good to anybody around him. Like, he doesn't.
This is the weirdest thing in the world.
Employees, he doesn't hire people. He's too lazy to run YouTube. He doesn't do anything helpful to employ or do anything for people around him. I guess except.
And if he did, you'd call him a fucking fake communist. Sorry.
Co-podcast people that he has with him. Whereas Ethan actually does provide jobs and all that, but
he makes $30 million a month.
I mean, he has several editors. I don't know what he's talking about.
He's upper middle class.
He's upper middle class.
Like, Hasan literally says it about himself, that he's upper middle class. Like,
and it's like, we won the lottery. Why are you bitching about the trolls all the time?
That's Hasan's, like, 80% of what he does on stream is crying about trolls.
I'm pretty sure Hasan makes more money than I do. Like, almost definitely.
I don't get it.
Look, it's.
Sorry, somebody said, open these two clips in a row. We don't have time for all your clips.
I am seeing a concerning rise in
maybe having a third kid as his show is tanking in views is getting to him.
Anti-Semitism and a normalization of it.
Are they tanking? What are his views on? Last time I checked, it was like 40,000 to 50,000. Is he lower now?
In a way that I don't think Hasan is anti-Semitic, but I do think that stuff he does contributes to it. Well, and I know that's a big claim. However, I hope that you...
Okay, so somewhere Destiny claims that Hasan is being bad faith for saying that Ethan said that he was anti-Semitic. And it's because Ethan says this. So Destiny accepts this at face value. However, every single thing that Ethan shows is begging the fucking question. Every single thing that, and in fact, like, it's not just like Ethan's like, you know, I need to bring this to Hasan's attention because I know he's a better person and I know he can do better. It's literally like, do his advertisers know about this? Does his platform know about this? Is this okay on Twitch? Is this according to terms of service? Is this an endorsement of terrorism? I mean, like, come on. You're giving him way too much credit here.
I am seeing.
Okay, well, but once again, Noah, let me tell you something. This is the worst day that I could have had Noah and Felix on, considering that there is like an entire podcast dedicated to like how anti-Semitic I am, apparently, from my former podcast co-host.
Well, no, because so after Ethan explicitly says, I don't think Hasan is anti-Semitic, I think he just contributes. So Ethan takes the cuck position, but Hasan does the character assassination anyway. Oh, Ethan.
Yeah, whatever.
Saying I'm anti-Semitic.
Dedicated to like how anti-Semitic I am, apparently, from my former.
It's worse. I don't think he's like smart enough to be anti-Semitic. I think he just hates Jews just because it's popular. And the second it's not popular, he'll be like, oh yeah, you know, like things change and you have to adapt. Like Jews are based. He's just a fucking pussy, sellout, cucked.
True.
That does whatever's popular at the moment, has no principles, has no stances. Well,
this is what's popular? This is what's popular? Socialism? Acknowledging that there is a difference between Kamala and Trump, but not endorsing Kamala? This is what's popular? This is the best thing that he could be doing? Not like doing an Adam Mockler and cheerleading for the Dems and being paid by the Dems? You don't think that with his audience, like, that would be the path of least resistance? Like, you don't think the Democratic Party would see like a value in that, considering how many, you know, influencers they're paying? You think this is the popular?
Do whatever.
He's going with what's popular. Yeah, really popular.
Cool
viewpoint there.
T-shirt that he can sell at the moment. He has nothing. He has a plastic bag blowing in the wind of whatever some Twitter jerk off says is cool.
True.
Podcast co-host.
You are opening your mouth, Dan, and diarrhea is issuing forth and splattering all over the walls. We're never gonna get the ceilings clean.
Well, no. Consider me your shield, pal.
It doesn't work that way. They don't give a shit.
What?
People don't give a shit.
Oh.
Tell us Jonathan Greenblatt hates you.
Damn it.
I like one thing I do like though. Okay, selfishly, is now people can watch Hasan do to Ethan the same thing he did to me. The only difference is that when I noticed that half my audience was actually unironically communists, I said it's time to get the fuck out.
Yep.
Do not cuck out. Get the fuck out. Go watch Hasan. Go watch Vosh. That's where their early fan bases came from. Get the fuck out of my community. Go watch these people. Don't ever try to appease these people. You can't do it. It's not worth it.
Jordan Peterson was right when he was talking to Ethan. It sucks. It hurts to say, because I think.
Well, I said things like this earlier. You can craft audiences that will destroy you. That will happen. Yeah.
It sucks that he was talking to Ethan, because like it's like the most famous statement, and he was saying it to Ethan, and it happened to Ethan as a result of it.
Sure.
Genocide. Okay.
I think D has had the long game in mind by even caring about this in the first place since Leftovers ended. Oh yeah, he's had his eyes on trying to in some way replace Hasan or get in with Ethan, get in with H3. Yeah, he's definitely looking to. What he doesn't seem to understand is that there's a lot of the H3 audience that is going to be somewhat immune to his bullshit.
Okay. This is Hossam. Okay. This is Hossam. Is that Anne Frank? Your mother should have swallowed you, you fucking piece of shit.
Do you think?
Okay.
Do you think that he would have gone to danclancysucks.com to get that porn video?
No. Hasan interviewed an actual Houthi pirate and praised him. No bad.
Wait, is he a Houthi pirate or not?
True.
9 months ago, I interviewed.
There is no such thing as humor, chat. There's no such thing as sarcasm. There's no such thing as tone. If somebody says something, they mean it literally.
A Yemeni teenager whose entire life has only known being the victim of a genocide.
By who? By who,
And people are
Hasan?
still
By
talking
who?
about
There we go. There we go. We got it done, chat. That is all of the... Oh my God, we're done. We're done. Chat, how does it feel? How does it feel to be free of Destiny and Harkdan? I feel pretty good. You need to buy a new heavy bag? God, I could never figure out where to put one up. Wait, You know what? Oh my God, I'm so tempted. I have like a little like covered area behind my house, like it pushes out into the alleyway. I'm just not sure if it could hold a heavy bag, and I do not want a situation where I put a heavy bag up and then one day the freaking like the freaking roof is, fallen. And does Dan think the Houthis were the ones committing the genocide? No, he's saying that the Saudis did it, and therefore it's...
BBC also interviewed him. New York Times reporter.
Oh, also, and I'm going to correct this every time Hasan says it. Nobody is mad that Hasan...
So, somehow in his mind, if it... Because it's the Saudis, then now it's Muslim on Muslim violence, and there's nothing to complain. I don't know.
Interviewed the guy. What they're mad about is that you vibed with him and agreed with everything he said.
Yeah.
That's the issue. That was the issue. So stop saying other people interviewed him as well. They weren't sucking at the same time and comparing him favorably to fucking
I interviewed
anime
Hitler
characters.
by playing fucking facility slappers only on N64.
Victim of a genocide. Okay.
Wait, did we finish this or not? Oh my God.
BBC also interviewed him. New York Times reporters reached out to me at the time to get access to this person. Okay. Like, clearly.
Oh my God.
In the
Hold on. The BBC reached out to you for a fucking email address? Oh, well, that's it. You're a journalist now. You got a fucking email to connect you.
True.
Are you jealous the BBC never reached out to you, Dan? Is that what this is?
You send us this guy's email, journalist status. That's it. That's the fucking bar.
Media, journalists, well-decorated and celebrated journalists, investigative reporters like Jeremy Scahill.
Several wolves. I feel like I need several showers right now.
Thought that interview was not only worthwhile but very good. Having said that, beyond that, there is obviously some there is a journalistic purpose to having an interview such as that one.
Stop. What he's saying is true. As a matter of fact, that there
like you
would
said
be a
stop,
purpose.
but you're in charge of the
There
mouse.
would be a purpose for doing those interviews. I would have to go back and watch it. I don't remember anything of substance that he asked this kid. I feel like I want to say it was like after 5 minutes, he was like, "Oh, well, I don't know, guys. What else should we ask him?" LOL. Like he just wanted to bring him on to circle jerk and vibe about how much they hate Israel, the Jews, in America. That's it. Like I don't remember them ever. Like I don't remember hard hitting or like substantive questions ever being asked by Hasan. I don't remember that as part of the interview. So for him saying that he was doing some critical interview piece and it was important, I don't remember that.
Did he even say that here? His big claim to
Chat, we're at 93 likes. That's actually kind of a lot. I wonder if there's a few people in chat that haven't hit that like button yet. Not to pressure you or anything. You do with your thumbs as you will, but if you give them to me, I promise to put them to good use.
fame was journalists emailed me for the dude's contact info after.
Well, sure, but he's saying here that he like.
There is a journalistic purpose to having an interview such as that one. You might consider it a puff piece.
It is.
You might consider it to be bad.
Yes.
But it is a human.
It wasn't even human. He didn't even ask like crazy questions. Like, how do you feel that you had to grow up in like this kind of an environment? And do you think it's shaped your worldview in a way that's good or bad? Or when you hung out with those hostages, when Hasan was giggling along at the people that were still being held hostage,
that would be
by
fair.
the way.
Like,
He was actually asking him tough questions.
Like I said that at the start.
I love the situation that this hostage that's being given cat, right? That's like this.
Like, and you're like, don't do that, don't do that. But like, you know, this dude's entire life.
That's what I want people to do when they take me hostage. Is smoke me out and let me, vibe with Timothy Chalamet.
He's been told from the day he was a baby until now, every day, that Jews are the cause of all your pain, all your suffering. They have horns, unironically, and they will kill you. Like, asking interesting questions like that, that's worthwhile. That's worth it. But it's not, he didn't do any of that.
Yeah, what did he ask him? Do you guys have KFC down there? Like, bro.
Someone who has only been a victim of genocide, even if you do not agree with their worldview. Okay? And in that conversation,
Oh, yeah. Good point, Shaggy. One of the questions that Hasan did ask Timothy Chalamet, Rashid, is if he knew that anti-Zionist Jews existed and also supported the Palestinians. I can do that, NCC, but you'd have to wear a blindfold, so you couldn't reveal the whereabouts of the secret smoke sesh den. Yeah, no, like first you gotta like land the helicopter on the boat, and then that's.
Asked him if he was a Houthi, if he was a part of the Ansar Allah movement. He said no. There was no reason for me to assume otherwise. I asked him about Jewish people and if he was shocked when he found out that there were anti-Zionists in the United States of America.
Hold on. You tell me that there are Jews in America without horns? You tell big joke. No.
Who are Jewish?
We're just straight up doing Borat, aren't we? We're doing Borat at this point. You turned this kid into Borat.
The anti-Zionism movement doesn't really matter for a lot of people because they are, once again, running on the relentless fumes and looking at like whatever this 18-year-old or 19-year-old.
He gets young, just like I get older, he gets younger.
Yeah.
I'm like, is his son 2 years younger than me? Or
Shaggy, you got me with the pre-watch.
He calls me like almost 40. You're almost 40. Everything bro, we're like the same age.
That's how I feel.
This really gets to you. You're like Trump. Like if somebody's like, my crowd sizes are bigger, actually, then you're like, my crowd. He thinks his crowd sizes are bigger, but mine are clearly bigger. I've got the biggest crowd size.
Being old.
Now this kid is degrading in age. This 16-year-old.
My crowd sizes aren't that much smaller.
13-year-old, 12-year-old. Is he getting younger? Like.
No, you said this yourself. Like when he went through like the genocide, he would have been, when it was in an active state, he was like 16, right? That's why he's mentioning him being 16.
To be like, see, he wants everyone to be dead. Like he wants everybody killed. This is one of the least influential, least powerful people on the planet. It's one of the poorest places on.
Where he's like, oh, you want to make it so Israel isn't a Jewish homeland? Where is my wife who lives with me in Beverly Hills in California? Where's she gonna go? In the garbage? In the
like, was this where we stopped? I feel like this was where we stopped.
Toilet?
I just want to be done with this. I really want to be done with this.
Just want to kill her?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe she's gonna go where she is now, which is not Israel.
Yeah, this is.
Has Ethan ever complained that his wife wouldn't have a place to live? Like, what are we even talking about? But notice again, what's the correlation? Because she's Jewish, she wants to go live in Israel forever, even though she's an American. Like,
like this actually just.
It's crazy.
It's like not. It's not funny. It's not humorous. Like I don't even like it. It's just like rage bait.
If you're coming in here thinking like, oh well, I watched a fucking 2-hour character assassination. I've been following you for years and years, but I'm really shocked at your position on these issues now that I've seen this fucking VOD. Or Ethan's coverage over how I let anti-Semitism fester in this community or some shit like that, or I'm giving like mind control powers over to my audience. I'm like constantly signaling to them secretly with secret messages.
This is also, it's funny. This is, do you know the term crazy making?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of what Hasan is doing there too, right? Like you go out with a group of friends and then somebody comes in and you're like, wow, here comes Dan, guys. And then you're like, what do you mean by here comes Dan?
Yeah, wait, what do you mean?
And I'm like,
you do that. Wait,
and I'm like,
what do you mean?
Nothing. I just said here comes Dan. It's an English sentence. That's it.
No, you
it's
do,
like it's
you do
crazy
that.
making.
Wait, why are you doing that though?
Because I like to f with you.
Yeah, don't do that anymore. I don't like
do
that.
crazy make you.
Okay. Actually, the thing I don't like the most, when you're busy, when you got a lot of shit going on, you're very short, you're very curt, and I don't like it.
Good. I am short and curt.
Yeah, you are short.
I hope you understand that is
He
not
said,
the
I
truth.
am short.
And
Leave
you
it
are
right there.
being like you're just getting.
That's just like your opinion, man.
You're being a sucker. That's it. Not only are you being a sucker, you're being a sucker in a really silly way, in the midst of a fucking genocide. Okay.
Oh, for fucking Christ's sake!
I went through the black arc, the mixed race arc, and God, I'm so glad I'm not black. And now I'm going through the Israel-Palestine arc. God, I'm so glad I'm not Jewish. I'm glad. I love being white. I just love being white.
Stoner, you kind of just said, like, would you support an anti-establishment candidate, please, miss? Let's see, we got Trump, and Trump. Which of those four would you support? Would you want the Trump one or the Trump one, or the, like, which Trump would you like? Would you like Kennedy-flavored Trump?
Because at the end of the day, it's the Boondocks clip. I'm white.
Would you like cringe rapper Trump? Trumpaswamy? Which Trump would you like? Which Trump? We need to get you in a Trump today.
I don't care about any of this. If I was Israeli, bro, I would lose my mind if I was a Jewish person in this media environment. Where if you have like frizzy.
Okay, we definitely watched this. We are good. We are caught up. Chat, we're good. We're okay. We're okay. Oh my God. Did we survive? Is my brain surviving? No, I'm talking to Twitch, Bad Lefty. Twitch is popping off. Everything's popping off. My sub count is popping off. Chat, do you know that I'm about to be over 10,000? It wasn't so long ago that we were over 9,000. Now we're at 10,000, and it feels good. It feels really good to have one extra digit. And I don't know, who knows, chat? Maybe we'll get to 100,000. Who knows? If Timothy Houthi was a terrorist, would DNC put Hasan on CNN? Probably not. Probably not. It's almost like the flavored Trump. It reminds me of like flavored, like vapes or something. It's like, it's still bad for you, right? You could be, but no. What about the lime flavored vape? Like that one is certainly, that one is good. It's like, no, I don't. It's still bad for you. How can you watch these clips and still? Ben MC? Did you watch the whole stream? Did you watch the whole stream? Because I feel like we got to question you now if you haven't watched the entire, oh my God, chat, 6 hour and 49 minute stream. Jesus Christ. You can't understand how we got to the logical conclusion that we got to in saying Destiny is the most cringe autodidact I have ever had the displeasure of hearing flex. Like, flex his fucking utter goddamn ignorance. And if that shit sounds like you, then maybe you're a little bit ignorant too. I'm sorry to say, but this motherfucker, Destiny, is a shitlib Ben Shapiro. It's the same fucking principle. The same fucking principle. He talks fast. He reads Wikipedia. And if you don't know very much, he might sound like this is what a smart guy supposedly sounds like. And if I listen to him and if I repeat what he says, then I too will be smart. I will sound smart. I will pass as smart. And that is the closest thing to an intellectual experience that somebody like that will ever have. That is where their horizon ends. And that is a sad thing, because this is the kiddie pool. You are swimming, or you got your swammies. You're in the kiddie pool. And it doesn't even come up to your knees. That is a shallow, shallow pool. And I feel bad for anybody that's stuck in the kiddie pool like that, because god damn it, I can't imagine living life like that. Not to be. Not to be some intellectual asshole, but Jesus Christ. Kimchi, rice, and fried egg with black coffee. I mean, that sounds kind of good. I wish I had made some food for myself. I mean, I did, but then I ate it all. Oh. Destiny never learned anything. Nicotine gum between the vapes. I have a problem for yeah, I'm not trying to harsh on anybody that's, you know, I mean, I have a blinker myself, but it is not for what you think it is for. It is for pure flour. Chester Cheetos burger? Speaking of burger, let's see what we're doing on... How's the Trump burger doing? Oh, not well. AOC versus Fetterman is at 38%. Hasanabi on Pod Save America at 30%. Trump burgers is at 16%, so in third place. And Korean Granddad Rides Boar is in fourth place at 15%. That's where we're at right now. The sub goal is at 84%. That is 16% away from getting some bonus content. It looks like people that have let me know so far, and if you have meant to, right? If you've donated already and you didn't let me know, feel free to let me know now, or which of these topics tickles your fancy. And I will be glad to put your donation as a percentage on the topic of your choice, thus giving it a buff, right? And the only thing with a buff right now, well, other than Fallout New Vegas, which we do need to play sometime soon, maybe tomorrow we'll do that, chat. Would video games tomorrow be good? Like maybe I could play some. I could play some Metaphor Refantasio and then some Fallout New Vegas. Maybe that would be good. Maybe that would be cool. Maybe that would be clever. I feel like we've also got to finish up the Ethan Klein video that I never watched. There's more Ethan Klein. Oh my god. I don't like that these things last like a little extra long, but they are trying to go for Twitch. And after having watched this, I kind of think that they're not going to get it. Right? They're basically they've basically, and you're going to see it on Ethan, he echoes this. They're trying to get in touch or encourage people to get in touch with the sponsors of Twitch, the advertisers, and get them to say, do you really want to be on a platform where one of the biggest streamers is advocating for terrorism? They're making the Hamasabi thing literal. They're like making it like he's a terrorist though. He's advocating terrorism. He loves terrorism. My boy was in the hospital recently from buying a beat blinker? What? Wait, what is a beat blinker? We're at 104. 104 likes. That's awesome. Hamasabi. Yeah, this is a really desperate seeming move. Contact. Well, they're doing it right because they're making the assumption that Hasan is sort of too wrapped up black market blinker that had something nasty in it? Oh no. I didn't know that existed. My vape blinks 5 to 10 times and then blows up. Wait, can they blow up? Oh my gosh, I've never heard of this, chat. That's a bad thing. This is a real thing that chat is telling me about. Yeah, well done, Thumb Gang. Well done indeed. Oh, speaking of well done indeed, let me thank once again my lovely Patreons. If you want to support me further, you can do so on Patreon. I think the link should be accessible. It's in the description. It should be on my Twitch as well. At the $3 level, you get first run, or first you get the videos before anybody else in their unedited, uncensored format. So like the whole segment, and yeah, you get it before anybody else does. In the $5 level, you get a fancy shout out. So let me give those shout outs right now. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Moe No Ape. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JR. Shouts out to Good for Gabi. And fancy shouts out to my fancy weasels, Zero Xerix, and Omega Star. No, like for me, chat, it's literally like there's like, it's like the flower goes in here. So I'm not like, it's not like a pre. Yeah, I've never heard of that, Several Wolves. I don't know how Hasan doesn't get affected by the amount of hate he gets. I'll be on one of the most random corners of the internet, and if anyone brings up his name, people go crazy. Only children could watch that and not immediately implode from the try-hard cringe. That was whatever the fuck we just watched. Yeah, it was pretty tough to get through. I never would have been able to get through it. Yeah, well, I mean, it's Destiny. Like, this is the thing. And this is why I rarely watch Destiny. Because he does rage bait. And I'm not trying to... I don't know. I'm not trying to wallow in the rage. Wallowing in the rage usually doesn't hurt. How smug Dan looks in this? Oh, yeah. No comment summer camp monitor? You conjured a Donald Duck. Welcome. Now, I was thinking about watching this tomorrow, but it's really short.
Hello, everybody. It's Ethan Klein from my base.
It's Ethan Klein. If you didn't get enough rage, here's some more rage for you. Oh my gosh. My rage is that I feel like this guy has a pretty nice basement gym. I feel like those beams are strong enough that if you wanted to hang a heavy bag, it would not be a problem. So I'm a little bit jealous.
Beautiful Friday evening. My kids just went to sleep, and I opened Reddit to browse my community, who I love so well. And at the top of the subreddit is this very lovely clip entitled, "Just a casual panel provided by Twitch at their con, broadcasted on their official channel." What is it? Well, it's a panel hosted by Frogan and 4 of her friends, in which they have a tier list where they rate people where good is Arab and bottom is loves Sabra. Sabra is a very popular
Sabra hummus.
Hummus brand. I know, and
Hasbara sauce.
It's pretty much in everybody's refrigerator, and it's kosher. They're an American company, but they've been the subject of the pro-Palestine boycott. I mean,
so here's what, like, it's just making it's making it worse for Ethan, right? Because he's trying to like claim that he is not an endorser of like the worst parts of Israel, right? Like he's not an endorser of the far right government. He's not an right? And he's all like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe these people would boycott Sabra. They would say bad things about Sabra." Well, that's basically an anti-Semitic dog whistle there, because all the people I know in Israel have Sabra in their freaking refrigerator, and that makes me sad. One in chat if you've tried Sabra hummus. All right. Now, I don't usually weigh in on what is a good version of a certain food and what is a not good version of a certain food. But in general, store-bought hummus is not going to be as good as homemade hummus. However, there are some good hummuses. There are some good hummuses out there, right? Sabra is not one of them, which makes boycotting it all the more easy because it's terrible. If you wanted a medication, right, to give you heartburn, right? You know how there's like heartburn relieving medication. If you needed to have heartburn like reliably, Sabra hummus would be a useful thing. Otherwise, it's not. I have never ever had before I knew, what the proceeds go to fund, which is like IDF shit with Sabra hummus. I did try it, and it is my least favorite. It's seriously, no joke about it, right? As a person who likes to eat hummus, Sabra is my least favorite way to eat it. It's bad. There's so many good brands, and you could also find, like, depending on your area, you can find like a place that does good hummus and then packages it up. That's like local. Like that's, if you're gonna eat packaged hummus, that's how I would go. Or you could even buy it from like some restaurants will sell you like, a tub of hummus. Anyway, he's taking it as an anti-Semitic dog whistle, and he's misunderstanding. Either he's put no effort into looking at the content that he's talking about, which is Frogan's panel, or he's just purposefully mischaracterizing it. Because again, as Frogan explained, look, this is what this thing is.
All right. But we are going to tier list them, and we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi.
So the tier list is Arab coded, ask perms, you got to ask permission, thinks it's a slur, and loves Sabra, right? So Ethan's taking it as like, you're either Arab and you're really cool, or you love Sabra, and we know what that means, that as if this is a dog whistle for you're Jewish. And it's not. It's not, right? They're doing a tier list. They're saying like, you know, it's like a who deserves to be, you know, it's like the same idea as like who deserves to be invited to the barbecue. Like who are we cool with, right? And they go over a bunch of streamers. Hasan gets the high marks. Ethan gets, and Hasan and other people get the high mark. Ethan and other people get the low mark, right? That's all this is. There is nothing anywhere close to a fucking dog whistle or some kind of a, you know, diss on Jewish people here. And yet somehow Ethan is seeing one.
Who can't?
And also, like, we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you got like a white guy who's like, can I say it? Is it a slur?
Is it okay? Am I allowed to?
You know what I'm saying? And then you have thinks it's a slur, where it's like a white person that really they're like, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm so sorry. And then love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Yeah,
It's
they're not allowed to
basically-
say it.
It's basically like you can't say it, and if you say it, you're literally hate criming us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is the perfect transition to our first person, Hasan.
Anyway, so that's how it goes. Ethan is so disingenuous.
It's kind of just Arab good, Jew bad. I mean, I'm having a hard.
That's literally not it, Ethan. That's literally not it. And I don't know. I don't think you're this dense. Like, either you just don't care and you're just looking for anything, or you know that you're being dishonest and you don't, and you're fine with it.
I'm seeing this any other way. And what's crazy is that I've been suspecting that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem. Obviously, it started with Hasan platforming Houthi terrorists and showing unfettered terrorist propaganda on his channel. But now they've unbanned Sneeko.
Down with the Yahud! Down with the Yahud!
So just remember, chat, Ethan's not saying that Hasan is anti-Semitic, but he is saying that Hasan is a terrorist. But yeah, again, the like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing with unbanning Sneeko. Like, is this something that they've done? Have they like unbanned him and then banned him again? Is that what's going on?
And they've just unbanned Fresh and Fit this week. These are two of the most prolific.
Yeah, no, these are anti-Semites. I agree with Ethan on that. Like, those two, Sneeko and Fresh and Fit, they are straight up anti-Semitic. And that's what makes it so fucked up that Ethan's coming with these disingenuous accusations of anti-Semitism for people caring about ethnic cleansing that's going on, for people standing up against human rights violations, for people being against fucking apartheid. That he's conflating that with motherfucking Nick Fuentes.
Jew-hating creators on the entire internet. And these are the two they've targeted to bring back. Now, taking this all in account, here's an officially sanctioned event at TwitchCon. Let's take a look at it and see what exactly is Twitch endorsing here.
Okay.
It's the perfect transition to our first person, Hasan.
Yeah.
Gee, I wonder where they're gonna put Hasan. I'm gonna guess they're gonna put him in Arab.
Hasan is Turkish, but he's a brother.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah, I think he'd be on Arab coded.
I mean, I would put him in Arab, to be honest.
I would put him also in Arab.
Which is great. That's the good one. That's the one you want.
Austin, let's go down the line.
He's
Arab.
Arab.
He's Arab.
Arab.
He's
He's
actually
Arab.
Lebanese. Like,
Yeah.
Good job. Good job, Austin.
The next person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's
Jewish.
Dude, where's the? You guys are missing a category.
It's literally not that. It's literally not that.
That was a joke. That was just a joke in my.
Stand up.
We're very proud of you, Denims, for bringing anti-Semitism right on stage, and you guys are killing
Wait,
it.
what did Denim say?
Where's the? You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke in my.
Stand up.
We're very proud of you, Denims, for bringing anti-Semitism right on stage, and you guys are killing it. And may I point out here, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung
There we go. There we go. Let's go after the sponsors.
Do you know that there is an Arab to Jew tier list happening in front?
That's not an Arab to... It's so fucked up, Ethan. You conflating Zionism with being Jewish. Especially considering that there's Jewish people who are not Zionists, and there are a shit ton of Zionists who are not Jewish. In fact, in the United States, way more Zionists are not Jewish than Zionists who are Jewish.
Of your sponsor. And you guys were so kind to sitting right in front of them. Chevron, Samsung, and Capcom. By the way, a bit of irony. I love that they're...
He's like, I got your license plate. I got your license plate. I'm writing it down right here.
Boycotting...
I'm going to dox you.
Hummus? And sitting in front of a Chevron logo, like, yeah, I wonder which one's doing more damage.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
Twitch is like, plays favorites with everything. If they were really serious about anti-Semitism, Sneeko and Fresh and Fit would never have been brought back to the platform. It's just a no-brainer, right?
That part he's right about. That part he's right about. Like, right, those people are...
But they were welcomed back with open arms. And I mean, their whole platform essentially for the past year has just been anti-Semitism. I'm not even kidding. And that's literally all they talk about. I don't know what to say.
And I don't know why they'd be bringing people like that back, right? It does feel like Twitch is kind of like, you know, I hate to say it, but Twitch is going into the dumpster for those creators.
You know, I've kind of been put in this position where, like, I watch this clip and I'm like, what the fuck am I actually watching? This is mad. I need to say something. Chevron, Samsung, and Capcom, they deserve to know.
Ethan, you are spiraling, dude. You are spiraling. Are you okay, bro? Are you okay? If you watch that clip and you see fucking anti-Semitism, I'm worried for you.
You know, I know Capcom put in a Shmuley the Rabbi in the next Street Fighter game, who attacks with the dreidels and throws foreskin. So they are very in touch with the Jewish identity. So we're gonna have to ask them. That's it. Enjoy the weekend. I know there's gonna be lots of obfuscating and excuses for this video. And, you know, let's be real, guys.
How about excuses for this video, though? Right? I don't think there's a... I don't know how you're gonna obfuscate or excuse from this video. This video is pretty fucking shameless, Ethan.
Look at this optically. Imagine this flipped. Super Jew.
You are the worst fucking kind of drama baiter.
And colonizer on the bottom, right? And I go Frogan.
Wait, what the fuck is that? Super Jew and colonizer on... I don't understand what parallel he's trying to draw there. It doesn't make sense.
We know where she goes. She goes to the bottom. Like, let's be fucking real, okay? No one else would get that treatment. So don't even try to pretend or act like this is some innocent little mistake and that one of the guys there is Jewish. I just don't care. I'm glad you have a Jewish friend. That's very nice. But
oh yeah, no, who you're accusing of participating in, you know, an anti-Semitic, like, game, right? But yeah, I guess, you know, must be a self-hater. I don't know.
At the end of the day, let's get real, okay? Get your shit together.
Get your shit together, Ethan. Okay, well, that is, like, definitively it. Okay, that is definitively it, chat. All right. I don't know much about the streamer, but it seems like after watching Hasan, it makes sense to raid into a friend of Hasan. So, I mean, the other one we could do is Will Neff. Chat. Should we raid Will Neff? One in chat right now if you want me to switch this raid out and do Will Neff. Should we do Will Neff? We're at 84% of the dono goal, 16% from getting dono content. I still only have 18% in the AOC versus Fetterman column. I don't know if anybody else wanted to donated and wanted to put let me know which of these topics they are interested in tonight to add that buff to those. What do you think, chat? Anyone want to do Will Neff? We got 33 seconds to decide. Uh-oh, looks like Carolyn Kwan just like... Oh no. Carolyn's just turning the lights on. I thought she was about to leave. Okay, well if nobody disagrees, we'll raid Carolyn Kwan. Unless people really are like Will Neff. We'll do Carolyn Kwan tonight. See you later, Twitch people. There you go. There you go with the raid. I don't know if we'll trigger the raid alert or anything like that.
For the raid, I hope you had
Oh wow, we did.
a great stream. Okay, I gotta find someone to raid. Let's.
Oh shit, Carolyn's raiding too. Okay, well we should have. Oh my god, Carolyn will probably raid Will Neff. Watch this. Watch this. I bet it's Will Neff. What do you think, chat? Can I predict it? I bet Carolyn Kwan will raid Will Neff. We're raiding over on Twitch. That's something that happens at the end of a Twitch stream. For the past, I don't know, 2 years, I have not been trying.
For never playing this game with monsters, if you shoot them in the knee, they fall down.
I have not been trying very hard. And part of trying means raiding people at the end of the stream. So we're doing that now. And yeah, I'm still here on YouTube. Again, sorry that was such a tough thing to get through. I totally get. Check out Foreign Fridays. Oh yeah, Foreign covered this too. Poor little Ethan. If he was one of us who had to work for a living, he wouldn't have the time or energy to cry about all the shite. I mean, it's a content strategy, I think, for him. Will Neff is great. Yeah, I'll raid Will Neff next time.
Nobody wants to work.
Is it okay?
They're out living their lives.
Wash your eyes and ears. Yeah, I'm gonna take a shower.
Well, I was gonna try to, I'm trying to spread.
I'm gonna wash my hair.
Trying to spread the love around. I'm like, there's gotta be someone out. There were like 200 people who responded to. Let's see, hijabi, but no. Okay, it's no show. I'm just going through and like seeing who the.
Yeah, it's tough to. Okay, so Carolyn Kwan's deciding who to raid to. But yeah, wait. Do we still have 26 people in chat? Is that? Did I raid no one out? Like it looked like I sent at least 23 of you over. But yeah, I better get to sleep now. We'll go back at it again tomorrow and try to hit that sub goal. So until then, I have been No Comment Chick. And wait, what? It feels like I. Anyway, I should go to sleep regardless. Yeah, it is. Oh my god, I didn't realize how late it is. I'm gonna go to sleep for real now, chat. Much love to all of you. And take care of yourselves and each other. And I will see you again tomorrow night.